Important update about YouTube playlists. Hey everyone. We've received many messages asking why our YouTube playlists aren't showing up. Do we create YouTube playlists? Yes, we absolutely do. So why can't you see them? Honestly, we're not sure. We've been in contact with YouTube support for several months now, but we still haven't received a clear answer or solution. After much discussion, our team has decided to take matters into our own hands. We believe the issue might be related to the number of playlists we've created on a single channel, possibly too many. Our solution? We're launching 2 additional YouTube channels, giving us a total of 3. This way, we can organize our audiobooks better and avoid the playlist visibility issue in the future. This change only affects our YouTube audience. If you're a patron supporter, you can still access all our audiobooks by visiting the collection menu on Patreon. Thanks so much for your time and continued support. Happy listening. Everyone from your branch should die to pay for your sins, a young man angrily shouted. However, some didn't approve, saying, we're all part of the same family, so killing them might be too extreme. I believe we should just exile them from the Chai family. However, Chai Xiaohui and his mother cannot be forgiven. When Nangong Xiuyu had brought people over, the scene was just as she had expected. It seemed that the Chai family wasn't willing to let them off. Seeing Nangong Xiuyu walk out, everyone's attention turned to her. A middle-aged man, a prominent figure of another branch, said, Later Zhu has been destroyed while in your hands. How are you going to account for this? Nangong Xiuyu's expression didn't change at all as she calmly replied, Later Zhu was destroyed by Great Qin, and Xiaohui's branch bears half of the responsibility. However, the other half of the responsibility is on all of you. If it wasn't for all of your meddling, Later Zhu wouldn't have been attacked by Great Qin. Moreover, Great Qin has given Xiaohui a lordship, and because he has submitted to Great Qin's legatee, he will still become a great person in the future. If you try to do anything to him, the entire Chai family will flow with rivers of blood. After hearing about Great Qin, everyone paused. After all, Great Qin was as terrifying as a demon. At the same time, everyone felt quite happy because Later Zhu's foundation hadn't been destroyed, and even though Later Zhu was gone, Chai Xiaohui was now Lord Zhu. They could now also rely on Great Qin. Alright, we won't lay our hands on Xiaohui, but you, someone from a different family, must bear the consequences, a middle-aged woman yelled. Nangong Xiuyu remained calm as she replied, What do you want? The middle-aged woman coldly laughed, Of course for you to die to pay for your sins. Someone needs to bear the consequences of Later Zhu being destroyed. What gall? Suddenly, a voice sounded out as a valiant-looking young man brought many people arrived. They were from the Nangong family. Seeing the Nangong family's people arrive, the Chai family's people's expressions became ugly. Someone from the Chai family called out, Nangong Zhuang, don't meddle in the Chai family's business. Nangong Zhuang, the valiant-looking young man came before Nangong Xiuyu and said, Big sis, Dad wants me to bring you back. You should know that you can't stay in the Chai family any longer, so don't insist or things will be difficult for everyone. 411 Nangong family. Hearing that Nangong Zhuang wanted to take Nangong Xiuyu away, all of the Chai family's people weren't too happy and called out, now that Nangong Xiuyu has married into the Chai family, she belongs to the Chai family. Since she has caused such a thing, she has to bear the consequences. Also, don't think that the Chai family, a family with a nation's legacy, will be afraid of a small family like yours. Nangong Zhuang originally wanted to make trouble. However, the Nangong family's leaders had told him not to incite discord between the Nangong family and the Chai family, and it would be enough to bring Nangong Xiuyu home. As such, he ignored those words from before. However, now, he couldn't endure it anymore and coldly laughed as he replied, Is the Chai family still a family with a nation's legacy? Wasn't it just destroyed by Great Qin? I'll be taking my big sis home today no matter what. As for the Chai family, the Nangong family doesn't fear you at all. You. When the Chai family's people heard Nangong Zhuang's words, they felt enraged, and just as they wanted to say something, one of the Chai family's leaders yelled, Enough. This family leader's position was quite high, and his voice was incredibly powerful. He caused the raucous scene to quieten down as everyone looked at him. The family leader stepped out and said, Let him take Nangong Xiuyu. However, she can never return to the Chai family again. I'll represent Xiaohui's branch in cutting her off. From now on, she is no longer someone of the Chai family. It was evidently not possible to kill Nangong Xiuyu because she was the eldest daughter of the Nangong family. She was quite valued by the Nangong family, which was quite powerful as well. If they killed Nangong Xiuyu, they would definitely incur the wrath of the Nangong family. The Chai family was already in dangerous straits because Later Zhu had just been destroyed. Right now, they couldn't afford to offend the Nangong family and make another powerful enemy. This time, they came to take Nangong Xiuyu away. The young Chai Shahui was unable to control his faction, and with Nangong Shuayu, they would be able to control the faction. Nangong Zhuang didn't like the way this family leader spoke, but it achieved his goal. After Nangong Shuayu's husband died, the Nangong family had been trying to convince Nangong Shuayu to return to the Nangong family instead of remaining at the Chai family. However, because of Chai Shahui, Nangong Shuayu was determined to stay in the Chai family. She was incredibly stubborn, and because no one could convince her, the Nangong family could only give in the end. Big sis, let's go back now. Nangong Zhuang felt quite angry. Of course, this wasn't towards Nangong Shuayu but towards the entire Chai family. Everything had happened as she had expected, and Nangong Shuayu calmly looked at everyone. She was unaffected by any of their words and said, "Little brother, I won't be going back, nor will the Chai family's people chase me away." Hearing these words, Nangong Zhuang looked at Nangong Shuayu angrily and said, "Big sis, do you still not see? They said that they wanted to cut you off and chase you out of the Chai family." The Chai family's people also looked quite confused. Could it be that Nangong Shuayu was stupid? They had made everything so clear, so how could she have not understood? Facing everyone's gazes, Nangong Shuayu remained calm as she continued, "Because I'm Great Ken's legatee's woman now." Ha ha ha. A young man started to loudly laugh as he said, "So you found Shahui find a stepdad? You looked pretty loyal and dependable, but..." Pa. Before the young man could finish his words, a loud slap sounded out, knocking him to the ground. Half of his face became incredibly red and swollen as a trace of blood flowed out of his mouth. The young man was quite shocked by this slap and looked over, and he found that it was actually the family leader of his branch who had slapped him. Enough, we'll leave matters here. Nangong Shuayu still belongs to the Chai family, and Shahui is still the Chai family's young master. You may all leave. This family leader didn't speak very loudly, but everyone was clear as to what was happening. This was because no one else was speaking and the scene was incredibly quiet. Everyone had been shocked by Nangong Shuayu's words. Nangong Shuayu had become Great Ken's legatee's woman. This was an incredibly big matter because there was now a direct relationship between her and Great Ken's legatee. After hearing the family leader's words, everyone started dispersing, and the family leaders of the various branches all smiled as they started to apologize to Nangong Shuayu. This was all because of Great Ken's legatee. If Nangong Shuayu had become Great Ken's legatee's woman, the Chai family would receive massive benefits. This was especially since later Zhu had submitted to Great Ken. If they had this extra relationship, things would go extremely well for them. Nangong Zhuang's expression became quite serious, and he asked in disbelief, "Big sis, is this true?" Hearing this, Nangong Shuayu nodded seriously. At first, she hadn't wanted to reveal this because it wasn't something honorable. After all, she was a woman with a child, and even though her husband had died quite early on, suddenly having someone else would result in people talking about her behind her back. Seeing Nangong Shuayu nod, Nangong Zhuang immediately took out his phone and made a call. This matter was quite big, and he had to tell the rest of the Nangong family. The call quickly connected, and Nangong Zhuang explained the situation. The person on the other side went silent for a few seconds before asking Nangong Zhuang to return and not do anything to disrupt Nangong Shuayu. It was clear that their family took this matter quite seriously. Nangong Zhuang looked at his big sister and sighed. He wasn't very comfortable with his big sister becoming someone else's woman, especially Great Ken's legatee's woman. Nangong Zhuang was quite against this because he knew that his big sister was sacrificing her body. It was impossible for there to be any feelings between her and Great Ken's legatee. He was worried that she would be thrown away by Great Ken's legatee after he was bored of her. With what Great Ken's legatee had done so far, as well as the Chaos Imperial Star Descent, this meant that Great Ken's legatee was fated to not be a good person. Even though his big sister becoming Great Ken's legatee's woman seemed to be a glorious matter, it was possible that her life wouldn't be any good. However, despite knowing this, Nangong Zhuang couldn't oppose it because it was something that both the Chai family and Nangong family wanted. As such, he could only sigh and take the people he brought away. The other family leaders all smiled and courteously chatted with Nangong Shuayu. After hearing some information from her, they happily left. Now, this matter was finally over. From the beginning, Nangong Shuayu's expression hadn't changed at all because she had already expected this. This was one of the reasons why she had given herself to Zhaofu. Zhaofu's appearance appeared in her mind. Becoming his woman had indeed been something quite glorious, and everyone had to treat her with respect now. This was how mighty his power was. Soon, this news reached Chai Shahui. Even though he felt a bit angry, he understood that his mother had done this for him, so he was unable to truly feel angry. 412 ancient times after Zhaofu led the soldiers back to Great Kin, he brought a portion of Eternal Knight's members to Battle City. The changes in Battle City surprised Zhaofu. Apart from the soldiers on the city walls, there were very few soldiers anywhere else. There weren't any soldiers patrolling the city, and the shops were all closed. The streets were in complete disorder, and a few bands of people were currently fighting, leaving a lot of blood on the streets. Great Kin's restaurant at Battle City was also forced to close because it was too chaotic outside. People indiscriminately attacked each other, and shops not closing would bring too much trouble. At the same time, because of how chaotic it was, there wouldn't be any customers anyway. The situation in Battle City was incredibly hectic, and there was no order at all. All sorts of factions, large and small, were engaging in battles. However, Zhao Fu noticed that most of the factions participating were player factions, and very few system factions were participating. Most of the deaths were from the player side, and no one bothered to pick up the corpses. Right now, there were essentially no solo players left. This was because solo players were doomed to die when walking alone on the streets, so the only players remaining here were part of factions. No one dared to go out by themselves. Zhao Fu went to the restaurant and said to the hooded person beside him, "Ergu, bring me all of the information you have on Battle City." "Yes, Your Majesty," Wang Ergu replied before bringing over a pile of documents. Zhao Fu sat on a chair and attentively read through the information. From the information provided, Battle City had been through what could be called a large baptism or a great trial by fire. Even though there were battles erupting all over Battle City, there was still a certain level of order. The city walls and some areas were protected, such as the systems shops. Most of these places didn't suffer any damage, and the city's basic facilities were still there. The current city lord wasn't very capable, and he had just turned Battle City into a massive arena, allowing the various factions to kill each other before picking the strongest out of them. From the information, Zhao Fu could tell that there were a few people who were most likely to succeed the city lord. The person with the greatest potential who had the biggest faction was called Zhuangqi, and he was the first gold medallion fighter in Battle City. He was the most famous out of the candidates, and his faction was established first, which was why it was the most powerful. The second person was called Hong Tenshan. He was Battle City's second gold medallion fighter, and he was slightly less famous than Zhuangqi. His faction was also slightly weaker. They were the two biggest rivals in Battle City, and there was often conflict between their sides. The third person was Jnaya. He was the most famous gold medallion fighter recently, and his sword sect was also a powerful force. Apart from these three people, there were also a few candidates who weren't weak at all. There was a person from the Khitan ethnic group, a dark elf, and a person called Zanziafai. These three people were all gold medallion fighters, and they had their own factions as well. Now that the various factions had started fighting chaotically, Zhao Fu didn't plan on getting involved. Great Qin wouldn't give Jnai any help because this was the city lord's trial for picking out the strongest and most talented person. If Great Qin became involved and the city lord found out about it and was displeased, it would result in trouble for Jnai. Moreover, Zhao Fu trusted in Jnai's abilities. Let's go back. After looking at this information, Zhao Fu found that he had come for nothing, so he went back to the Great Qin city with the others. The chaos in Battle City would last for a while until there was a final victor. Jnai ran the sword sect as a neutral faction, not attacking anyone who didn't attack him. He also relaxed the entrance requirements and took in some decent people, further expanding and developing the sword sect. At the same time, training became even more strict and intense so that they could develop a group of powerful swordsmen. Only then would the sword sect be prepared to win and cut away all obstructions. To others, they didn't seem very strong or very weak. There was no benefit in joining the chaotic battles so early on because the drain on their resources would be great. This would result in them having no power in the later stages, allowing others to reap the benefits. As such, Jnai was only prepared to start fighting in the middle to later stages. There were many factions with similar plans, so in the beginning, it was only the countless small and mid-sized factions fighting. After returning to Great Qin, Zhao Fu refined the two historical generals' corpses. Now, Great Qin would develop steadily for a while. Before, Great Qin had wanted to peacefully and smoothly develop for a while, but after discovering Later Zhu's location, they had to change their plans and attack. Now that they had taken Later Zhu, Great Qin would naturally return to its original plan. Now, within the territory that Great Qin wanted, only the Kingdom of Qi remained. Zhao Fu had sent his forces to look for the Kingdom of Qi's location, and this was a matter of great importance. If they could destroy the Kingdom of Qi, there would be no legatees within the territory that Great Qin wanted to claim for its nation. Of course, these were only the legatees that Zhao Fu knew about, and they hadn't yet discovered any hidden legatees. However, even if there were, there would most likely be very few of them. After all, just the Midland continent alone was many times bigger than the entire Earth, so it was unlikely there would be so many legatees gathered together. Furthermore, even if there were any legatees within those regions, they would be extremely weak, or they wouldn't hide. Normally, Those with a nation's legacy were quite powerful and reigned above even the large families, so there was no need to hide unless it was in front of a dynasty's legacy. It was a pity that even though Great Ken had expended a lot of effort searching for the Kingdom of Chi, they still hadn't found anything. It was as if the Kingdom of Chi had disappeared, and they couldn't find any information on it. It wasn't just its town's location but even its headquarters within the system main city that couldn't be found because it disbanded its headquarters. The Kingdom of Chi had most likely cut off all connections with the system main city and gone into hiding so that it could silently develop. This meant that Great Ken could do nothing to it. Since they couldn't find the Kingdom of Chi, Zhaofu could only relent, and Great Ken turned to solidify its foundation. This was primarily in terms of welfare. Great Ken was currently building roads, and because they were making the roads out of stone brick, it was easier than digging up rocks and refining them. Zhaofu ordered people to build large workshops for mass-producing stone bricks. Great Ken would be using the stone bricks for many things in the future, such as building houses, city walls, and roads, so they couldn't lack workshops. The workshop he had ordered people to build for Yanbone China was also complete, so they had started to mass-produce Yanbone China. Yanbone China was received quite well, and it had resulted in great sales. Yanbone China was quite unique and barely anyone had seen such a thing before. Even though Yanbone China wasn't the unique Chinaware of the Heaven Murder Empire, those were ancient times, and now, only Great Ken knew how to make it, making it something unique to Great Ken. Most of those who bought Yanbone China were upper-class figures. After all, not just anyone could afford to spend 5 gold coins on Yanbone China. Zhaofu didn't plan on lowering the price, even though Yanbone China barely cost anything. Great Ken was selling this as a premium item. Now that players were becoming richer and richer, the market would expand in the future. 413 Rising Ken Academy exams next. Zhaofu decided to prepare an exam to see how the students were doing in the Rising Ken Academy. Those who performed well would be greatly nurtured. The civil institution would hold a written exam, mainly testing ruling a country and bringing about peace. The better a country's internal affairs were, the better the foundation for the military side. The martial institution conducted martial trials. Of course, this wasn't done by fighting because everyone had different abilities. Some didn't start off with a good grade or have a special bloodline, so they wouldn't be able to become fearless experts. However, that wasn't what Zhaofu wanted anyway. He wanted them to lead troops into battle. Even though many of their innate talents were ordinary, if they worked hard, they could still achieve decent results, and Zhaofu would reward them with great orbs to change their fates. This was the benefit of the Heaven and Earth refining formation. Once the news about the exam spread, the countless students became incredibly excited. They had all been working hard so that they would be able to stand out in such an occasion. The hard-working students studied even harder, and the diligent martial students trained even harder. All 8,000 students of the Rising Ken Academy were preparing for this exam. It wasn't just the students who became excited but even the teachers. After teaching for so long, it was now time for them to see the results of their teaching and show Great Ken's legacy their worth. His Majesty had been supporting them so greatly in all sorts of areas, so if they were unable to develop any talents, they simply wouldn't be able to face him. The teachers started to become even more serious with their teaching, and the entire Rising Ken Academy became filled with passion as everyone did their best. At the same time, Zhaofu planned to train some more soldiers. Great Ken now had 870,000 residents, and Zhaofu decided to add another 40,000 soldiers, bringing the army to 160,000 soldiers in total. Zhaofu left this matter to Beiqi because he was familiar with these matters and would be able to train a troop of excellent soldiers. There was no need for Zhaofu to worry about this. A few days later, the dark yellow leaves became withered and started to fall from the trees. All traces of color seemed to disappear from the world as the temperature became even colder. Autumn had ended, and winter had arrived. The Rising Ken Academy's exams now began. The martial institution's exams were officiated by Wang Jian, while the civil institution's exams were officiated by Li Si. The students of both institutions were going through written exams on either internal affairs or the art of war. Only those who performed well would progress to the next stage. The exams were conducted strictly, and any signs of cheating or other forms of trickery would result in immediate expulsion. It was an overcast day and seemed like it would rain at any moment. As such, these exams were conducted in the classrooms. Another reason was because it would be quite difficult to fit all of the 8,000 students into a hall together. All of the students had their heads down as they furiously wrote, and all of the classrooms were extremely silent. The teachers acted as proctors, and others also walked around to prevent any cheating. Zhaofu absolutely hated cheating, so he had set strict rules against it. Time gradually passed, and soon, the written examination had concluded. The teachers quickly read through the papers and picked out the students who had performed well. Those who were chosen would receive level 1 honors, which meant that they would receive more resources. When choosing people for positions in the future, these people would have priority. To some, this perhaps seemed quite unfair because it was disadvantageous to those who weren't good at studying or writing. However, this was a world where the strong preyed on the weak, and those who didn't qualify were eliminated. Only the excellent would survive. It wasn't like this just in the Heaven Awakened world but even the real world as well. In any school or university, grades were of utmost importance, and in workplaces, results determined whether one survived or not. It was that simple. The world wasn't a place filled with love. Out of the 8,000 students, only 1,200 students progressed to the next stage. The second stage involved interviews. Older soldiers would pose questions to those from the martial institution, and residents would pose questions to those from the civil institution, testing them on various areas of their knowledge. Zhao Fu didn't like systems where knowledge was crammed into students. This would only restrict their thinking, and he didn't want to have a group of useless scholars. As such, he didn't just rely on written exams like the Confucians to test a person's aptitude. Out of the 1,200 people, 800 progressed to the next stage. These 800 people received level 2 honors and allowed them to attempt the next exam. The next exam was held by some generals and ministers. They posed various questions, all of which were quite difficult and challenging. As such, less than 100 people successfully passed this exam, and they received level 3 honors. The final exam was officiated by Great Ken's main leaders, and 13 people rose above the rest, giving them the right to see Zhao Fu. Such a comprehensive, detailed, and strict way of choosing talents was praised and adopted by later generations. Out of the 13 people, there were 9 males and 4 females, and they were all around 15 to 16 years old. In ancient times, such a scene would have been impossible to see, but Zhao Fu refused to discriminate between genders. They were the most talented members of the younger generation in Great Kin, and they would definitely accomplish great things for Great Kin in the future. Currently, the 13 youths looked incredibly excited as they knelt in a great hall, with the sovereign, Great Kin's legatee, sitting on a chair above. Being summoned by Great Kin's legatee was an incredibly glorious matter, and it caused the youths to be unable to control their emotions. "You may all rise." Zhao Fu smiled as he looked at the youths below. They would all be the pillars of Great Kin in the future. "Yes, Your Majesty." The 13 people replied in unison as they stood up. Zhao Fu waited for a few moments for them to calm down before starting to ask them questions, such as how they could obtain military victories and how they could properly rule the world. The 13 people had been chosen through 4 rounds of exams, and they were all quite mature. They quickly calmed themselves down before replying to Zhao Fu's questions. Their answers received the praise of the many generals and ministers, and Zhao Fu was also satisfied and rewarded them all heavily for their results in the exam. Now, the exams had officially concluded, and news quickly came that another festival was about to begin. 414 Disaster Festival. Now that it was winter, Zhao Fu wondered what sort of festival this was. He went to a system main city and looked around for information. The situation in the system main city was different compared to the previous times when there were festivals. Usually, there would be all sorts of celebrations, such as sticking things, hanging things, or selling festive items, and the streets would be packed with people. Even for a terrifying festival like the Ghost Festival, the people first celebrated it before it actually arrived. However, there were no such celebrations this time, and not a single person looked excited. Everyone hurried about, buying all sorts of things. Some bought food, while others bought water tanks. Others bought things like firewood, umbrellas, and boats. If Zhao Fu hadn't known that this was a festival, he would have thought that some calamity was about to strike. After all of the residents seemed like they were preparing for something terrible. Moreover, because of this, the prices of things were quickly rising. Afterward, Zhao Fu found out that this festival was called the Disaster Festival, also known as the Suffering Festival. There would be all sorts of natural disasters, such as droughts, fires, and floods, and with natural disasters being the main theme of this festival, no one could be happy about it. Like before, this festival would last for 7 days and would begin at 12 a.m. This festival was also more of a festival for individuals. There would be all sorts of natural disasters during the festival, and if one could stop or defend against the natural disasters, one would receive virtue points. For example, if a flood erupted, anyone who contributed to stopping it would obtain virtue points. Because it was a festival for individuals, the points would be directly given to whoever contributed. If any of Zhao Fu's soldiers stopped the flood, the points would belong to the soldiers, not him. Anyone who helped or contributed would be given virtue points, which could be traded for items. Because this festival was centered around natural disasters, it was a great threat to normal factions, large families factions, and system factions because they would all be greatly affected. Even though they wouldn't be destroyed by the natural disasters, it would provide them with a great deal of trouble. However, those with legacies wouldn't be affected as much because they had heaven prayer platforms and resistance against natural disasters. This festival was quite advantageous towards the legacy factions. While others wouldn't have food, the legacy factions would have more than enough. They would naturally be able to reign above others. This was the advantage of those with a legacy. Moreover, the natural disaster resistance stat would even give bonus virtue points. The greater one's natural disaster resistance stat, the greater the bonus would be. This caused Zhao Fu to grin because this festival was incredibly good for Great Qin. After all, Great Qin had taken down 4 legatees, and he had obtained the natural disaster resistance stats of each of those 4 factions, making Great Qin's natural disaster resistance stat quite powerful. Right now, Zhao Fu didn't know exactly how much Great Qin's natural disaster stat was because there were some other things that added to it, including the Earth Temple and Water God statue. Zhao Fu decided to take a look at the total after returning to the Great Qin city. Next, Zhao Fu went to the exchange stone steel to take a look at what rewards there were. The 10,000 Flower Festival was centered around equipment, the Ghost Festival was centered around professions, the Divine Fish Festival was centered around city creation stones, and the Disaster Festival was centered around medicinal pills. The top 10 pills were peak-level medicinal pills that had incredibly powerful effects, shocking those who saw them. Dao Comprehension Pill, an incredibly rare cultivation-type medicinal pill that has powerful effects. It can cause one to comprehend the Tao and control the world's source energy. This pill shouldn't be used by those with low cultivations, or their mind and spirit may be destroyed. Heavenly Sage Pill, an incredibly fine gold rank type medicinal pill that has heaven-defying effects. It can cause someone with human grade to advance to heaven grade, change one's constitution, and strengthen one's stats. Revival Pill, an incredibly heaven-defying recovery type medicinal pill. Anyone who has been heavily injured or even died can be revived as long as the pill is consumed within 8 hours of death. Berserker Pill, a battle-type medicinal pill that was refined through the fleshly essence of tens of thousands of bloodthirsty demons. Consuming it will give one immensely terrifying power, and all of one's stats will be boosted by tens of times. However, the side effect is that one will fall into boundless slaughter. All Poison Divine Pill, a constitution-type medicinal pill that was refined using tens of thousands of poisonous spirit grasses. Consuming it will result in one having a poison spirit constitution, and one will be essentially immune to all types of poison. It will also give one great resistance to even the deadliest poisons. Vermilion Bird Blood Pill, a bloodline-type medicinal pill that was refined using a vermilion bird's fleshly essence. Consuming it will result in one obtaining the vermilion bird's bloodline, and it allows one to control the vermilion bird's flames. It will also give one great resistance towards all fire. Life Connecting Pill, 10 support-type medicinal pills. There is one master pill and 9 subordinate pills. The one who consumes the master pill will obtain half of the stats and life force of those who consume the subordinate pills. When the person who consumed the master pill is injured, the damage will be shared with those who consume the subordinate pills. Stage Breaking Pill, a breakthrough medicinal pill that has powerful effects but requires a great price. The person who consumed it can break through from stage 1 to stage 5, but the person's cultivation will forever remain at stage 5. Might Pill, an enhancement-type medicinal pill that basically doesn't have any side effects. The person who consumes it will be able to raise his stats by 3 times and obtain pure power. The person's body and constitution will be greatly enhanced as well. 100 Dragon Sun Pill, a special enhancement-type medicinal pill that countless men would dream of having. It was refined using all sorts of yang-type spirit grasses, and after consuming it, one's body will be greatly enhanced in a special way. The enhancement is permanent, and legends say that one will be able to conquer hundreds of women with it. After looking at the top 10 medicinal pills, Zhao Fu felt that they were all incredibly powerful. The top-ranked pill, the Dao Comprehension Pill, allowed one to control the world's source energy, so it was indescribably powerful. The second-ranked pill, the Heavenly Sage Pill, was also incredibly valuable, and from the information Zhao Fu had obtained from God Kerr, he knew that only roughly 1 in 10 billion people would have such a grade. It was clear how rare it was. The third-ranked pill, the Revival Pill, was also similarly powerful because it could even revive a dead person. This was the first time that Zhao Fu had encountered such a medicinal pill before. 415 total natural disaster resistance apart from the top 3 pills. A pill that also caught Zhao Fu's eye was the All-Poison Divine Pill. The art of poison was incredibly mysterious and difficult to defend against, and even emperors feared such a thing. As such, all emperors had some way of defending against poison. With the All-Poison Divine Pill, Zhao Fu would be immune to all sorts of poison in the future, which would be quite good. There would definitely be people wanting to use poison against him in the future, so it would be good to have such a thing. Apart from the All-Poison Divine Pill, the Vermilion Bird Blood Pill was also quite good because it allowed one to have the Vermilion Bird's bloodline. The vermilion bird was one of China's 4 holy beasts, so its power was definitely quite great. Because the vermilion bird blood pill was ranked 6th, it was most likely not too powerful but also not too weak. After seeing the 10th ranked medicinal pill, the 100 dragon sun pill, Zhao Fu couldn't help but smile. This was indeed something that most men would want, but it simply sounded too exaggerated. Zhao Xin. Suddenly, a familiar woman's voice sounded out from behind him. Zhao Fu turned and saw Zhongru smiling as she looked at him. Zhao Fu also smiled as he replied, "Long time no see." Zhongru nodded as she walked over to Zhao Fu and said, "You're so busy that it's difficult to even see you around." These days, Zhao Fu had been continuously moving about from region to region. If it wasn't because of the festival, he wouldn't have come to Holy Light City. After hearing Zhongru's words, he awkwardly smiled, and seeing that Zhongru looked quite good, he asked, "Have things been going well recently?" Zhongru replied. The shop's business had been getting better and better, and the Zhang family's position had been on the rise as well. She no longer felt any pressure from her family, so she felt quite happy. "How about you? Have you been well?" Zhongru caringly asked. Zhao Fu thought about the recent events and replied, "Not too bad." When she heard this, Zhongru let out a small sigh of relief. "I feel like you're becoming busier and busier. I thought it was because of Great Ken's legatee." Zhao Fu felt quite surprised and looked at Zhongru as he asked, "You know about Great Ken's legatee?" Zhongru covered her mouth as she laughed. "How could I not know? Now, every player knows about Great Ken's legatee, and even though I don't care too much about those sorts of things, as someone a part of a big family, how could I not know?" Hearing this, Zhao Fu could only nod. Zhongru continued, "Before, I was quite worried about you because recently, Great Ken's legatee has continuously destroyed a few nations. East Green is quite close to the Forest of Horrors, so I was worried that Great Ken's legatee may have set his eyes on you. Looks like everything's fine." Hearing Zhongru's words of care, Zhao Fu felt a trace of warmth within his heart, and he chuckled as he replied, "Great Ken's legatee probably won't make a move against me. Don't worry." "That's good," Zhongru replied as she charmingly smiled. Following that, Zhao Fu and Zhongru chatted for a short while before they both happily departed. After returning to Great Ken, Zhao Fu looked at Great Ken's overall natural disaster resistance stat. Most of it came from the Heaven Prayer platforms, while there were other small bonuses. Great Ken, Heaven Prayer platform, a special structure of an Empire Legacy village. It can level up with a village. Special stats, resistance to natural disasters plus 75%, chance of spawning S grade or above villagers plus 40%. Great Shun, Heaven Prayer platform, a special structure of an Empire Legacy village. It can level up with a village. Special stats, resistance to natural disasters plus 35%, chance of spawning S grade or above villagers plus 15%. State of Way, Heaven Prayer platform, a special structure of an Empire Legacy village. It can level up with a village. Special stats, resistance to natural disasters plus 30%, chance of spawning S grade or above villager S plus 10%. Later Zhu, Heaven Prayer platform, a special structure of an Empire Legacy village. It can level up with a village. Special stats, resistance to natural disasters plus 40%, chance of spawning S grade or above villagers plus 20%. State of Zheng, Heaven Prayer platform, a special structure of an Empire Legacy village. It can level up with a village. Special stats, resistance to natural disasters plus 25%, chance of spawning S grade or above villagers plus 5%. The Heaven Prayer platforms of the various nations had different stats based on the fate of that nation. Of course, the most powerful one was Great Ken, and the weakest one was the State of Zheng. Zhao Fu then looked at the other structures. Level 4 Earth Temple, contains a trace of divine power and can protect a piece of land. It requires sacrifices of incense, and the more incense there is, the more powerful the Earth Temple will become. Current stats, crop production time minus 50%, crop output plus 35%, resistance to natural disasters plus 15%. Water God Statue, Level 3, Description, a statue of a water god that can protect boats on the water. It requires sacrifices of incense, and the more incense there is, the more powerful the water god statue will become. Current stats, gives the water gods protection and resistance to natural disasters plus 5%. Finally, there was also the city god temple that was now level 4. It had a decent protective power and would definitely be of help when there were natural disasters. However, because it didn't have a natural disaster resistance stat, it wasn't counted. Altogether, the total natural disaster resistance that Great Ken had was 195%, which meant that Zhao Fu would obtain 195% virtue points. Natural disaster resistance was incredibly difficult to obtain. The Earth Temple that Zhao Fu had obtained quite early on was already level 4, but after leveling up, only the crop production time decreased and crop output increased, It seemed that the 15% natural disaster resistance was its limit, and it wouldn't continue increasing, unlike the Heaven Prayer platform. The only thing that had some potential was the water god statue. This statue was quite special, and if properly nurtured, it could surpass the Earth Temple. Now that Great Ken had such high natural disaster resistance, they essentially didn't have to fear any natural disasters. After all, the natural disasters wouldn't be apocalyptic, and Great Ken would be able to survive easily with its natural disaster resistance. There wasn't much to prepare for the disaster festival because no one had any idea what would come and when. As such, it would be difficult to gain benefits from this festival. For example, if there was a cyclone that was powerful enough to uproot trees and blow houses away, how would one stop it? Running away from it or resisting it wouldn't provide any virtue points, only by stopping the cyclone would one gain any virtue points. Similarly for floods, one would have to stop the water, and for earthquakes, one would have to find ways for the ground to settle down, only then would one be able to obtain virtue points. Virtue was based on achievements and morality, and in Buddhism, those with virtue could become Buddhas and enter paradise. However, if a person wanted to resist a natural disaster, the person would need immense strength. How could an ordinary person have such strength? As such, most ordinary people wouldn't be able to participate and could only do their best to survive. This was why this festival was also called the Suffering Festival. 416 Disaster Bees. It was still afternoon, so there was some time before the festival began at midnight. Zhaofu decided to prepare by collecting some information on the disaster festival so as not to be caught off guard when it came. Time gradually passed, and soon, midnight arrived. Boom! A massive explosion sounded out in the air as a shockwave rippled out. This explosion could be heard all throughout the Heaven Awakened world, and it made everyone feel a stabbing pain from within their ears. The lighting suddenly became darker as an oppressive aura continuously descended from above as if there was a terrifying demon about to descend. The entire world seemed to fall silent, and it became quite dark, making it impossible to see anything. However, that oppressive aura became stronger and stronger. Whoosh! A massive gust of wind started to blow, bringing with it an aura of destruction. This terrifying aura was enough to make people's hairs stand on end. Rumble! The wild wind seemed to be able to blow away anything, and it started to assault the entire forest of horrors. Countless trees trembled as if they were about to be lifted up, and countless rocks were easily brought into the air. The forest of horrors' first natural disaster was a cyclone. Under the assault of such an intense cyclone, countless villages were severely damaged, and even some roofs were lifted off homes. Some buildings were knocked over, but that wasn't the most terrifying thing. What was most terrifying was that the countless rocks and logs lifted up by the wind would be slammed down, causing the ground to crack. Some buildings were ravaged by these rocks and logs, and people ran about in terror. However, they didn't dare to go too far away from shelter because it was quite difficult to walk in the wind, and they would be blown away if they weren't careful. It wasn't just the players, even the system factions were affected. Many roofs were lifted off, and rocks and logs destroyed countless buildings, creating a devastating scene. As the cyclone assaulted the forest of horrors, Great Ken's territory shined with a faint light that seemed quite bright in the dark surroundings as something strange happened. The wind in that area suddenly became much gentler before disappearing. Great Ken was completely unaffected as if there was no cyclone at all. This caused all of the nervous residents to let out a sigh of relief, and they all thanked Zhaofu. This was all because of Great Ken's natural disaster resistance stats. The cyclone continued for 10 or so minutes, leaving the forest of horrors in a complete mess. Countless trees had fallen, and many large rocks lay scattered about in craters. Seeing that the cyclone had stopped, countless people let out a sigh of relief. Zhaofu didn't do anything because this was only the opening act of the disaster festival. Only after this would the true disaster festival begin. Zhaofu used his flight stone and turned into a ray of black light as he left the Great Ken city. He looked at the aftermath of the cyclone and was surprised to see how much destruction it had caused. However, this was what the disaster festival was like. Now that everyone had seen how terrifying it was, it would gradually get better. However, that cyclone hadn't completely dissipated. It had instead turned into 20 or so gigantic azure birds that had wingspans of 30 meters. They weren't corporeal beings. Instead, they were formed from an azure-colored wind. They looked just like normal birds, but their eyes were especially sharp and contained an azure light. These sorts of beings were called disaster beasts, and they caused natural disasters. They would only appear during the disaster festival and cause all sorts of natural disasters. In the real world, there were many reasons for natural disasters. Cyclones were because of the movement of air currents, earthquakes were because of tectonic movements in the Earth's crust, and droughts were because of a lack of rain over a long period of time. Those were real natural disasters, and they had widespread effects. They couldn't be controlled and were difficult to recover from. However, things were different in the Heaven Awakened world, The festival only lasted for 7 days, and because everything would return to normal afterward, the natural disasters were all caused by disaster beasts as opposed to actual natural disasters. There were many different types of disaster beasts, and the azure-colored birds were only one type of disaster beast responsible for creating cyclones. They were called wind disaster beasts. Wind disaster beasts weren't as powerful as that cyclone from before, but they could still muster up winds that could affect everything within 100 kilometers. They were also quite hard to deal with. They didn't attack directly. Instead, they created large gusts of wind that destroyed one's village. If one sent an army to attack them, they would quickly fly away upon seeing so many people because disaster beasts had some intelligence. They would then return after some time and create gusts of wind from another direction. That was why individuals had an advantage, which was also why it was said that this festival was one for individuals. With Greatkin's natural disaster resistance stats, the disaster beasts wouldn't go to Greatkin, so Zhaofu had to come out and seek them out. However, this wouldn't be too difficult because there would be wind disaster beasts wherever there was a strong wind. Zhaofu used his flight stone, and after flying for a while, he saw an area being blown about by massive gusts of wind. He activated his king's domain, and a black barrier with dragon inscriptions on it appeared around him as he dived into the wind. After flying for a while, he saw a gigantic azure bird in the sky. This bird was continuously flapping its wings, causing powerful gusts of wind to ripple out from it. Some trees were even uprooted, and large rocks were sent into the air. Zhaofu maintained his king's domain with his full strength, resisting the wind. By now, the wind disaster beast had discovered Zhaofu and flapped its wings, causing 2 massive wind blades to fly towards him. Luckily, as the wind disaster beast attacked, the wild gale around him ceased, otherwise, it would have been very difficult for Zhaofu to move. Facing those 2 wind blades, Zhaofu drew the sky demon's sword and dodged the first wind blade before vigorously slashing out, sending out a 10-meter-long black arc of light that clashed with the second, causing the attacks to explode. However, at that moment, the wind disaster beast once again flapped its wings, and a pillar of wind knocked Zhaofu back. After steadying his body in midair, Zhaofu released all of his strength, and the City Lord's seal within his body trembled as a powerful aura spread out from his body. With the City Lord's seal, Zhaofu's strength became many times more powerful, and he quickly rushed towards the wind disaster beast. The wind disaster beast released a few more wind blades, which Zhaofu exploded with his own attacks, causing the wind disaster beast to feel quite shocked. It cried out as it charged towards Zhaofu. It was made up of countless strands of wind energy, so it had a very sharp aura and could even reduce steel to small pieces. However, Zhaofu coldly laughed and didn't hide his strength as he used one of his divine skills, Godly Demonic Thrust. 417 Wind Disaster Crystal. The Sky Demon's sword gave off traces of demonic chi that resulted in terrifying ripples as a 7-meter-long sword image appeared. By now, the gigantic wind disaster beast had reached Zhaofu, and it gave off a powerful air of suppression as its sharp beak shot towards him. Zhaofu didn't move, and as the wind disaster beast arrived, he swung the Sky Demon's sword, causing the massive sword image to also slash out as he gave off an aura that seemed to be able to crush rocks. Kai. The sword image slashed through the air, chopping off the wind disaster beast's head. Instantly, the wind disaster beast's body turned into a wild gale that exploded, and an azure crystal appeared in the air. Zhaofu steadied his body and resisted that wind, and after it dissipated, he looked at the azure crystal. At the same time, Zhaofu received a system announcement that he had killed a level 2 wind disaster beast and stopped a cyclone, rewarding him with 4,000 virtue points. Disaster beasts were split into different levels, and their level determined how much destruction they could cause. This was only a level 2 disaster beast, and because it was quite easy to deal with, killing it gave the killer only 2,000 virtue points. However, because of Greatkin's natural disaster resistance stat, he obtained 4,000 virtue points. However, it was only because of the City Lord's seal that Zhaofu had been able to deal with it so easily. Otherwise, with his own strength, it would have been quite troublesome. Zhaofu then looked at the azure crystal. It was about as long as a finger and 2 finger lengths wide, and it gave off a wind attribute energy. Wind disaster crystal, a crystal produced after a disaster beast is killed. Using it can cause one to obtain the Heaven's Blessing, and it might be accompanied by an item. Heaven's Blessing? Zhaofu felt quite curious and immediately used it. The crystal gave off a bright azure light as a light breeze blew. After the azure light faded, a helmet appeared before Zhaofu's eyes. Zhaofu looked at the stats and found that they were quite good, and it was a dark gold rank piece of equipment. It seemed that the Heaven's Blessings weren't anything direct, and this was just something that gave extra items like previous festivals. Zhaofu continued onwards and found a wind disaster beast in a valley. It was quite small, only having a wingspan of 10 meters, and could only create wind that affected everything within 10 kilometers, making it not very strong. As soon as the wind disaster beast saw Zhao Fu, it flapped its wings and created a large gust of wind as it immediately tried to escape. With how fast wind disaster beasts were, Zhao Fu wouldn't be able to catch up to it. Zhao Fu immediately took out an evil crushing spear and filled it with his king's power. The evil crushing spear shined with a brilliant silver light as the inscriptions on it moved about, and an evil crushing power radiated out. Zhao Fu vigorously threw out the evil crushing spear, which turned into a silver ray of light and pierced through the escaping wind disaster beast. Whoosh! The wind disaster beast's body exploded and turned into a large gust of wind, leaving an azure crystal in its place. System announcement. You have killed a level 1 wind disaster beast and obtained 2,000 virtue points. Zhao Fu flew over and took the azure crystal and used it, which gave him an ordinary dark gold rank piece of equipment. It seemed that disaster beasts would give at least dark gold rank pieces of equipment if one was able to kill them. The 3 main cities were being assaulted by massive gusts of wind, and what was causing this was a level 4 wind disaster beast that could create cyclones affecting everything within 10,000 kilometers. Under this immense wind, the ordinary soldiers found it difficult to even walk, and it was impossible to reach the center of this cyclone. The 3 city lords felt incredibly helpless, and they had to use their city lord seals. Disaster beasts wouldn't directly attack villages. Instead, they only created natural disasters. A wind disaster beast that could create a cyclone affecting everything within 10,000 kilometers wasn't easy to find, and the closer they got to the center, the more difficult it was to advance. The level 4 wind disaster beast had a wingspan of 100 meters, and even for the 3 city lords with their city lord seals, it would be quite difficult to deal with it. Zhao Fu temporarily didn't go to challenge the level 4 wind disaster beast because he knew it would be quite difficult to deal with it and would be a waste of his time. Moreover, with his natural disaster resistance stats, killing a level 2 wind disaster beast would be equivalent to killing that level 4 wind disaster beast to others. If he could kill a level 3 wind disaster beast, that would be equivalent to others killing a level 5 wind disaster beast. Moreover, level 3 wind demon beasts already gave fragmented epic rank items. After battling for an entire night, Zhao Fu finished using up his evil crushing spears and gained 28,000 virtue points, which was quite good. If he had 3 times more points, he would be able to obtain the 10th ranked pill, the 100 Dragon Sun pill. Of course, Zhao Fu valued his virtue points and wouldn't purchase such a thing. At the same time, after killing his 10th level 1 wind disaster beast, he received a blessing. Heaven's Favor, level 1, description, the Heaven's Favor towards you will give you protection. It also provides your territory with natural disaster resistance plus 5%. It turned out this festival could even give one natural disaster resistance stats, which shocked Zhao Fu. This could, no doubt, increase the gap between legatees and ordinary factions. In the later stages, when natural disasters became more and more frequent, legatees would have a massive advantage. Of course, these stats wouldn't be given for free. Only by working hard and killing disaster beasts would one obtain these stats. Moreover, since Heaven's Favor was labeled as level 1, there were definitely higher levels for killing different levels of disaster beasts. After battling for a night, Zhao Fu felt quite tired and went back to the Great Qin city to rest, and he ordered his subordinates to collect more information on disaster beasts. This was because disaster beasts didn't spawn very quickly, so he would have to visit regions other than the Forest of Horrors if he wanted as many points as possible. Regardless, Great Qin would be fine whether disaster beasts spawned quickly or not. However, if disaster beasts spawned quickly, other places would be in dire straits, and there wouldn't be a single village left intact in the entire Forest of Horrors. Now, Zhao Fu felt that most of the wind disaster beasts in the Forest of Horrors had been killed, so he decided to have a look at other regions. A while later, one of Zhao Fu's subordinates came to report that there was a massive flood in another region. There had been a torrential rain since the disaster festival had begun, and it hadn't stopped. The amount of water that had gathered was terrifying, and not only had the entire region been flooded, but the surrounding regions had also been severely affected. The city lords could only work together to destroy the void zones and evacuate the millions of residents so that they could survive. The villages in the wilderness weren't so lucky, they were unable to avoid the floodwaters and were drowned by them. With how big a region was, Zhao Fu estimated that at least 7 million people had died. What was going on? With such a terrifying flood, if it had happened in the Forest of Horrors, even Great Qin would have been greatly affected. It was surprising that such a terrifying natural disaster could happen during this festival. 418 level 10 disaster. There must have been something that had affected the disaster festival for such a horrifying thing to happen. The flood was of such a magnitude that not only did it inundate an entire region, but it had also flooded the surrounding few regions. It was possible that this was the highest level disaster, a level 10 disaster. Zhao Fu was quite interested in this region. If he could resolve this disaster, the benefits he would obtain would be massive. As such, he asked Go Binglin to collect information on that region, and after reading through it, Zhao Fu started to look quite serious. That region had the dragon sealing well. That definitely had to do with this flood, otherwise, it would be too big of a coincidence. The city lords of that region had gone to take a look, and he had fished there for a long time in the past. However, everything had been normal. Could it be that the disaster festival had caused some sort of change? When he thought of this, Zhao Fu decided to go and have a look for himself. Since the region was completely inundated, he couldn't directly teleport there. As such, he teleported to a neighboring region before entering the flooded region. After entering that region, Zhao Fu felt quite shocked. The sky was completely dark, and it gave off a powerful oppressive aura as rain poured down torrentially without stopping. The entire region was like a massive ocean, and only a few mountain peaks could be seen. However, with how quickly the water level was rising, these mountain peaks would be submerged soon too, and the survivors could only wait for death in despair. Zhao Fu didn't bother saving them. Rather than just saving a few of them, it would be better to find the source of this flood and cut it off at its root. Zhao Fu took out his map and flew towards where the dragon sealing well was. A few hours later, he finally arrived. The water here was abnormally still and clear, and it seemed incredibly pure. It was as if there was some sort of power protecting the dragon sealing well. Zhao Fu stood in the air and looked at the dragon sealing well below. He was now sure that the dragon sealing well was the reason for this disaster. This was because Zhao Fu could clearly feel that the dragon sealing well gave off a powerful aura of disaster, and there were 10 level 1 water disaster beasts guarding it. These water disaster beasts looked like fishes and were only 10 meters long, and their bodies were made of water. They gave off a faint blue light, and their eyes looked like 2 blue gems. Zhao Fu didn't fear the 10 water disaster beasts individually, but it would be quite difficult to deal with the 10 water disaster beasts together. If they all attacked at once, that would be quite problematic. Zhao Fu raised the Sky Demon Sword and lightly yelled, "Godly Hell's Doors." The Sky Demon Sword gave off a black sword light that shot into the sky, and a 100-meter wide black hole that gave off a terrifying aura appeared. Traces of demonic chi flowed out of the black hole as demons' roars could be heard. Following this, demons holding pitchforks with wings on their backs continuously flew out of the black hole. Because Zhao Fu had used his full strength and also used the City Lord Seal's power, he was able to summon 1,000 or so demons. These 1,000 or so demons flew about in the air and horrifyingly laughed. If there was anyone around, they would have been shocked and scared to the point that their legs would have given out. Zhao Fu lowered his sword towards the water, and the countless demons obeyed, shooting towards the water. The water disaster beasts around the dragon sealing well started to attack. They sucked in water before spitting them out like cannonballs. When the water cannonballs hit the demons dissipated. However, even though the water cannonballs were incredibly powerful and fast, there were simply too many demons. By now, many of the demons had reached the water and started to attack the water disaster beasts. The pitchforks stabbed towards the water disaster beasts' bodies, and though the demons weren't too strong, they were still able to deal some damage to the level 1 water disaster beasts. The water disaster beasts started to retaliate. They gave off a bright blue light as they twisted their bodies, resulting in large splashes that knocked the demons off them. As the demons and the water disaster beasts fought, Zhao Fu started to move. He turned invisible before stealthily arriving beside a water disaster beast and suddenly attacking it. The Sky Demon's sword shined with a piercing light as it stabbed into the water disaster beast's head. The water disaster beast's body froze and exploded into water, leaving behind a blue crystal. Zhao Fu had summoned so many demons not to take down the water disaster beasts but to use them to distract the water disaster beasts so that he could get rid of them. With 1,000 or so demons, it was much easier for Zhao Fu to deal with the water disaster beasts. After a while, Zhao Fu had killed them all, and he obtained 20,000 virtue points and 10 disaster crystals, which he was quite happy with. After killing the water disaster beasts, Zhao Fu went to the side of the dragon sealing well. It looked just like before and didn't seem very special. The well was made out of white brick, and there were 36 chains lowered into it. It also seemed incredibly deep. Zhao Fu slightly hesitated before diving down into the well. The space within the well was surprisingly big, and it was difficult to tell how wide and deep it was. As Zhao Fu continued to descend, the light became dimmer and dimmer before it became completely dark, and the silence around him was quite terrifying as well. Zhao Fu took out a pearl called a light pearl, which could be bought in shops at the system main cities. Light pearls were a high-quality item, and the light they gave off could illuminate everything within a few hundred meters. With the light, the depths of this well didn't seem as terrifying. Even though it was quite large inside the well, Zhao Fu knew where he was going. After all, he was just following those 36 chains. Zhao Fu had no idea how long those chains were because he had been descending for thousands of meters, yet there was still no sign of the end. As he continued to descend, time seemed to slow down, and soon, Zhao Fu started to feel impatient. He had no idea how deep this well was. There seemed to be no end to this, nor were there any changes to his surroundings. Zhao Fu decided to keep going for a bit longer, but he had no idea when he would reach the bottom. Suddenly, a massive figure appeared behind Zhao Fu that immediately opened its mouth and bit towards Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu dodged to the side, avoiding this attack, and he saw what it was that had attacked him. It was a level 4 water disaster beast that was about 100 meters long. It gave off a powerful oppressive aura. Seeing this water disaster beast, Zhao Fu let out a breath of relief. After all, seeing this water disaster beast meant that he was getting somewhere. If he continued descending without any changes to his surroundings, he would lose his patience. 419 Unknown creature swish, swish, swish. Right after Zhao Fu dodged the bite, the water disaster beast's body shined with a blue light as spears made of water formed around it and pointed at Zhao Fu. The spears gave off an incredibly sharp aura and shot towards Zhao Fu. Facing the countless spears, Zhao Fu didn't dare to be careless and dodged as he used his most powerful defensive ability. A 10-meter-tall image of a shield appeared, and it gave off a firm and unbreakable aura. The spears that hit the shield exploded back into water, and the massive shield image continuously trembled as it bore these attacks. Zhao Fu started to counterattack, and he slashed out, causing the Sky Demon's sword to hum as a massive black sword light blasted out and hit the water disaster beast's body. Roar! The water disaster beast howled in pain as the black sword light cut open a part of its body, injuring it heavily. However, the water disaster beast once again attacked. A massive water cannonball shot out as Zhao Fu quickly flew to the side. However, the cannonball was too big, and Zhao Fu was still grazed by it, giving him a minor injury. As expected, a level 4 disaster beast wasn't that easy to deal with. Zhao Fu immediately entered stealth, and with the stellar pendant and his assassin profession, if Zhao Fu wanted to hide, it would be very difficult for anyone to find him. Roar! Seeing that Zhao Fu had disappeared, the water disaster beast seemed quite shocked, but in the next moment, a black sword light slashed out from its side. The water disaster beast quickly tried to dodge, but it was still hit and blasted backward. This attack once again heavily injured the water disaster beast, and after realizing it still couldn't see Zhao Fu, it started to continuously twist about and launch large-scale attacks. The shockwaves from these large-scale attacks were quite powerful, and it would be similar to being rammed by a bull. As such, Zhao Fu could only stay away. However, the large-scale attacks used a lot of the water disaster beast's strength, and this only continued for a short while before it stopped. Suddenly, a black figure that gave off demonic chi charged towards the water disaster beast. Seeing that Zhao Fu had finally revealed himself, the water disaster beast spat out another massive water cannonball, wanting to heavily injure Zhao Fu. However, just as it was about to hit Zhao Fu, the real Zhao Fu appeared by its side, holding the slaughtering ghost sword. That black figure was the Sky Demon. Catching the water disaster beast by surprise, Zhao Fu swung and chopped into its head. Roar! The water disaster beast roared in pain before its body exploded into water, knocking Zhao Fu back as a blue crystal appeared where it had been. System announcement. You have killed a level 4 water disaster beast and obtained 8,000 virtue points. Master, I helped out a lot this time, so please reward me. The Sky Demon smiled as it looked at Zhao Fu expectantly. Zhao Fu waved his hand, and the Sky Demon turned into a black light that shot towards Zhao Fu and became a sword again. Zhao Fu said, "Have I ever treated you unfairly?" Hearing Zhao Fu's words, the Sky Demon grinned and didn't say anything. Zhao Fu chose to use the crystal dropped by the level 4 water disaster beast and obtained a epic rank material, which he put away. Following this, Zhao Fu continued to dive down, and his surroundings became more and more dangerous. A day later, Zhao Fu wiped away a trace of blood from his mouth and put away a crystal left behind by a level 5 water disaster beast. After a whole day, Zhao Fu had traveled down incredibly far, and he had seen many different water disaster beasts. He now had 170,000 or so virtue points, which was enough to purchase many of the top 10 medicinal pills. At the same time, he had obtained 3 level 5 disaster crystals and 11 level 4 disaster crystals. If level 4 disaster crystals gave normal epic rank items, level 5 disaster crystals would give excellent epic rank items. For now, Zhao Fu still hadn't seen a level 5 disaster beast. What made Zhao Fu feel quite happy was that the chains were no longer going straight downwards, and they were instead somewhat slanted. This meant that he was nearly at the bottom, making him quite delighted. He was quite worried that the chains would go on forever. 2 hours later, Zhao Fu arrived in front of a stone tunnel. This stone tunnel was extremely big, and there were many luminescent rocks, making it possible to see around him without the light pearl. The chains that he had been following stretched into that tunnel. After thinking about it, Xiaofu put the light pearl away. Since he could now see, he didn't need the light pearl, and doing so would free up his hands. Xiaofu looked into the tunnel before carefully entering it. After entering it, Xiaofu felt quite surprised that it wasn't completely dead and silent within it. There were many green, luminescent kinds of grass that looked quite pretty, and there were many small fishes swimming around. There was nothing too special here, so Xiaofu continued to follow the chain forwards. Half an hour later, Xiaofu reached a hall, and this was where the chains ended. Now, he could see what those chains were attached to. This hall was incredibly big, and it was at least 10,000 meters wide. There was green luminescent grass growing everywhere, and there were also small luminescent trees. There were also all sorts of creatures swimming about, making it seem like a place out of a fantasy. Within the hall, there was a stone bed on which a woman lay. The woman's face was incredibly beautiful and flawless, and she seemed quite young. Her body was quite long and slim, and her skin looked as smooth as jade. Her large breasts were even bigger than the black and white impermanences, and she was wearing a long green dress that was unable to restrain her chest, revealing a large patch of whiteness. The woman's eyes were closed as if she was in a deep sleep, and her hands and feet were bound by chains. Could it be that this woman was the reason for this massive flood? Xiaofu didn't dare to move rashly, and he instead stood on the spot as he thought about his options. At that moment, the woman on the bed slowly opened her pair of green eyes and rolled over to look at Xiaofu. There was an enchanting smile on her face as she beckoned with a finger, saying, "Finally, someone has come. Come here, little brother, and serve big sister." Xiaofu completely ignored her words, wondering if she was a disaster beast and whether killing her would award virtue points. "Hurry, little brother," the woman said, a flirtatious tone in her voice. Her body started to writhe, revealing her white legs. Even though she was wearing a green dress, it didn't seem like she was wearing anything else. Xiaofu wasn't fooled. This was clearly a trap. He guessed that he would most likely be hit by a fatal attack if he stepped forward. Any creature that could cause a level 10 disaster was definitely terrifying. 428 trigrams unsealing plate. At that moment, Xiaofu's three swords seemed to detect something, and they transmitted some information to Xiaofu. Xiaofu understood the situation and smiled as he said, "Do you want me to undo the seal? I can release you, but the price is that you must obey me." The woman in green sexily smiled and said, "I don't mind obeying you, but you have to satisfy me and make me feel good, then I'll naturally obey you." Xiaofu frowned and asked, "You don't want me to unseal you? You must have been here for a long time, don't you want your freedom?" "Of course I want to be unsealed, but compared to that, my body feels so pinned up. Hurry up. I can't endure it anymore." The woman in green looked at Xiaofu and stretched out her red tongue, licking her sexy lips and seeming incredibly thirsty and desperate. She got off her stone bed, and her large breasts and bottom swayed as she walked towards Xiaofu. Seeing this, Xiaofu realized it wouldn't be so easy to make this woman submit. She had to be taught a lesson first. This woman's strength had been sealed, but because it was possible that she still had a bit of her power left, Xiaofu used his full strength from the beginning. Xiaofu stretched out his hand towards the woman in green, and a black mark appeared on his palm that gave off a black light as a formless energy rushed towards the woman. Boom! A massive explosion sounded out as a 10-meter-wide crater on the ground was blasted open by the formless energy. The woman in green lightly backflipped, landing on a large stone and easily dodging Xiaofu's attack. She flirtatiously smiled as she said, "What a surprise, it's basic king's power. Not bad, little brother, but it won't be that easy to conquer me. Use your lower half to conquer me if you dare." This was the first time that Xiaofu had ever encountered such an outrageous woman. If it wasn't for the fact that she was a level 10 disaster, as well as the mystery about her, Xiaofu would have left immediately, not bothering to deal with her. Moreover, it seemed that the chains were unable to seal her full power, and she still had a portion of her strength. As such, she was still extremely dangerous. Xiaofu couldn't help but feel wary and draw the sky demon sword. Seeing Xiaofu prepare to attack, the woman in green's tone changed, and she said, "All right, if you can unseal me, I'll obey you." At that moment, the woman in green was gleefully thinking about her strength being restored after she was unsealed. When that time came, they would see who would be obeying who. Seeing the woman in green finally become serious, Xiaofu carried out his plan. He thought about the unsealing items he had, such as the unsealing stones, unsealing talismans, and an incredibly powerful unsealing item. 8 trigrams unsealing plate, a powerful unsealing item that can break through all sorts of seals. Single-use consumable. Xiaofu told the woman in green to stand at the center before taking out hundreds of unsealing talismans. These unsealing talismans were quite weak and could only break open some minor seals. However, Xiaofu decided to use many of them to see if they would work. Xiaofu threw the talismans, which turned into rays of light and stuck onto the chains. The chains continuously trembled, but they seemed otherwise unaffected. After Zhao Fu finished using the talismans, the chains still seemed fine. Seeing how tough the chains were, Zhao Fu guessed that the unsealing stones were useless, so he could only take out the 8 trigrams unsealing plate. The woman in green felt a bit disappointed. After being sealed in here for so long, if she had the ability to, she would have long since run off. However, she was unable to break free from the chains with her own strength. This showed how powerful the chains were. At that moment, Zhao Fu used the 8 trigrams unsealing plate. The 8 trigrams unsealing plate floated into the air and gave off a powerful white light, which turned into a 2-meter wide 8 trigrams diagram that gave off a powerful aura and radiated in all directions. Zhao Fu walked forwards and placed his hand in the center of the taiki in the 8 trigrams diagram. He sent his power into it, and the black and white sides of the taiki started to spin as a white light shot onto the woman in green's body. A small 8 trigrams diagram appeared on the woman's forehead, which started to quickly spin. The chains tied to her body went taut as if they were withstanding a massive amount of energy. Feeling this, the woman in green felt delighted. She could feel her body regaining its strength, and she started to struggle free from the chains. Zhao Fu sent a massive amount of King's power into the 8 trigrams diagram, causing it to shine with an even more intense white light. Under the assault of the 2 types of power, the chains could no longer endure it and started to shatter. In just a few moments, the 36 chains had all been destroyed. Immediately, countless dark clouds gathered in the sky, and the rain became even denser. The floodwaters thrashed about, and even savage lightning bolts descended, making it seem like the apocalypse. Following this, the 8 trigrams diagram in front of Zhao Fu turned into countless motes of light and disappeared. A powerful aura suddenly exploded out, making it seem as if the water had solidified. The woman in green had broken free from her seal, and her power was truly immense. Ha ha ha. The woman in green started to wildly laugh, no longer seeming as seductive. Now, she just seemed wild and arrogant. Suddenly, the woman in green turned to look at Zhao Fu, and her eyes were as savage as those of a ravenous wolf's. Boy, thank you for helping me undo my seal. You angered me just then. No man has ever dared to refuse my request, especially a man I want. Today, I'm going to take you by force and suck out all of your basic king's power. The woman in green loudly laughed as she sprang towards Zhao Fu. However, Zhao Fu was prepared and coldly looked at the woman in green. He stretched out his hand and grabbed at the air, causing the entire space to tremble. Clang, clang, clang. Clanging sounds rang out as countless chains appeared from all directions and shot towards the woman in green. The woman in green stared in surprise and was locked by the hundreds of chains, causing her to dangle in midair. In actuality, the 8 trigrams unsealing plate was unable to undo the seal. It was the king's crown that had actually undone the seal. After all, the king's crown was forged from a god-sealing beast's body and an emperor's bones. One of the god-sealing beast's abilities was to fuse its own chains with other chains. Zhao Fu had secretly fused the king's crown's chains with the chain sealing the woman in green. Then, he had temporarily released her and then resealed her. Now, if he could get her to turn back into her original form, the disaster would stop, and he would get all the credit, resulting in him obtaining incredible rewards. Ha ha, perverted dragon, you dare to scheme against my owner? Now you know how wrong you were. The sky demon said as it laughed. The woman in green coldly harumphed and felt quite surprised that there was a sky demon hiding in Zhao Fu's sword. She had been completely fooled and didn't say anything else. 421 Emperor Phoenix Zhao Fu walked towards the woman in green dangling in the air and prepared to force her back into her original form to resolve the flood and receive a massive reward. Seeing Zhao Fu walk over, the woman in green struggled for a while, and after finding that she couldn't break free, she went back to her flirtatious self and said, "Owner, I'll obey now. Please release me, I'll serve owner well with my mouth, my breasts, and my feet. I'll also do any position you want." Zhao Fu ignored her words. Right now, Zhao Fu was using the dragon sealing well and the chain's power to lock her down. Once he released her, it would be almost impossible for him to catch her again if she escaped. The woman in green struggled for a bit more, and after finding that it was impossible to break free, she could only sigh and give in. However, at that moment, Zhao Fu suddenly stopped walking. He realized those people trapped on the mountain peaks had some value, and if he stopped the flood, they wouldn't be in danger anymore. After thinking for a while, he realized that those people on the mountain peaks were essentially free resources and that it would be too much of a shame not to take them in. As such, he looked at the woman in green and decided to deal with her later. Zhao Fu returned to Great Ken and bought many boats and ships. He then came back to the region with enough people to man all of the boats and ships. This place had many low areas and flat areas that were already submerged, so only the places with mountain peaks would have survivors. Now that the woman in green was under Zhao Fu's control, the flood had calmed down, but it hadn't receded yet. The sky was still dark, and it continued to drizzle. When Zhao Fu's people appeared on the boats and ships, all of the people on the mountain peaks saw a trace of hope within all of the despair. They all kowtowed, begging the soldiers to save them. This was exactly what Great Qin's soldiers wanted to see, and they smiled as they helped these people onto the boats and ships. The people were desperate to get on, and they were afraid that the boats and ships would leave. Moreover, the floodwaters still weren't receding, and because they might rise even higher, staying here would only result in death. Zhao Fu had sent thousands of boats and ships, and he brought back 230,000 or so people back to Great Qin. However, Zhao Fu was quite disappointed because these were all the people remaining in an entire region. The rest had either drowned or been evacuated already. When the floodwaters receded, there would be countless corpses left behind. Zhao Fu didn't feel too much about this because they weren't Great Qin's subjects. Great Qin's population had already been at around 870,000 people, and with these 230,000 people, they now had roughly 1.1 million residents. At the same time, Zhao Fu had obtained many city creation stones, and Great Qin now had 624. This was quite an unexpected harvest, and Zhao Fu grinned as he returned to that stone tunnel. Seeing that Zhao Fu had returned, the woman in green let out a sigh of relief. Zhao Fu had left for a long time, and she had thought that he had abandoned her after resealing her. She had no idea when she would be freed again, and when she thought of how long that would be, she had started to feel afraid. As such, upon seeing him, she smiled and called out, "Owner, you're back." Zhao Fu felt quite surprised that her tone had become much better, and he gave a simple reply. He came before her and stretched out a hand, and a formless energy covered her. The woman in green's body gave off a green light before turning into a sword. The appearance of this sword was somewhat domineering. It was a steel green color and about 1 meter long and 3 fingers wide. At the place where the blade and hilt connected, there was a dragon's head, and the hilt seemed to be made out of dragon scales. The sword gave off a powerful aura of suppression, and it also had an aura of disaster. Zhao Fu gripped the sword and sent his king's power into it, fully controlling it and not giving it a chance to resist. At the same time, Zhao Fu received a system announcement. System announcement. Congratulations, you have subdued the Sin Dragon Sword and stopped the flood. You have obtained 6 million virtue points. Zhao Fu felt quite shocked to have suddenly received so many virtue points. A rainbow-colored crystal appeared in front of Zhao Fu, and seeing this light, Zhao Fu's heart rapidly thumped. He excitedly went over and picked up the rainbow-colored crystal. Last time, it was the rainbow-colored fish jewel, and when he opened the rainbow-colored fish jewel, Zhao Fu had obtained a heavenly domain stone. Zhao Fu deeply breathed in and chose to use the rainbow-colored crystal. Because Zhao Fu had subdued the Sin Dragon Sword, the overwhelming floodwaters on the surface gradually receded. At that moment, a rainbow light appeared in the sky that pierced through the dark clouds. Soon, the dark clouds also disappeared, revealing a blue sky as if a miracle had happened. Within the stone tunnel, Zhao Fu looked at the crystal as it continuously giving off a rainbow light, and he could feel the powerful aura it emanated. After the light disappeared, a crystal statue appeared before Zhao Fu. This stone statue had a chicken-like head, a snake-like neck, a body like a mandarin duck, wings like a great rock, legs like a crane, and long feathers on its tail. Its entire body gave off a noble and dignified aura. This was a crystal statue of an incredibly realistic phoenix. The phoenix statue was 2 meters tall, which was quite big. Because it was completely made of crystal, it looked incredibly beautiful, and Zhao Fu looked at its description. Emperor Phoenix statue, contains a multitude of phoenix chi that can be used by the user. The description is quite short, and Zhao Fu still had no idea what this statue could be used for. As such, he decided to ask Xianru about it later, she would know more about it. After putting away the statue, Zhao Fu looked at the sword. The sword was forged from a Sin Dragon, and it was quite powerful. Its grade was definitely greater than legendary grade. Sin Dragon Sword, grade, Saint Armament, level 2, stats, strength plus 40, intelligence plus 35, constitution plus 30, agility plus 30, description, a sword forged from an incredibly powerful Sin Dragon. Not only is its power immense, but it also has a disaster attribute. Indeed, it was something that surpassed legendary rank weapons. It was a terrifying Saint Armament. Above legendary rank weapons were Saint Armaments, Divine Earth Armaments, and Emperor Heaven Armaments. Every grade was then split into 9 levels. The Sin Dragon Sword was a level 2 Saint Armament, and the Xuan Yuan family's Regulus Sword and the Chayu Saber were both level 1 Saint Armaments. Saint Armaments were something that legendary rank weapons couldn't even compare to. In fact, even 100 legendary rank weapons couldn't compare to a single Saint Armament. This showed the value of Saint Armaments. At the same time, Saint Armaments had devastating power. Saint Armaments were also incredibly rare, there wouldn't be greater than 10 in the world, and now, Zhao Fu had one. After looking at the Sin Dragon Sword stats, a satisfied smile appeared on Zhao Fu's face. He had suddenly gained 600,000 virtue points, which was simply astounding. With the 170,000 virtue points from before, he now had 770,000 virtue points, which could buy many things. Just thinking about it made him feel excited. However, just as Zhao Fu was about to put the Sin Dragon Sword into his king's ring, a figure darted out and wrapped its arm around his. 422 Pure Landowner. I also want to stay outside. Also, I haven't even served you. I want owner's Big D, the woman in green said seductively as she rubbed her large chest against Zhao Fu's arm. However, the other three sword spirits were unable to take this at all, and the Sky Demon immediately cut her off and said, "You perverted dragon, can you not be so disgraceful?" The woman in green ignored the Sky Demon and continued to rub against Zhao Fu's arm as she said coyly, "Please. Please. Owner." Zhao Fu didn't say anything, and even the taciturn slaughtering ghost said, "How shameless. Owner, you should seal her again and not let her out." Hearing these words, the woman in green became quite angry and coldly harumphed, "As owner's slave, how could you not even take care of his body? If I were owner, I would have thrown you unthoughtful slaves away." These words made the other sword spirits feel speechless, and they all paused. "That. If owner wants us to, I can also serve him." Celia, who was fairly shy, said with a red face. Seeing this, the Sky Demon coldly harumphed. She was a demon and didn't care about these things, so she said, "I can also serve owner. After all, owner has a level 11 bloodline and is a king, so he has a noble identity and deserves to be served by me." At that moment, the slaughtering ghost's cold voice became even more piercing and icy, and she said, "I am only willing to serve as owner's sword to create a pure land within this chaotic and bloodthirsty world, a place without gods, Buddhas, demons, or devils, creating peace in this world. I believe owner isn't a lustful person, rather, he's a king who will usher in a prosperous era. Of course, if owner wants me to, I am willing to give my body." After the slaughtering ghost spoke, the clattering of armor could be heard as if the slaughtering ghost was taking off her clothes. "Alright. I have things to do." Zhao Fu, who hadn't spoken this whole time, felt quite speechless and cut everyone off. He looked at the woman in green and said, "Go back into your sword. I'll also wear you by my side." The woman in green smiled and nodded. She turned into a green light and returned to her sword, and the other sword spirits didn't say anything either. Zhao Fu attached the Sin Dragon sword scabbard to his side, and now, he had 4 swords there, which was the limit. If he equipped 5 or more swords, it would be too restrictive and restrict his movements too much. By now, it was the second day of the disaster festival, and he had no idea how other people were doing. Now that he had so many virtue points, it would be a tragedy if he reached the exchange stone steel and all of the top 10 medicinal pills were gone. Zhao Fu had no idea if this would happen. After all, there had been people claiming things on the very first day, so Zhao Fu didn't waste time and immediately went to the system main city to take a look. Luckily, all of the top 10 medicinal pills were still there. Zhao Fu looked at the medicinal pills and didn't consider the number 1 pill, the Tao Comprehension pill, for now. He wouldn't be able to use anytime soon, so it would be better to claim things that he could use right now. The first thing that he bought was the Heavenly Sage pill, which could raise his grade to heaven grade. This cost 250,000 virtue points. The second pill that he bought was the Revival pill, which could bring someone back from the dead, and it was incredibly valuable. He spent 200,000 on this. The third pill that he bought was the All Poison Divine pill. It could give him a poison spirit constitution, giving him immunity or great resistance against countless types of poisons. It would be of great use in key moments. For this, he spent 170,000 virtue points. In total, these 3 pills cost him 620,000 virtue points, so he had 150,000 virtue points left. The number 1 pill, the Tao Comprehension pill, cost 300,000 virtue points, which he couldn't afford at the moment. Zhao Fu turned his gaze to the other medicinal pills. He didn't consider the Vermilion Bird Blood pill for now, and he instead looked at the 7th-ranked pill, the Stage-Breaking pill, in detail. Rather than making one immediately a Stage 5 expert, it would simply make one's cultivation progress to Stage 5 incredibly smooth and unhindered. Cultivating to Stage 5 would take quite some time, so this made Zhao Fu want to give up on it. Since he was only 150,000 virtue points away from claiming the number 1 pill, the Tao Comprehension pill, he decided to gain those points quickly. As such, he didn't waste any time after buying the pills, and he didn't use them either. He called Wang Ergu over and asked him to investigate where there were other large disasters in other regions. Soon, Wang Ergu came back with some documents because he had already done a lot of research on the surrounding regions. Zhao Fu chose a region and immediately headed over. Many people noticed that 3 medicinal pills had suddenly disappeared from the exchange stone's deal, and because they had disappeared together, they started to wonder if the same person had bought all 3 of them. However, after thinking about it, most people ruled this out as impossible. After all, the number 1 medicinal pill was still there. If someone had that many virtue points, the person definitely would have bought the first-ranked medicinal pill. None of them could guess Zhao Fu's reasoning. Moreover, these ordinary people could barely obtain even a few virtue points, and they had to suffer from the disasters. No one believed that anyone could suddenly obtain so many virtue points. As for who had obtained those medicinal pills, everyone guessed that one of them was definitely Great Kin. After all, by now, everyone knew about what Great Kin had done so far. Apart from the Divine Fish Festival, Great Kin had ranked first in all of the other festivals. This caused the other countless factions to feel terrified. Great Kin was simply too powerful, and no other faction could compare to it. None of the ordinary people or smaller factions reacted greatly to 3 of the top 10 medicinal pills disappearing. After all, none of them had expected to obtain any of them, but some of the more powerful factions started to feel worried. After hearing about this, Su Yan looked quite serious. Right now, he led 80% of the factions in the northern side of the Midland continent, and altogether, they were stronger than Great Kin. There were people a part of his alliance in all of the regions, so he roughly knew of Great Kin's movements. From the flood, to Great Kin buying boats and ships en masse, to the flood receding, and the 3 medicinal pills disappearing. Su Yan's expression became uglier and uglier, and he could already guess that it was Great Kin's legatee who had claimed those 3 medicinal pills. With the amount of fate he possessed, Great Kin's legatee would develop faster and faster. Su Yan felt that Great Kin would only become more terrifying if he continued to wait. Immediately, Su Yan made some amendments to the information he had received and told everyone that it was Great Kin who had come to flood and that Great Kin had obtained massive benefits. Not only had Great Kin obtained a rainbow-colored crystal, but Great Kin had also obtained 500,000 or so people from the flood. Even though Su Yan guessed that Great Kin had only obtained 250,000 or so people, he had to exaggerate the numbers to make the threat of Great Kin seem even greater. After all, 500,000 people was a small figure compared to an entire region, and it was still believable. Finally, Su Yan told everyone clearly that it was Great Kin's legatee who had obtained all 3 of the taken top 10 medicinal pills. 423 level 6 disaster bees. After Su Yan told the factions this information, it was as if a massive boulder had been dropped into a lake, causing massive waves and ripples. Even some of the powerful factions started to become serious. Not only did Great Kin have an enormous amount of fate, but it also had a powerful military force that was enough to threaten them. If they didn't do anything now, they could only wait to be destroyed when Great Kin grew more powerful. The countless factions started to discuss this matter. Now, Great Kin was developing many times faster than them, and they had to do something to slow it down. The other dynasty legatees no longer cared about their dignity anymore and also joined. Now, Great Kin was isolated from the rest of China and viewed as an enemy by almost everyone. Zhao Fu didn't know about this at all. He had gone to another region. By now, it was the night of the 3rd day, and even though it was night time, it was still bright as day. It was as if there were countless suns in the sky, and the searing light felt as if it could burn people's skin off. It was around 60 degrees Celsius, and the ground started to crack from the heat and dryness. The trees had also started to wither, and any person standing directly in the open would be baked in just a few minutes. As soon as he arrived, Zhao Fu was forced to use his king's domain to block out the intense light and the boiling heat. This was most likely a drought, mainly because of the intense sunlight. There were too many suns in the sky, and the disaster beasts were fiery birds. These birds were completely made out of fire and looked quite ferocious. They gave off an intense light that was quite blinding, making them look like little suns. Just as Zhao Fu arrived, he encountered 3 fire disaster beasts. These fire disaster beasts were all level 1 and quite easy to deal with. However, because Zhao Fu's aura was too powerful, they immediately fled. Zhao Fu found that after using up his evil crushing spears, he lacked long-range attacks. After thinking about it, Zhao Fu could only take out the Great Spirit Rock Bow. The arrows it shot were weaker than the evil crushing spears, but he could only make do for now. Apart from the Great Spirit Rock Bow, he didn't have any other way of attacking from a distance. Zhao Fu drew an arrow and released it, and a violet light shot towards one of the fire disaster beasts. It drew an arc in the air and hit the fire disaster beast in the wing, but most of the violet energy was blocked by the flames. The arrow was burned to ashes by the flames. The disaster beast cried out in pain, and the injured disaster beast and the 2 disaster beasts around it no longer escaped and instead turned around angrily to attack Zhao Fu, shooting out fireballs. When he saw that the fire disaster beasts were no longer flying away, Zhao Fu grinned and put away his bow. He flew into the air and killed the three of them quickly. Zhao Fu then continued onwards and killed a few more disaster beasts, resulting in him obtaining 20,000 or so virtue points. Now, he was getting closer and closer to the Tao comprehension pill. Suddenly, a massive explosion sounded out. Zhao Fu looked at the horizon, which had turned into a sea of flames, where a bird with a wingspan of 200 meters was battling with a young man. The firebird was a level 6 disaster beast, while the young man was a city lord because there was a city lord seal floating above his head and giving off a powerful light. Zhao Fu temporarily didn't act and decided to hide and watch for now. Neither side was an ally to him, so it would be best to wait for them to tire themselves out and kill both of them. However, the young man had already seen Zhao Fu, and seeing how calm he looked, he realized something and flew over. The level 6 fire disaster beast roared as it spread its wings, condensing hundreds of fireballs that gave off an incredibly searing aura. It then flapped its wings, sending the countless fireballs streaking towards the young man like meteors. The young man slashed out with his sword, sending out an arc of light that was hundreds of meters wide, causing the fireballs to explode. By now, the young man wasn't too far away from Zhao Fu and shouted, "Sir, I am Shepherd Plain City's city lord, Mu Yuan. Please help me kill this level 6 disaster beast. All of the items will belong to you, sir." Mu Yuan hadn't came to kill this disaster beast for the rewards. It was because the disaster it caused had greatly affected the system main cities and not a single person would dare to come out onto the streets. They could only hide within their houses, and most of the water sources had dried up. The crops were all dying, and if it hadn't been for the preparations they had made, many people would have died of thirst already. Mu Yuan was determined to kill this disaster beast right now, for the longer it existed for, the greater the damage it could cause. Once all of the water sources completely evaporated or large fires started, the situation would become even more dangerous. Hearing Mu Yuan's words, Zhao Fu did not immediately respond and started to weigh the benefits and costs of helping him. In the end, Zhao Fu decided to help the city lord. Together, it would be quite difficult to kill the level 6 disaster beast. Moreover, it wasn't too likely that they would tire each other out or injure each other severely because Mu Yuan had now noticed Zhao Fu. No person was stupid enough to do all of the work and allow someone else to reap all of the benefits. Seeing Zhao Fu agree, Mu Yuan let out a sigh of relief. Facing a level 6 disaster beast by himself was quite difficult. Scree-ee-ee. The massive fire disaster beast cried out and caught up to Mu Yuan. Its fiery claws gave off an incredibly dense blistering aura as it raked towards Mu Yuan. Mu Yuan turned and his eyes glinted as he roared, 3 flying strikes. 3 terrifying arcs of light shot out from Mu Yuan's sword that gave off extremely sharp auras as they collided with the fire disaster beast's claws. Boom. A massive sound rang out as a shockwave and wild gusts of wind resulted from this clash. At that moment, Zhao Fu also acted. He drew the Sin Dragon sword and prepared to test its power. When Zhao Fu drew the Sin Dragon sword, an enormous wave of power flowed into his body. Zhao Fu pointed the sword towards the ground, and a green light came out of the Sin Dragon sword. Countless streams of water erupted out from the ground as if there was a fountain, and water quickly gathered the hundreds of meters around them. Zhao Fu vigorously raised his sword, and a water dragon tens of meters long rose up like a bolt of lightning and smashed into the fire disaster beast, sending it flying. White smoke rose from the fire disaster beast's body, and its injury looked quite serious. The Sin Dragon sword was water attributed, and because water countered fire, it dealt great damage to this fire disaster beast. Mu Yuan was quite shocked to see that Zhao Fu's attack was even more powerful than his. Based on this, the person in front of him was definitely a powerful expert. After being hit by this attack, the fire disaster beast turned its gaze furiously to Zhao Fu and charged towards him instead of Mu Yuan. Mu Yuan once again attacked, sending out a massive sword wind towards the fire disaster beast. Zhao Fu also flew into the sky and started to attack. 424 Dragon Chi and Phoenix Chi. Zhao Fu and Mu Yuan alternated their attacks, and their powerful attacks forced the fire disaster beast into a disadvantageous position. At that moment, Mu Yuan grabbed an opportunity and dealt a severe blow to the fire disaster beast, causing it to madly charge towards him. At that moment, Zhao Fu raised the Sin Dragon sword, and countless streams of water gathered towards it, forming a water sword that was 100 meters long. Zhao Fu slashed down at the fire disaster beast from behind, and the water sword cleaved the fire disaster beast's body in two. Bang! The fire disaster beast's gigantic body exploded into flames, and a fiery crystal was left behind where it was. System announcement. You have killed a level 6 disaster beast and obtained 40,000 achievement points. Now, Zhao Fu had enough virtue points to exchange for the Tao comprehension pill. He felt quite delighted and took the fiery crystal and put it away. Mu Yuan smiled as he flew over and said, "Thank you, sir, for your help." Would you like to come to Shepherd Plains City so that I can thank you and show you our hospitality? Zhao Fu thought about it, and since it was Mu Yuan's territory and he didn't quite trust Mu Yuan yet, he decided to decline. He could now buy the Dao Comprehension Pill, and he didn't want someone to claim it before him. Hearing this, Mu Yuan felt a bit disappointed and said goodbye to Zhao Fu before turning into a ray of light and disappearing. Now that the level 6 disaster beast had died, the temperature had greatly fallen, and the light had become less intense, making it less hot than before. Zhao Fu returned to Holy Light City and took a look at the exchange stone steel. The number 10 pill, the 100 Dragon Sun pill, and the number 9 pill, the Might pill, had been claimed. No one yet had the ability to buy the number 1 pill, the Dao Comprehension pill, so Zhao Fu bought it. Looking at the black and white medicinal pill in his hand, Zhao Fu felt quite satisfied and no longer felt any pressure. After returning to Great Qin, Zhao Fu planned to rest and take care of some other matters after fighting for 3 days. First, Zhao Fu used a level 6 disaster crystal to see what he would obtain. The crystal continuously shined with a fiery light, and a jade giving off a searing aura appeared. This piece of jade was about as big as his palm, and it was the shape of a fiery bird. It looked quite like that fire disaster beast from before. It was a fire red color and was quite hot. If anyone touched it directly without any protection, that person would be burned. Fire disaster beast crystal, a special item from the disaster festival that can be used to enhance equipment and create disaster equipment. Disaster equipment? Zhao Fu thought about it and decided to use it on the Great Spirit Rock Bow. Right now, he lacked long-range attacks. If he could enhance the Great Spirit Rock Bow, it would be of great use to him in the future. Following this, Zhao Fu fused the Fire Disaster Beast Crystal with the Great Spirit Rock Bow, and great changes happened to the bow. The bow became a red-violet color, and its appearance became much more refined and exquisite. It also had a picture of a fiery bird on it, and the bow gave off a fire-attributed energy. Zhao Fu looked at the bow's information and found that its name had changed to Disaster Fire Bow. The stats were still there, but because the bow had been enhanced by something called Fire Disaster, its power was many times greater than before. It had also become an exquisite epic rank weapon. Now, Zhao Fu could finally put this bow to good use. He happily put it away and prepared to use the Heavenly Sage Pill and rest. However, he suddenly remembered that he had almost forgotten something and ordered people to bring Xianru over. A short while later, Xianru came to Zhao Fu's room and bowed before asking, "Your Majesty, what do you need?" Zhao Fu nodded and took out the 2-meter-tall phoenix statue and asked, "What is this, and what use does it have?" Xianru looked at it in curiosity and examined it, after which she revealed a shocked expression and said, "Your Majesty, this is a divine item. If it has a great amount of phoenix chi, its power will be equivalent to a nation armament. If it has a massive amount of phoenix chi, its power will be equivalent to a clan armament. If it has an amount as large as an ocean, this item's power will be even more powerful than a clan armament." Hearing Xianru's words, Zhao Fu also felt quite shocked, and his gaze became quite serious. "Is this thing really that powerful? And what is phoenix chi?" Xianru nodded seriously and explained, "Your Majesty, you most likely know that a son of heaven is also called a dragon of heaven. Your body has dragon chi, and the counterpart is phoenix chi, which is something that a daughter of heaven has. In ancient times, anyone who was chosen to be an imperial concubine would have to have phoenix chi. There are more people with phoenix chi than people with dragon chi, but the number is still not great. After all, there would be countless women within a harem, but only a few would be official imperial concubines. Phoenix chi is an important type of fate. Dragon chi is extremely domineering, unsuited to fighting, conquering, expanding one's territory, and establishing a nation, but phoenix chi is milder and more suited to administering internal affairs and solidifying the empire. Dragon chi is strong, and phoenix chi is gentle. Not only is phoenix chi important to your Majesty, but it can also be of great help to you and all of Great Qin." After hearing Xianru's explanation, Zhao Fu felt less confused and asked, "The number of women with phoenix chi must be very few, and I doubt there are any with such a great amount of phoenix chi. Does that mean the Emperor Phoenix statue is useless?" Xianru smiled as she replied, "Not at all, Your Majesty. This is the age of kings, and all of the legatees have son of heaven fate. For anyone who becomes an emperor, this wife will be the empress, his mother will be the empress dowager, his daughters and sisters will become princesses, and all of them will have a large amount of phoenix chi." The implications of this were that if he took another emperor's women, the amount of phoenix chi he would have at his disposal would be much greater. However, wasn't that a bit too vicious? At that moment, Xianru continued, "Also, Your Majesty, the more beautiful a woman, the likelier that she has a great amount of phoenix chi. Since ancient times, beauties have been quite unlucky and wouldn't live very long, very few of them died good deaths. Your Majesty, you have quite a few good candidates by your side, so you can." Hearing these words, Zhaofu couldn't help but cut Xianru off. We'll talk more about this after the festival ends. Xianru could tell what Zhaofu was thinking, and she said seriously, Your Majesty, you don't actually have to do anything to them. All you need to do is bring them back, add them to the harem, give them a title, and obtain their phoenix chi. In this chaotic world, there's no use worrying about such feelings and morality. The strong are a law unto themselves in this world. There's no need to see them as people, just look at them as tools that contain phoenix chi. With enough phoenix chi, this statue will become an emperor phoenix that will protect Great Ken's nation fate. Not only is this beneficial to your majesty, but it will also be beneficial to Great Ken in the future as well. After hearing this, Zhaofu sighed and said, Alright, that's enough. I'll take care of this. Xianru felt that she had overstepped her position and bowed as she said, Your Majesty, I spoke a bit harshly before, please forgive me. 425 Five celestial senses. Hearing Xianru's words, Zhaofu lightly laughed as he replied, You were just thinking about what's best for Great Ken. I understand, so you can leave now. Xianru let out a breath of relief and bowed before leaving. Now that he knew more about the Emperor Phoenix statue, Zhaofu put it away and sat on his bed. He took out a green, jade-like medicinal pill that gave off a fragrant odor. It was the all-poison divine pill. After consuming the all-poison divine pill, Zhaofu started to refine it. This process was quite painful. After the pill entered his stomach, it turned into a wave of green energy that spread out. It felt as if there were countless ants tearing and biting at his flesh, causing Zhaofu to grimace. Zhaofu tightly closed his eyes and continued to refine the medicinal pill. Only after a while did the pain subside. The green energy was completely absorbed by his body and disappeared. Now, there was a green flower within Zhaofu's body. This flower had 5 petals and 3 leaves, and it was as tall as a finger. It also gave off a green light. System announcement. Congratulations, you have obtained a poison spirit constitution. From now on, you will have great resistance towards any poison. Hearing this system announcement, a smile appeared on Zhaofu's face. He then took out a golden medicinal pill, the Heavenly Sage Pill. After consuming the Heavenly Sage Pill, Zhaofu's body trembled, and even his soul trembled. The Heavenly Sage Pill gave off a golden light within Zhaofu's body, making it seem as if his entire body was shining with golden light. Zhaofu once again tightly closed his eyes and started to refine the Heavenly Sage Pill. This process was quite comfortable. The Heavenly Sage Pill turned into a golden stream of fountain water that cleansed Zhaofu's body and soul. He felt incredibly soothed, and his soul felt quite peaceful. System announcement. You have consumed the Heavenly Sage Pill, and your grade has increased to lower heaven grade. System announcement. Congratulations, you have unlocked one of the 5 celestial senses, heaven sense. Zhaofu was quite surprised to receive this system announcement. He had never thought that he would have unlocked another one of the 5 celestial senses. Zhaofu was quite curious as to what heaven sense was. He looked into the information and found that it was the closeness between a person and the heavens and the earth. The closer one was with the heavens and the earth, the greater one's grade would be. Heaven grade meant that one's closeness with the heavens and earth was on a divine level, so one's cultivation speed would be incredibly fast. It would also be easier for them to control the source energy of the world. At the same time, heaven sense meant that one was closer to the heavens, and it would be easier for them to be acknowledged by the heavens. Zhaofu felt his fate being refined and made purer, and he also felt that he now possessed another type of fate. This wasn't Son of Heaven fate but fate that only belonged to peerless experts. Sons of Heaven weren't the only ones who had a massive amount of fate, every peerless expert also had a great amount of fate. These types of fate were different. The fate of Sons of Heaven was more of a collective one, while the fate of peerless experts was more of an individual one. Zhaofu also saw that the Earth Realm mark on the back of his right hand shined with a rainbow-colored light, and the mark became even deeper. There were now 2 medicinal pills left, the Tao Comprehension Pill and the Revival Pill. Neither one could be used now, so Zhaofu stored them safely for now. It was only the 3rd day of the Disaster Festival, and it had taken Zhaofu a few hours to refine those medicinal pills. After resting for a while, he once again focused his attention on the Disaster Festival. Zhaofu wasn't interested in any other of the top 10 medicinal pills, but he found that there were other things that he wanted, such as a stage 4 pill recipe. By now, they had grown a large number of windbell fruit trees. They had modified the stage 3 pill recipe they had, and soon, Great Ken would be able to mass-produce stage 3 cultivation pills. With stage 3 cultivation pills, Great Ken's soldiers' cultivation speed would surpass even the soldiers from system main cities because even the system main cities usually only had stage 2 medicinal pills. After producing the stage 3 cultivation pills, Great Ken would naturally turn its gaze to a stage 4 medicinal pill. As for a stage 5 pill recipe, they had already obtained one from the Divine Fish Festival last time. Since the disaster festival's main reward was medicinal pills, it was only natural that there were pill recipes as well. Because this wasn't an event in which everyone could participate, there weren't as many items in the exchange stone seal as the other festivals, but all of them were extremely valuable. Apart from the stage 4 cultivation pill recipe, Zhao Fu also wanted a stage 3 strength pill called the strength raising pill that could temporarily raise his soldiers' fighting strength. Currently, Great Kin bought such pills from the system main cities, and their effects weren't as good as the strength raising pills. They also had worse side effects. With the strength raising pill, Great Kin's military might would once again rise. If a tier 0 level 7 soldier used one, he would temporarily gain stage 1 power. Zhao Fu was also interested in another pill recipe called Returning Grass Pill. It was a very good healing pill, and as the battles now became more and more intense, their healing pills also had to keep up to protect soldiers' lives. Great Kin bought many of these two types of pills, costing them a lot of money. If they could refine them themselves, they would be able to save a lot of money. The final pill recipe that Zhao Fu was interested in was something that could change a person's fate, and it was extremely precious. It was a stage 6 pill recipe that cost 250,000 virtue points. It was just as valuable as those top 10 medicinal pills. The name of this type of pill was Fate-Changing Pill, and it needed a stage 6 spirit fruit, the fruit of life, to refine it. The pill recipe required fruits of life and couldn't be substituted with anything else. The medicinal pill's effects were to raise any grade at or below A grade by 1 grade. In other words, it raised C grade to B grade and B grade to A grade. It also worked for those with A grade, raising them to S grade, but the medicinal pills could only be used once in one's lifetime. If someone else obtained this pill recipe, that person would only be able to raise C grade to B grade to A grade, etc. However, this wouldn't be too big of a deal. This was completely different for Great Kin. After all, Great Kin had the heaven and earth refining formation, and they could refine grade orbs from corpses. Because Great Kin now had over 100,000 soldiers, its supply of A-grade corpses could no longer meet the demand. Because they had an abundance of energy stones, Zhao Fu started ordering people to collect B-grade corpses as well. Now, out of Great Kin's 160,000 soldiers, there were 30,000 or so at A grade, 90,000 or so at B grade, and the rest of the soldiers hadn't been given A grade orb and still had their original grades. Once they used the fate-changing pills with the heaven and earth refining formation, the effects would be monstrous. Great Kin would be able to produce a large number of S-grade soldiers, and with just the 30,000 A-grade soldiers they had right now, they would be able to instantly produce 30,000 S-grade soldiers. It wouldn't be difficult to obtain that pill recipe, but it would be quite difficult to obtain that stage 6 spirit fruit. Spirit fruits were already quite rare, and the higher the stage, the rarer they were. Zhao Fu had never seen a stage 6 spirit fruit before, and Zhao Fu wasn't sure if he would ever be able to find the fruit of life. 426 Green Dragon. Now that Zhao Fu had a plan for what he wanted, he started to move again. With the Sin Dragon sword stats, he would have an advantage in places where there were floods or droughts. When he thought of floods, Zhao Fu couldn't help but think of Seeping River. It was easy for large lakes or rivers to have floods, and with Seeping River's size, it was likely that it would have a massive flood. It was a pity that Zhao Fu had angered Seeping River's super monster last time. It was possible that he would be discovered if he went, making things difficult, so he didn't plan on going to Seeping River for now. Zhao Fu asked Wang Ergu to bring an updated list of the disasters in each region, and he scanned through the information to see what would be suitable. By now, Great Kin had opened up paths to 61 other regions, so they had many choices. There were all sorts of disasters in the different regions, and Zhao Fu soon chose one. It was a large lake, and even though it wasn't as big as the Seeping River, the flood here was still quite severe. Zhao Fu quickly arrived here using teleportation channels. The water levels continuously rose and covered a lot of the land, and large waves rolled about, giving off a mighty aura as if it was an uncontrollable beast. "Owner, if it's a flood, I can help you quickly kill disaster beasts," the woman in green said. Zhao Fu felt quite surprised and asked, "What can you do?" The woman in green laughed as she replied, "Owner, have you forgotten my true form and my attribute?" Zhao Fu suddenly remembered that the woman in green was actually a Sin Dragon, and they were called this because they were often the cause of disasters. Their attribute was a disaster attribute. Sin Dragons were powerful creatures of disaster, so it would be easy for them to take down disaster beasts, especially ones that caused floods. Zhao Fu drew the Sin Dragon sword and pointed it at the turbid lake. The Sin Dragon sword shined with a brilliant green light as an aura of disaster rippled out. Roar! A massive dragon's roar sounded out as a 500-meter-long, green-scaled dragon with a pair of jade-like horns and glinting claws appeared, giving off a majestic and domineering aura. "Owner, you can ride on me and treat me however you want," the green dragon said in a flirtatious voice. "Can you not be more serious?" Zhao Fu said, cutting off the green dragon's words and feeling quite annoyed. Alright, please get on, owner, the green dragon said. Zhao Fu had thought that she had decided to become serious and got on, but as soon as he did, she started to moan loudly, making Zhao Fu feel quite frustrated. Luckily, she didn't forget her task and dove into the lake with Zhao Fu on her back. A green barrier came from her body, separating herself and Zhao Fu from the lake water. The green dragon swam incredibly quickly through the water, and everything they went past was just a blur. Bang! A massive explosion sounded out as the green dragon suddenly bit ahead of it, biting onto a 20-meter-long water disaster beast. The water disaster beast struggled and looked quite terrified while trying to break free. It had never thought that a creature with such a powerful aura of disaster would attack it. The green dragon disregarded the water disaster beast's struggling and bit down, and its massive strength caused the water disaster beast's body to explode, leaving behind a blue crystal. System announcement. You have killed a level 2 water disaster beast and obtained 4,000 virtue points. After the green dragon destroyed the water disaster beast, Zhao Fu immediately received a system announcement. After receiving this system announcement, Zhao Fu felt quite shocked. He could obtain virtue points even if the disaster beast wasn't killed by him. However, when he thought of the fact that the green dragon was his sword spirit, it was only natural that the virtue points would be awarded to him. With the green dragon, they would kill a level 2 disaster beast every 5 minutes. This was of great help to him, and he didn't even have to do anything himself. All he had to do was sit on its back. Owner, what do you think? I'm quite fast, right? Do I deserve a reward? The green dragon asked in an excited and expectant tone. Hearing this, Zhao Fu immediately replied, no. The green dragon seemed to expect this, and she didn't seem to mind. She said, Owner, you'd best hold on because I'm going to go faster. Zhao Fu thought that the green dragon had found another disaster beast, so he tightened his grip on the green dragon, causing it to moan, Owner, your touch feels so good. Zhao Fu felt a headache coming on, and he said seriously, if you continue this, I will really seal you again. Please don't. Owner, I was wrong. The green dragon didn't want to be sealed again, so she immediately apologized and behaved better. Bang! Suddenly, the green dragon charged towards another place, causing massive waves as it bit onto a level 3 water disaster beast. The level 3 water disaster beast was 30 meters long, but in front of the 500-meter-long green dragon, it seemed incredibly small. The green dragon bit down, causing the water disaster beast to explode. System announcement. You have killed a level 3 water disaster beast and obtained 6,000 virtue points. Just like that, the green dragon continuously killed water disaster beasts easily, and Zhao Fu didn't even have to do anything, nor did they speak much. Seeing that Zhao Fu wasn't initiating any conversation, the green dragon felt a bit unsettled and said, Owner, you don't know my name, right? Hearing this, Zhao Fu realized that out of his 4 sword spirits, he only knew Celia's name. If it wasn't because the ring's name had Celia's name in it, he most likely wouldn't have asked. The Sky Demon and Slaughtering Ghost most likely had their own names, but he had never asked them before. Zhao Fu felt slightly guilty and asked, What is your name? The green dragon happily replied, Owner, I'm called Long Zioxiao. You can call me Zioxiao and can also ask me to suck. Zhao Fu ignored the rest of Long Zioxiao's words and asked the Sky Demon and Slaughtering Ghost, I'm sorry. I've never asked for your names before. Can you tell me your names? The Sky Demon, who felt neglected, felt much better upon hearing this, but it still felt quite wronged. Owner, it's been a long time since you obtained me, but you only just asked about my name. If it wasn't for the perverted dragon, you probably would have never asked. I'm called Ilya. Zhao Fu looked quite awkward. Names were important, but he had completely forgotten about asking them for their names. Owner, I'm called Liu Ningbing, Slaughtering Ghost said, sounding a bit happy. After hearing their words, Zhao Fu committed their names to memory. Seeing that Zhao Fu had ignored her, Long Zioxiao didn't seem to mind and continued to say all sorts of lewd and embarrassing things. However, because she was doing so much work by killing the water disaster beasts, Zhao Fu didn't say much and let her say whatever she wanted. 427 vermilion bird blood pill. With Long Zioxiao's help, Zhao Fu had killed most of the disaster beasts in this region in just half a day, netting him more than 100,000 virtue points. Most of them were level 3 or below. With the seriousness of this region's flood, there was most likely at least one level 6 disaster beast, so Zhao Fu was currently looking for that level 6 disaster beast. Fortunately, this would be quite easy. All they had to do was head towards the center of the disaster because that level 6 disaster beast was most likely the main source of this flood. Very soon, Zhao Fu found it. This water disaster beast was 200 meters long, which was quite big. It looked quite like a catfish and had a long, flat mouth, 2 whiskers, and a powerful tail. When Zhao Fu found it with the green dragon, The water disaster beast took the initiative to attack them first. It flicked its tail, causing a formless water blade to shoot towards them. The green dragon showed no intent of avoiding the attack, and its jade-like horns gave off a faint green light as it charged forward. A massive explosion sounded out as the water blade was instantly destroyed. In the next second, the water disaster beast once again attacked. It opened its gigantic mouth, sucked in a large amount of the muddy lake water, and spat out a 10-meter-wide ball of water that contained an immense amount of destructive power towards the green dragon. The green dragon roared, seeming like the king of the water domain, and countless streams of water gathered around it, forming a 100-meter-tall wall of water. This wall of water was not for defensive but offensive purposes. Boom! A massive sound rang out as the 100-meter-tall wall of water gave off an aura that seemed to be able to topple mountains and overturn seas, and it fell towards the water disaster beast. The 10-meter-wide ball of water was instantly shattered, and when the wall of water collapsed on the water disaster beast, it was blasted back. After bearing this attack, the blue light from the level 6 water disaster beast's body grew dimmer, and it didn't hesitate as it turned and ran, knowing that it couldn't beat the green dragon. Zhao Fu felt quite surprised. Level 6 disaster beasts were quite powerful, and Zhao Fu thought that he would have to act himself. He had never thought that Long Xiao would have such an overwhelming advantage over it. The green dragon shot out a massive ball of water from its mouth, which was extremely fast, and it quickly smashed into the escaping water disaster beast. Boom! The massive ball of water exploded, and a terrifying energy shockwave rippled out, temporarily creating a vacuum where there was no water. Only after a few seconds was that vacuum filled. The destructive power of the ball of water seriously injured the water disaster beast, but it continued to run. The green dragon flicked its tail, and it shot forwards like an arrow out of a bow, instantly reaching the water disaster beast's side and biting down on the water disaster beast's neck. Bang! Finally, the water disaster beast's body exploded into water, leaving behind a blue crystal. Zhao Fu grinned, and he grabbed with a hand, causing the blue crystal to float over to him. He looked at it before putting it away. "Owner, how am I doing?" Long Xiao asked in a cheerful voice. Zhao Fu had never thought that the green dragon would be able to deal with a level 6 disaster beast so easily, so he gave her some simple praise. "Owner, my skills in the bed are actually even better." Just as Zhao Fu finished praising her, Long Xiao once again spoke in a seductive voice. Zhao Fu couldn't take it anymore and smacked her back as he said, "Alright, we've killed most of the disaster beasts in this region now, let's go to the next region." Long Xiao agreed while laughing. She had found that Zhao Fu no longer cared about what she said anymore. In the next 2 days, because Zhao Fu knew that Long Xiao had a massive advantage in flooded places, all the regions that they visited had floods and water disaster beasts. Over the course of these 2 days, Zhao Fu had amassed more than 400,000 virtue points, and all of them had been earned by Long Xiao. Zhao Fu hadn't acted at all, and he had truly witnessed how powerful the Sin Dragon Sword was. With so many virtue points, the obvious thing to do was to use them to claim items. After coming to Holy Light City, Zhao Fu bought all of the items that he had set his eyes on before. Now, the number 8 pill, the stage-breaking pill, and number 7 pill, the life-connecting pill, had been claimed. This made Zhao Fu feel quite surprised. It was already the 5th day of the disaster festival, but there were still so many of the top 10 medicinal pills left. Could it be that no one had gathered enough virtue points? Could they have claimed other items? Indeed, many people didn't even consider any of the top 10 medicinal pills. This was because many of the best ones had disappeared on the very first day, and these were only singular pills, which could only work on one person. For a faction, it would be better to purchase items that could benefit the whole faction. Zhao Fu looked through the medicinal pills again and found that the number 6 pill, the Vermilion Bird Blood pill, and the number 4 pill, the Berserker pill, were still unclaimed. Since there weren't any other items that Zhao Fu wanted, he put his gaze on those 2 medicinal pills. Even though the Berserker pill was ranked 4th and could greatly increase one's battle strength, it may have attracted Zhao Fu in the past, but he wasn't interested now that he had his City Lord seal. However, he was still quite interested in the Vermilion Bird Blood pill because it only cost 150,000 virtue points, which would be quite easy to gather. As such, Zhao Fu went to continue killing disaster beasts. This time, he and Long Xiao came before a massive lake. Zhao Fu had visited this place during the Divine Fish Festival, and the flood here wasn't too bad. At most, there was a level 5 disaster beast. Even though the highest level of disaster beast here wasn't very high, farming this place for 150,000 virtue points wouldn't be too difficult. Zhao Fu still didn't bother acting, and he left everything to Long Xiao. Long Xiao was a hard worker, but her words started becoming looter and looter, making the other sword spirits feel incredibly embarrassed and awkward. They all expressed their discontent at Long Xiao, but she ignored them, doing as she pleased. Another day later, it was now the 6th day, and Zhao Fu had amassed 150,000 virtue points and claimed the Vermilion Bird Blood Pill. The Vermilion Bird Blood Pill was about as big as a longan fruit, and there was a picture of a vermilion bird on it. This picture seemed to be alive, continuously flying about on the surface of the pill and making it look quite mystical, and the medicinal pill gave off the stench of blood. Zhao Fu hadn't thought about who to give the Vermilion Bird Blood Pill to, and the Berserker Pill had finally been claimed by someone else as well. By now, all of the top 10 medicinal pills had been claimed. It was only the 6th day of the Disaster Festival, but Zhao Fu felt that there was nothing else to claim. It was the first time he had felt this way about a festival. Since there was nothing that he wanted, Zhao Fu turned his attention to his disaster crystals. Level 4 and above crystals could give epic rank equipment, and Great Ken currently only had around 30 pieces of epic rank equipment. The more they had, the better. 428 Disaster Fire. In the remainder of the time of the Disaster Festival, Zhao Fu and Long Xiao went and killed all sorts of powerful disaster beasts, most of which were above level 4. They didn't even bother killing disaster beasts below level 4 unless they came and attacked of their own accord. During this period of time, Zhao Fu saw many different types of disaster beasts, apart from wind disaster beasts, water disaster beasts, and fire disaster beasts. There were 6 other types. One was the metal disaster beast, which turned the ground and plants into metal, causing life to die out. This was a fairly terrible disaster, and it was quite difficult to recover from. These disaster beasts looked like apes and seemed to be made out of metal, and they were extremely firm. They were stronger than other disaster beasts as well and quite difficult to deal with. The second type was earth disaster beasts, which could cause earthquakes and destroy structures. It was quite a destructive disaster beast. These disaster beasts seemed to be made out of mud, but they often hid underground and were difficult to find and kill. The third type was wood disaster beasts. They caused trees to grow everywhere, which was in itself good, but the trees would grow in inconvenient places, such as on paths, roads, or within people's homes. This was troublesome but not as destructive as the other disasters. They looked like dryads and had a powerful life force and regenerative abilities, making them quite difficult to kill. The fourth type was ice disaster beasts, which could cause massive snowstorms that filled the sky and covered the ground. They could also freeze bodies of water as well. They looked like elephants, were made from ice, and were quite big. Every step they took, they would leave behind a frozen footprint. Compared to the other disaster beasts, they were quite easy to take down. The fifth type was sand disaster beasts. They caused the ground to turn into sand, causing plants to wither and creating a disaster that was difficult to recover from. They looked like sandworms and were made of sand, and they were the easiest type of disaster beast to kill. The sixth type was lightning disaster beasts. They could cause lightning to descend from the sky and had frightening power. The might they gave off was the most terrifying out of all of the disaster beasts. They looked like pythons with wings, and their bodies seemed to be made of electricity. Out of all of the types of disaster beasts that Zhao Fu had encountered, they were definitely the most powerful, and Zhao Fu had been wounded from killing a level 5 lightning disaster beast. Apart from these disaster beasts, there were some disaster beasts that Zhao Fu had seen, such as the ocean disaster beasts that only could be found near oceans. They would cause tsunamis, destroying everything in their way. There were also rare dream disaster beasts, which made people fall into dreamlike illusions. The most terrifying type was the death disaster beast. The death disaster beast was definitely the most powerful disaster beast, but no one knew what they looked like. However, rumors said that they were covered with a gray deathly aura. Wherever they went, the plants would wither, and the ground would become barren. No life would remain, as anything that went near it would have its life force quickly drained, turning it into a corpse. Essentially no one could go near it because one would immediately die. Even city lords were not immune to this, so no one had ever seen a death disaster beast and lived to tell the tale. The death disaster beasts were extremely rare, and even though they were incredibly monstrous, they weren't frequently seen. Because of this, no one knew how many people had been killed by them. There were a few more types of disaster beasts that Zhao Fu hadn't seen, but it was now the evening of the 7th day. There was only one more hour until the disaster festival ended, so it seemed that Zhao Fu wouldn't have an opportunity to encounter them. Zhao Fu went through his disaster crystals. There were 3 level 7 disaster crystals, 12 level 6 disaster crystals, 25 level 5 disaster crystals, and 32 level 4 disaster crystals. Level 4, 5, and 6 disaster crystals could give epic rank items, equipment, and materials. By now, Great Ken could forge epic rank equipment, but only Road could do this so far. Level 7 disaster crystals were guaranteed to give legendary rank items, which Zhao Fu was somewhat excited about, and he opened the first disaster crystal. A light flashed, and after it disappeared, a crystal ball appeared in front of Zhao Fu. This crystal ball was 2 meters wide and looked quite pure. It was completely without defects. It didn't even have a single bubble in it, making it look flawless. Zhao Fu looked at its stats and found that it was called a Void Orb, making Zhao Fu feel quite delighted. This could be used with the Heavenly Domain Stone, and now, he only lacked one more thing to be able to use the Heavenly Domain Stone. The first item was quite good, and Zhao Fu smiled as he opened the second disaster crystal. After the light receded, an icy-looking saber appeared before him. The saber was quite long and thin, and it seemed to be made out of ice, giving off an intense chilling intent. Ice Soul Saber, Grade, Legendary, Stats, Strength plus 30, Intelligence plus 30, Constitution plus 20, Agility plus 25, Description, an icy saber created from 10,000-year-old extreme chilling ice. It has extremely powerful ice attribute attacks. It was an legendary rank weapon, and its stats were quite good. However, Zhao Fu didn't use sabers, so he put it away, planning to use it as a reward in the future for his subordinates. Now, there was one level 7 disaster crystal left. After Zhao Fu used it, a light flashed, and a white ball of flames the size of a fist appeared. Seeing this, Zhao Fu looked at its stats curiously. Disaster Fire, a fire with powerful disaster energy. It can cause equipment or creatures to have a disaster attribute. If the disaster beast crystals of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth are fused into it, the disaster fire's stats will be even more powerful. Disaster beast crystals were crystals that could cause equipment to have disaster attributes. After opening so many disaster crystals, Zhao Fu had obtained quite a few. Apart from the ones specified in the disaster fire's description, he also had wind disaster beast crystals and ice disaster beast crystals. After thinking about it, Zhao Fu put the 5 different types of disaster beast crystals into the disaster fire, causing the white flame to burn with 5 different colors. It flickered as it floated in the air, giving off a terrifying aura that seemed to cause space itself to burn. Now that he had strengthened the disaster fire, Zhao Fu wondered if he should use it on equipment or creatures. If it was creatures, there was Little Gray, Little Black, Little White, and the wyvern that was about to hatch. If it was equipment, there was the Sky Demon Sword, Slaughtering Ghost Sword, Royal Wood Sword, and Sin Dragon Sword. If Zhao Fu were to use it on a living creature, the best candidate would be the wyvern. This would make it a disaster dragon, and its stats would most likely have great changes. If it was equipment, the best candidate would be the Sin Dragon Sword because it already had a disaster attribute, and the disaster fire would strengthen that disaster attribute. There were benefits to both, but Zhao Fu suddenly thought of something. He went to an open area and raised his hand as the king's ring gave off of a golden light, and the sound of horses galloping could be heard. 10 skeleton cavalrymen riding on white skeleton horses, wearing golden armor, and giving off a holy and majestic aura appeared. They got off their horses and half knelt as they said, "We greet your majesty." 429 Undead Disaster. By now, the 10 King's Undead Cavalry had reached stage 2, and they were incredibly powerful. However, the skeletons they led were still quite weak. Logically, if the King's Undead Cavalry were at stage 2, the skeletons that they led could grow to stage 2 as well. However, let alone stage 2, most weren't even at stage 1. This was because all of the stage 1 and above corpses were used to refine blood god pills, and very few were left to become skeleton soldiers. Moreover, each of the king's undead cavalrymen could control 3,000 skeletons. In the early stages, 3,000 skeletons was quite good, but now that Zhao Fu had an army of 160,000 people, 3,000 skeletons didn't seem like much and couldn't help much anymore. As such, Zhao Fu wondered what would happen if he fused the disaster fire with the king's undead cavalry. Zhao Fu looked at the half-kneeling king's undead cavalrymen. They were the equipment spirits of the king's ring, and after thinking about it, Zhao Fu took off the king's ring and fused the 5-colored disaster fire into the king's ring. Immediately, a wild wind started to blow, and after fusing with the disaster fire, the king's ring hovered in the air and gave off terrifying ripples as the golden light around it disappeared and was replaced by a black light. The king's undead cavalrymen's bodies trembled, and their golden light faded as the golden flames within their heads flickered and slowly became black. A powerful aura of disaster, as well as a monstrous wave of power, spread out as the king's undead cavalrymen's flames became completely black, and a black aura seeped out from their bodies and covered them. Their golden armor and weapons all became black. The king's undead cavalry looked completely different, their equipment was black and covered with a black fog, and their holy and majestic aura disappeared and was replaced by one of disaster and destruction, making those who saw them feel fear. It wasn't just them, but their skeleton horses became black and were covered with a black fog as well. The king's ring also turned into a black ring and gave off an aura of disaster and nobility. Zhao Fu looked at the stats and found that its name had become Disaster King Ring, and its grade had become Legendary Grade. Its stats had been greatly boosted, but the bonuses to experience point and achievement points weren't increased. The King's Undead Cavalry's names had also changed to King's Disaster Cavalry, or just Disaster Cavalry. Their stats were even more powerful, and they had an SSS plus grade profession, which was a top-tier profession. The skeletons that they summoned could maintain 90% of their strength from when they were alive and use their skills from before they died. They were also strengthened by disaster power, which boosted their battle abilities by many times. More importantly, the 10 disaster cavalrymen had become Lord-class undead, and each of them could now lead 3,000 skeletons for a total of 30,000 skeleton soldiers. 30,000 skeleton soldiers would be a powerful force for Great Kin, and seeing this, a trace of a smile appeared on Zhao Fu's face. Zhao Fu also found that the 10 disaster cavalrymen had a terrifying combination skill called Undead Disaster. Zhao Fu knew about this skill from the information from God Kerr, and he knew how terrifying it was. Undead Disaster, something that only King-class undead could use, and it was a King-class undead's most powerful skill. King-class skeletons were rarer than even human kings, and they were quite special existences. There would only be a skeleton king in roughly every 100 billion skeletons. Because Zhao Fu's disaster cavalrymen were undead and had obtained king's power and disaster power, they had fused to form this terrifying skill. The undead disaster that they cast together would be even more terrifying than one cast by a skeleton king because those skeletons would all have the disaster attribute. This skill was powerful enough to become Great Ken's trump card, but the undead disaster skill couldn't be used recklessly. Right now, the disaster cavalry were unable to control so many skeletons, and it would be easy for them to lose control of the skeletons. As such, it would be best not to use that skill unless the situation was dire. After looking at the disaster cavalry's powerful stats, a pleased smile appeared on Zhao Fu's face. Now, it was midnight, and the disaster festival had officially finished. Boom. Suddenly, an explosion sounded out in the sky as the dark night sky shined with a golden light. This sudden change caused everyone in the Heaven Awaken world to look up towards the sky. At that moment, a gigantic stone steel that gave off a boundless aura appeared in the sky, and it floated in between the heavens and the earth. System announcement. You have ranked first on the Virtue Points rankings. Would you like to hide your identity? Letters and numbers, which were people's names and their Virtue Points, started to appear on the stone steel. Number 1, Unknown, Virtue Points, 1.69 million. Number 2, Tina Pendragon, Virtue Points, 560,000. Number 3, CG, Virtue Points, 500,000. Number 4, Caesar Augustus, Virtue Points, 480,000. Number 5, The Wushan, Virtue Points, 450,000. Number 6, Akhenaten, Virtue Points, 420,000. Number 7, Liu Yi, Virtue Points, 410,000. Number 8, Ji Shenming, Virtue Points, 400,000. Number 9, Unknown, Virtue Points, 390,000. Number 10, Muoya, Virtue Points, 380,000. There were 100 names on the stone steel, and essentially all of them were the legatees of dynasties who had powerful nation armaments. How could ordinary people compete with them? After these names appeared, everyone received a system announcement. The disaster festival has concluded, and everyone who has greatly contributed has obtained the acknowledgement of the heavens and the earth and obtained different amounts of fate. Those who ranked 100th to 30th will each receive 3 S-grade pills that can raise any grade to S-grade and 1 lower heavens gift treasure box, which will give an ordinary epic rank item. Those who ranked 29th to 11th will each receive 3 SS grade pills that can raise any grade to SS grade, 3 middle heavens gift treasure boxes, which will give 3 high-quality epic rank items, and an SS general summoning talisman, which can summon an SS grade general. Those who ranked in the top 10 will not only obtain a large amount of fate but also a small Earth Realm mark, 3 SSS grade pills that can raise any grade to SSS grade, 3 upper heavens gift treasure boxes, which can give 3 top-tier epic rank items, and an SSS general summoning talisman, which can summon an SSS grade general. 430 heavens chosen. The person who ranked number 1, who performed the best in the event, will receive a massive amount of fate, a large Earth Realm mark, and the acknowledgement of the heavens and the earth. That person will also receive 6 SSS grade pills that can raise any grade to SSS grade, 3 upper heavens gift treasure boxes, which will give 3 top-tier epic rank items, 1 extreme heavens gift treasure box, which will give 1 ordinary legendary rank item, 3 SSS general summoning talismans, which can summon 3 SSS grade generals, the title of heavens chosen, which will give heaven's blessing and protection, a bonus 50% natural disaster resistance, and make it easier for indigenous residents to trust and submit to that person. No one had expected there to be bonus rewards at the end of this festival. because this festival was quite special. Not only did it give all sorts of item rewards, but it also gave a lot of fate. Of course, the greatest beneficiary of this festival was the person who ranked first. Not only did he receive a massive amount of fate, but there was also the large Earth Realm mark. Furthermore, he obtained 6 SSS grade pills, 3 SSS general summoning talismans, and the title of Heaven's Chosen. Just thinking about these rewards could make one feel extremely excited. Even though this person had chosen to hide his name, everyone knew that apart from Great Kin's legatee, it was impossible for anyone else to take that position. Zhao Fu also felt quite surprised. There were so many bonus rewards after this event had ended. Looking at the items continuously appearing in front of him, Zhao Fu couldn't help but laugh out loud. After these rewards were given out, the massive stones deal in the sky, as well as the abnormal signs, gradually disappeared, and everything returned to normal. The disaster festival had finally finished. Zhao Fu looked at the Earth Realm mark on the back of his hand and found that it had become deeper. However, there were no other changes. Afterward, Zhao Fu called over his generals and gave out the SSS grade pills. Raising grades wasn't a big deal for Great Kin regardless because all it needed were corpses. Regardless, these 6 SSS grade pills were quite useful, and all of the generals Zhao Fu called on a lot were SSS grade. Great Kin's generals had become even more powerful, and those who received SSS grade pills were incredibly grateful. This was especially so for Li Wen. He had been the son of the Li family village and had only been A grade. Now, he was SSS grade, and his future would be limitless. Next, Zhao Fu used the 3 general summoning talismans. The 3 violet talisman papers started to burn as 3 violet lights rushed into the sky, after which 3 figures slowly appeared before Zhao Fu. "We greet your majesty." After the 3 people appeared, they received some information and knelt down as they paid their respects to Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu looked at their stats and found that they were all SSS grade, had general professions, and had decent stats. One of them was wearing coarse cloth clothes and had ordinary looks. He was called Du Kong. Another was wearing robes and looked quite handsome and refined. He was called Liu Yeking. The final one was a big muscular man called Nai Ushili. "You may all rise." Zhao Fu asked Li Si to help them familiarize themselves with Great Kin. None of them had general stars, and they were just like any other spawn generals except their grades were higher. This made Zhao Fu feel slightly disappointed, but they were still quite good and would be quite useful. Zhao Fu understood that general stars weren't that easy to obtain, which was why historical generals were quite important. Following this, there were the 4 Heavens gift treasure boxes. After opening them, they all gave materials, but Zhao Fu wasn't disappointed. With the massive gains from this festival, Great Kin could already be satisfied. Finally, after killing the different types of disaster beasts, Great Kin had obtained 30% natural disaster resistance, and with the bonus 50%, Great Kin had obtained an extra 80% natural disaster resistance. After the disaster festival concluded, there were many people celebrating because the disaster festival had caused them many problems. Even though Great Kin wasn't really affected, they still held a small celebration and prepared for everything to go back to normal the next day. After the festival ended, Zhao Fu finally felt at ease and decided to take a rest. However, dark and cold currents started to move towards Great Kin. The next day, Zhao Fu returned to the real world and sat seriously while facing the family leaders who also looked incredibly serious. The various factions haven't come in peace, and the entire Ying family has been forced into a defensive position. However, the Ying family isn't one to be bullied, so it doesn't dare to do too much in the real world. However, they can act as they please in the Heaven Awakened world. Please help Great Kin's legatee. If he needs the Ying family's help, we'll do all we can to help, one of the family leaders said seriously to Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu nodded in response, and after talking for a bit longer, he returned to the Heaven Awakened world. After the disaster festival ended, the Ying family in the real world had been attacked by a few unknown factions. Even though the losses weren't great, they could sense a grave threat from this, making them quite wary and causing the Ying family to go into a defensive position. They couldn't find Great Kin's legatee in the real world, so they could only unleash their anger on the Ying family. Now, because of Great Kin's legatee, the Ying family was being viewed as an enemy by countless factions. If it wasn't for the fact that they were one of the 5 great families and had a deep foundation, it was possible that they would have been destroyed already. Back in the Heaven Awakened world, emergency reports continuously streamed in. Great Kin's merchant alliances, restaurants, and other businesses had all been destroyed. They had been attacked by various local factions, and at least 10,000 of Great Kin's people had been killed or injured. Even though Zhao Fu had kept a low profile when doing business, as Great Kin became more and more famous, people had started to investigate. Even some businesses that were suspicious but unrelated to Great Kin had been attacked by them. As these factions acted, the northern side of the Midland continent started to become chaotic. It wasn't just the businesses. Within North Nam, some of the factions that Great Kin controlled started to have people who betrayed Great Kin and started rebellions. Many of the dynasty legatees, including the Tang dynasty due to Zhao Fu's identity, started to openly act against Great Kin. Because Great Kin had taken in later Zhou, the Song dynasty also expressed its enmity. Now, the Xian, Shang, Zhou, and Han dynasties were all secretly supporting the Northern Side's Qin Resistance Alliance. Other dynasties also started to join as well. Apart from the Chinese factions, some foreign factions, such as those from Vietnam, Laos, Thailand, and Myanmar, started to participate. With these factions joining, the Northern Side's Qin Resistance Alliance became incredibly arrogant and unbridled, and it attacked Great Qin's factions without any care. This was the first time that Great Qin had suffered such great losses. These factions couldn't stop themselves from acting against Great Qin, and none of them wanted to see Great Qin continuously grow more powerful. The massive benefits that Great Qin had gained during this disaster festival was the trigger that incited them to do this. 431 Civil War. At that moment, a soldier walked into the hall and half knelt before reporting, "Your Majesty, there's a message from a person called Su Yan. He says that if Great Qin remains within one region and doesn't try to expand or attack any other regions or factions, he will spare Great Qin and cease the attacks against Great Qin." Ha 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 ha. When he heard this, Zhao Fu's anger swelled to its limit, and he coldly laughed. The atmosphere within the hall became incredibly cold, and all of the leaders lowered their heads, not daring to move. They could all feel Zhao Fu's anger and the killing intent within that laughter. "Do you all think Great Qin should submit so easily?" Zhao Fu asked as he looked at his subordinates. "Your Majesty, of course Great Qin cannot submit so easily. With respect to what has happened, Great Qin should retaliate and show everyone Great Qin's true strength." Wang Jian stepped forwards as he said. "Your Majesty, this subordinate believes that with Great Qin's strength, we can engage in battles that will open up the path to establishing a nation," Beiqi said as he stepped out, his eyes burning with passion. "Your Majesty, I support Commander Beiqi's words. Now that Great Qin has many talents, we can engage in battle. Time is scarce, and we can officially begin restoring Great Qin as a nation," Wei Liao said and stepped out after some consideration. The other leaders all expressed their views as well. Within the boundless darkness, the massive star gave off a blood-red light, causing Zhao Fu's eyes to give off a devilish blood-red light. "Xianru, how can the Emperor Phoenix statue be used?" After hearing the various leaders' words, Zhao Fu turned to look at Xianru beside him. Xianru smiled as she replied, "Your Majesty, all you need to do is take it to the Heaven Prayer Platform. It's that simple." Zhao Fu thought there would have to be some sort of ceremony to use it. Xianru nodded as she replied, "Your Majesty, the Heaven Prayer Platform is the place where the most fate is gathered. Placing the Emperor Phoenix statue there will be quite fitting, and the statue will naturally fuse with Great Qin." "I see," Zhao Fu said before looking at his subordinates. "The road to restoring Great Qin's nation has begun. However, we need to make detailed plans. Since our businesses in the various regions have been attacked, we'll pause them for now. There's no need to increase the casualties, and it will be better for us to focus on preparations." The various leaders all agreed, and they started to discuss among themselves. Soon, Zhao Fu gave out a new order, "Beiqi, train another 40,000 soldiers and raise Great Qin's army to 200,000 people." Beiqi nodded and accepted this order. Zhao Fu then looked at Wang Ergu and said, "Ergu, give me all of the information of those participating in the Qin Resistance Alliance. Don't let off even a single one." Wang Ergu also nodded and accepted this order. Zhao Fu then turned his gaze to Little Sha and said, "Little Sha, I will expand the Eternal Knights members to 30,000, and I'll leave the training to you. Teach them all sorts of killing methods. Great Qin needs more effective assassins." Little Sha also nodded and gave a blanco in response. Zhao Fu then turned to Ba King and said, "Ba King, calculate our losses from these attacks and give benefits to those who were injured or killed. If we're lacking people in any department, make sure those positions are filled soon." "Thank you, Your Majesty," Beiqi replied gratefully. Most of those who were injured were from the business department, and with this order from Zhao Fu, she would be able to give them good compensation. Finally, Zhao Fu said to Go Binglin, "Go Binglin, give me all of the information you've collected on Heavenstone City." Hearing this, Go Binglin also nodded. After everyone had their orders, the meeting concluded, and everyone went to carry out their orders. Zhao Fu took Xianru to the Heaven Prayer Platform and placed the 2-meter-tall crystal statue onto it. "That's it?" Zhao Fu asked. Xianru lightly nodded, indicating that this was fine. After this, Zhao Fu thought of something and said, "Xianru, since you can see fate, stay by my side from now on." "Yes, Your Majesty," Xianru said as she smiled. This was what she wanted. The closer she was to Zhao Fu, the higher her position would be. After placing the Emperor Phoenix statue on the Heaven Prayer platform, Zhaofu and Xianru went back to the hall, where Go Binglin was waiting with the recent information on Heavenstone City. Zhaofu read through the information carefully. Ever since that large battle, the relationship of Heavenstone City with the three other main cities had been much better. Evidently, Heavenstone City's city lord wanted to ally with the three other city lords to deal with Great Kin. The three other city lords knew this, but they didn't agree or reject his offer either. On one hand, they were afraid of inviting trouble to themselves. They knew that Heavenstone City had offended a powerful dynasty's legatee. On the other hand, if their region lost a city lord, their overall strength would go down, and it was possible that this legatee would turn against them too. Zhaofu had to think about this carefully. If the four city lords allied together, Great Kin wouldn't be able to shake them at all. As such, Zhaofu put this matter on standby for now and looked at the other information. The Heavenstone City had already replaced the 10,000 soldiers who had died during that fight, but most of them were only Tier 0 Level 7 or Tier 0 Level 8. They only had 90,000 or so Stage 1 soldiers. Right now, Great Kin had 80,000 Stage 1 soldiers, just 10,000 less. In terms of residents, Heavenstone City had 360,000 residents, which was quite normal. Some of the more developed system main cities had 400,000 or so indigenous residents. There was also information about how the young lord, Shi Wen, had turned over a new leaf, but it was too late. After looking through the information on Heavenstone City, Zhaofu came to a decision. Also, the Ken Resistance Alliance was quite a great threat. If all of the regions were connected, they would be able to join up together, and Great Ken really would have to step back. Zhaofu knew that Great Ken wasn't powerful enough to face off against them directly, so he didn't overestimate his capabilities. For now, he didn't plan on doing anything drastic. After everything was prepared, he would deal with them. In response, the many factions were quite surprised by Great Ken's lack of reaction. Some said that Great Ken was weak, while others said that it was the calm before the storm. This matter caught the attention of the whole world because it related to Great Ken. Many of the foreign factions were quite happy about this civil war, with most of the Chinese factions banding together to restrain Great Ken's legatee. If China didn't become weaker, how could they have an opportunity to rise? If Great Ken wasn't destroyed, how could they be at ease? Great Ken was already a thorn in many people's hearts, making them feel pain and terror. The Chinese factions all knew that this civil war would reduce their overall strength, but they were still determined to go through with it. This related to their life, and if they didn't suppress Great Ken now, they would all face destruction. 432 Wyvern. The civil war wasn't beneficial to anyone in China in the long term. Any loss was a loss for China. With the support of the various dynasties, the factions in the northern side felt incredibly proud and confident, and they didn't even place Great Ken in their eyes anymore. With the various factions added together, their people numbered in the tens of millions, and let alone Great Ken, they wouldn't fear even multiple dynasty legatees. That was how confident they felt. However, their weakness was that they were unable to gather all of their forces together. Even though Great Ken was weaker than all of them collectively, its military might wasn't something that any of them could individually rival. This was something that they all knew. The ancient clans, the oldest factions in China, also knew this, and the 10 or so elders gathered to discuss. One of the elders said, "How about we do some mediating and end the civil war? If a civil war really explodes, all of China's northern side will take a great blow, and there are many hungry wolves waiting for an opportunity. For China, we need to do something." Another elder said, "But the Ken Resistance Alliance has acted too savagely without any thoughts of consequences and hasn't given Great Ken any face. Will the bloodthirsty Great Ken really agree to settle?" Last time, when the Chaos Imperial Star descended, everyone could tell that Great Ken's legatee would become the most bloodthirsty and evil emperor. How could he give in? Moreover, the Ken Resistance Alliance has an overwhelming advantage right now, and it has become incredibly arrogant. How could it be willing to negotiate with Great Ken? Another elder said, "Since things have come to this, we need to at least try. This civil war might shake the entirety of the northern side of the Midland continent, and it could affect the entire world." Hearing this elder words, everyone else sighed and nodded. They had to at least try to stop this from happening. The various schools from the 100 schools of thought were split into two factions. One hoped that a lot of fighting and chaos would result, and the one who won would be the sovereign. The other faction wanted peace. If a war exploded, China's strength would be reduced by at least a quarter, if not more. There was another large faction within China that was also quite concerned, which was Flower Moon. Currently, 20 or so beautiful women sat around a large table. "Big sis, should we sell items to the factions in the northern side? If we sell them now, we'll be able to make great profits since it's a time of need," one of the women said and smiled as she looked at the mature woman in the main seat. Another woman rolled her eyes as she said, If a civil war begins, our business activities in the entire northern side will be affected, and it will already be good if we don't make a loss. Right now, the northern side is in chaos, and all of the factions that might be even slightly related to Great Kin are being attacked. Even some of our factions have been attacked. However, I'm not worried about them. Rather, I'm afraid of Great Kin, which has been completely silent and hasn't responded at all. This is much more terrifying. Another woman laughed. When did you become so scared? Great Kin isn't all that. If it faces off against the entire northern side, it will definitely lose, which is why it hasn't dared to do anything. It's because you don't understand how terrifying Great Kin is. The woman who originally spoke retorted. Seeing that these two were about to start fighting, an older, gentler woman said, "Alright, stop arguing and listen to what Big Sis has to say as to whether we should participate or remain neutral." The mature woman sitting in the main seat smiled as she looked at the women and said, "I think we should remain neutral for now. There's no need for Flower Moon to be caught up in that chaos just for a bit of profit. Great Kin has a massive amount of fate, so it won't lose easily. Also, the civil war hasn't truly erupted yet. When the time comes, it won't be too late for us to get involved either." That's all for today. Hearing this, the women nodded before leaving. Aizen, be careful with your matter. Seeing everyone leave, the mature woman suddenly smiled as she spoke to Aizen, who had been departing. Aizen's face paled before she nodded seriously. Understood, Big Sis. Time quickly passed, and soon, a week had passed. The countless factions were all shocked that Great Kin still hadn't done anything or started up its businesses again. The ancient clans had offered to mediate and provide a peace treaty, but they hadn't heard a response. It was as if Great Kin had disappeared, and there was no news about it. Could it be that Great Kin was giving in? The northern side's factions started to celebrate, and they were covered with an atmosphere of joy. This was indeed worth celebrating, as they had finally suppressed Great Kin, which had been overbearing. Now, Great Kin had seen how powerful the northern side's factions were and was scared. The factions that had submitted to Great Kin also felt quite surprised. Great Kin hadn't done anything, and they hadn't received any information, making them feel quite unsettled. "Mother, what do you think is going to happen?" Chai Shaohui asked as he looked at Nangong Shuayu. Nangong Shuayu lightly shook her head and said, "I don't know either. His Majesty is most likely preparing something. I'm sure we'll know soon." The situation was the same in the state of Wei. One of the state of Wei's people asked Aizen, "Young master, Great Kin still hasn't responded. Don't tell me it's truly afraid? After all, there are so many factions from the northern side." After surrendering, Aizen had renounced the title of Majesty and was now called Young Master. Hearing this, Aizen could only shake his head. He felt that there was a storm brewing where countless people would die. It would be a calamity for the entire northern side. Back at the Great Kin city, Zhao Fu brought some people to the incubation room. There was a gray egg there, which was the wyvern egg. After such a long time, it was nearly time for it to hatch. The half-meter-tall egg started to tremble and give off a powerful aura as if there was a small being trying to struggle out. Crack! 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 Cracks started to appear along the egg as bits of the shell fell off, and a mucus-covered head poked out. A pair of large, black eyes looked around curiously as the rest of the egg split apart and its body came out of the egg. It was a wyvern that currently looked like a lizard with a pair of wings. It was covered with gray scales and had a pair of little horns. Its body was covered with mucus, but it innately gave off an aura of suppression. After getting out of the egg, it saw Zhao Fu, happily flapped its wings, and flew towards Zhao Fu. Because Zhao Fu had already bonded it to him using his blood, the little wyvern already saw him as its closest person. Zhao Fu hugged the little wyvern, ignoring the mucus on its body. He stroked its head, and the little wyvern had a satisfied expression on its face. Zhao Fu then took out a raising stone and fed it to the wyvern before taking it to the universal den. 433 Beginning of the calamity. Zhao Fu first revoked the void beast's conquering of the universal den and then had the little wyvern conquer it. The little wyvern was very obedient and flapped its wings over to the round stage before conquering the den. Afterward, Zhao Fu gave the little wyvern over to those who were responsible for raising it, and when he looked at the universal den stats, a satisfied smile appeared on his face. This universal den would spawn wyverns of random ages, just as the origin would spawn residents of different ages. It was possible for the universal den to spawn juvenile wyverns, mature wyverns, and aged wyverns. Mature wyverns had stage 5 strength, and they would be Great Kin's most terrifying force. Even juvenile wyverns had stage 3 strength and would be able to be used immediately. Only newborn wyverns wouldn't be able to be put to use immediately. With these wyverns, Great Kin could sweep away all obstacles in its path, and very few people would be able to stop Great Kin. However, the spawning time was a bit slow, which was 10 days for one wyvern. What's more, this was only because of Great Kin's bonus stats and the Universal Den's epic rank. Without those stats, it would most likely only be able to spawn a wyvern once every year. Moreover, the den was currently only a basic den, so it had a lot of potential. With mature wyverns, they would be able to kill countless creatures, making the den level up quickly. The den needed time, so they would leave it for now. Now, Great Kin had 200,000 soldiers. The soldiers that Beichi had been training were added in, and now, Great Kin greatly lacked blood god pills. The corpses that they obtained in Gloomy Jungle were far from enough to meet the demand. Before, Zhao Fu had been preparing to attack Heavenstone City. This was something that he had been preparing for a long time. However, because of the Ken Resistance Alliance's crazed attacks and its arrogant behavior, Zhao Fu changed his mind and decided to cause a calamity. This calamity would be horrifying, and Zhao Fu knew that countless people would die. However, Zhao Fu didn't care anymore. He had been suppressing his rage this entire time. Since they were determined to destroy Great Kin, Zhao Fu wouldn't show any mercy either. What Zhao Fu was preparing for them was the undead disaster. Casting undead disaster required a massive number of corpses, and the best place for gathering corpses was the region that had been completely flooded. That region had essentially become a land of ghosts. After the flood receded, it left behind a countless number of bloated bodies. There were both humans and animals, and the system main cities didn't relocate back because there were too many corpses there. There was now an aura of death, and the place had become a cursed place. Any living creatures that went there would feel an uncomfortable uneasy feeling, causing their bodies to grow weaker. Moreover, relocating back was incredibly difficult, and continuously moving the city heart would also damage it. As such, there weren't any living creatures in that region, only corpses. Even if Zhao Fu didn't do anything, many undead would spawn there. For the next 7 days, Zhao Fu ordered the disaster cavalry to continuously use undead disaster, reviving the countless corpses. Because they had a disaster attribute, the spirit flames in their heads were black. They also had many resistances and were much stronger than normal skeletons. Now, that region was filled with countless skeletons, and there were at least 10 million of them. This was because there were not only human skeletons but also animal skeletons. With so many undead, Great Kin had long since lost its control over them. In other words, Great Kin was unable to command them or stop them, and they simply acted on their instincts to kill all living creatures. Great Kin seemed to be playing with fire, and Zhao Fu knew that he could no longer contain the situation. However, he was determined to do this. Since the other factions didn't seem to care about the civil war reducing China's strength, Zhao Fu didn't care about it either. After all, Zhao Fu never planned on sparing any of Great Kin's enemies. The entire region was covered with a deathly aura, and the sunlight couldn't reach the ground. All signs of life seemed to have disappeared, and the grass and plants lost their green color. The sound of wailing could be heard from time to time, and anyone who came to this region would feel his hairs stand on end. This was already a region of the undead. Zhao Fu stood in the air while the 10 disaster cavalrymen, which were shrouded in darkness, waited for Zhao Fu's order. Begin the slaughter. Zhao Fu ordered as he icily looked at the region in front of him. The disaster cavalry drew their black swords and pointed forwards, and the countless skeletons sensed something and started to amble forwards. The sound of them walking was simply deafening and completely frightening. Even though the disaster cavalry couldn't fully control these skeletons, because they were the summoners, they could still guide their basic instincts. Zhao Fu's goal was to move the skeletons to another region and allow them to run amok, causing a massive slaughter. Gradually, the 10 million skeletons entered the region like an ocean of bones, and the deathly aura around them caused countless beings to feel shocked. As soon as the 10 disaster cavalrymen and the countless skeletons entered this region, many creatures detected them, whether or not it was a bird or beast. All of them were completely terrified and started to run. Before the undead army had fully arrived, a small flood of beasts had already formed as they ran for their lives. The countless skeletons detected these living creatures' aura, making them feel excited. They rushed forward after those living creatures, and the 10 disaster cavalrymen could no longer guide them anymore. Now, the massive slaughter had begun. No matter what it was, whether it was a tiger, a pack of wolves, or even a lion, all of them seemed incredibly weak and pitiful in front of the countless skeletons. Only by running could they perhaps survive. Those that were fast were safe for now, but those that were slower would be inundated by the skeletons and die immediately. When there were enough deaths, the 10 disaster cavalry could once again use undead disaster, causing the skeleton army to continuously grow stronger, turning the northern side of the Midland continent into a living hell. Within the boundless darkness, the massive blood-red star seemed to go through some changes. Zhao Fu stood in the air, his blood-red eyes giving off a chilling light as he coldly watched everything. Howls and shrieks continuously sounded out, and fresh blood dyed the ground as countless creatures died in horror and pain. 434 Undead Disaster. The ocean of bones gave off a terrifying sound as it flooded forward. the massive amount of deathly aura condensed into gray clouds, and as the deathly aura passed by the ground, it started to lose its vitality. The grass and plants also started to wither and die. The countless skeletons were quite fast, and soon, the ocean of bones had swallowed up 10 or so kilometers of land and continued rushing forward. A small, defenseless village was soon inundated by the ocean of bones, and it was unable to resist at all. 10 or so skeletons rushed towards the tiger and stabbed their sharp hands into its body, causing the tiger to howl before it died. The skeletons caught up to a few slow goats, and they bleated in despair before they were bitten to death. A team of 10 or so humans desperately ran, but soon, they ran out of stamina and were caught by the countless skeletons, turning into 10 or so corpses in just a matter of seconds. The countless skeletons didn't tire at all and excitedly ran forwards, killing all living creatures in their way and absorbing their aura of life, fueling their growth. As time passed, the ocean of bones had swallowed everything within thousands of kilometers, and it gave off terrifying sounds as it continued onwards. A deathly aura followed the skeletons, covering the sky. From a distance, it seemed as if a massive storm was about to erupt. Rumble. Countless beasts ran out from the surrounding forests and mountains: deer, wolves, leopards, rabbits, bears. Countless animals, some of which would usually be prey for others, ran together, none of them attacking each other. All of them desperately ran away from what was coming behind them. The beast flood was incredibly big, and it covered a 10-kilometer radius. The ground quaked beneath them, and countless trees were knocked over as they fled. This beast flood could already cause people to feel terrified, but the unending white ocean of bones behind it was enough to make people feel utter terror and despair. Soon, the ocean of bones covered a 10,000-kilometer radius, and above them, Zhao Fu once again gave the disaster cavalry the order to use undead disaster. The 10 disaster cavalrymen obeyed and raised their black swords. They gave off powerful auras as 10 pillars of black light shot into the sky. Explosions sounded out in the sky as a deathly aura wildly gathered and a 1-kilometer wide black-colored magic formation appeared in the sky, giving off a boundless aura of death. It started to rotate as waves of black light rippled out, bringing with it a mysterious summoning power. Gusts of cold wind blew as the corpses on the ground started to go through changes, the flesh started to wither and fall off, leaving behind a skeleton, and tongues of flames flickered to life within their skulls. At that moment, the skeletons seemed to come to life and crawled up from the ground, ambling into the ocean of bones. Zhao Fu had no idea how many skeletons had been added, but the number definitely wasn't small. After using undead disaster, the disaster cavalry became slightly weaker because undead disaster wasn't something that could be cast easily. However, with so much deathly aura around, it would be easy for them to recover. At the same time, the massive sounds from casting the skill, the ocean of bones, and the beast flood caused some people to realize that something was off. The gray clouds now covered everything within 10,000 kilometers. They were quite thick as well, giving off an oppressive aura, and not a bit of light could pass through them. The powerful ocean of bones continued onwards with its unstoppable momentum. Some players who had constructed their villages a bit further away started to feel that something was wrong. They first heard the ground rumbling before seeing countless beasts rushing towards them. Instantly, they became completely dumbfounded and started to sweat cold sweat. They immediately started to ready their defenses, but because it was a beast flood, they could only watch in despair. They were completely unable to stop the dark flood of beasts. What was going on? Why would there suddenly be such a terrifying beast flood? They had no idea what was going on, but they were unable to stop such a terrifying beast flood and could only wait for destruction. However, a miracle seemed to happen. The countless beasts didn't attack them and ran by them instead. This made all of the people feel quite surprised and happy. One of the players even thanked the heavens for sparing them because a massive python had been less than a meter away from him. However, the python didn't attack or even look at him. Instead, it focused on moving forward. However, after thinking about it, that player realized that the python seemed to be quite frightened because it acted as if there was something chasing it, forcing it to run for its life. However, that massive python was 10 or so meters long and had at least stage 2 strength. It could easily devour a person, so what could cause it to feel such fear? Soon, an even greater rumbling could be heard as an ocean of bones appeared before that player. There was simply no end to that ocean, and the player felt as if there was someone gripping his heart, causing his hairs to stand on end and for his body to continuously tremble. The skeletons looked at him, and the black tongues of flames within their heads gave them an incredibly evil look as they laughed eerily. The player came back to his senses and turned to run, but it was already too late. The white ocean of bones instantly swallowed him up, and a terrified howl sounded out, signaling that his life was over. Many players had already seen how terrifying this ocean of bones was. The hope that they felt when they saw the beast flood rush past turned into despair, and their hearts were instantly chilled. Following this, the ocean of bones mercilessly inundated them, causing screams to continuously sound out, leaving behind lifeless corpses. The closest system main city had long since felt that something was off. A young man looked at where the gray clouds were gathered, feeling that things were about to take a turn for the worse. The aura of death and disaster was coming closer and closer, and the young man didn't hesitate. He ordered for the city gates to be closed and for the city to go into a high alert state. At the same time, the players who had died were sent back to the real world, and because of fear, their bodies were still trembling. Their heads were filled with that terrifying scene, and they immediately went on to the Heaven Awaken World Forum to spread the news about the terrifying undead disaster. This news was like a boulder that had been tossed into water, causing countless ripples. All of the nearby factions took notice of this because this was no small matter according to the news that was spread. It was something that could cause anyone to feel terrified, and everyone in that region was most likely doomed. As for why such a massive undead disaster had appeared, people started to make guesses. 435 undead army. Everyone knew that the neighboring region had been completely flooded, and most people believed that some abnormal circumstances had caused those corpses to turn into undead, resulting in this disaster. However, none of them could have expected that the undead disaster had been caused by Great Kin. No one realized the danger of the situation, and everyone thought that only one region was doomed. Many people started to feel a sense of wicked gleefulness, rejoicing that it wasn't their region that had been attacked by the undead. However, the players in that region all started to worry. In that region, the Ocean of Bones gave off an aura of suppression that seemed to cover the entire land, and they continued to swarm forward. They now covered tens of thousands of kilometers, and the disaster cavalry once again cast undead disaster, causing the Ocean of Bones to grow even bigger and for the aura of the army to become even more powerful. Some of the skeletons had already gathered enough life force to evolve, and their spirit flames became even bigger as they obtained some intelligence. Their bones also became bigger, and using the death energy they had, they condensed bone weapons. These skeletons could change professions by themselves, and some of them had become basic skeleton soldiers that were more powerful than ordinary skeletons. Now, the Ocean of Bones had once again become more powerful. The nearest city lord looked at the approaching gray clouds and couldn't watch on any longer. He turned into a ray of light and flew towards the undead army. Seeing that endless Ocean of Bones, the city lord was completely dumbfounded. His city was unable to stop such a massive army, and even if he used his city lord seal, he would be powerless against these skeletons. What do I do? Looking at the Ocean of Bones that was coming closer and closer to the city lord felt quite worried. Very few things could make city lords feel this way. It was clear how terrifying this undead disaster was. Suddenly, he sensed something and quickly flew towards the center of the Ocean of Bones. There, he saw a person, who gave off a powerful aura, wearing a black cloak and standing in the air. Seeing this person and the 10 disaster cavalrymen below him, he immediately realized that this undead disaster wasn't a natural disaster but something caused by this person. He felt quite furious and couldn't understand why this person would want to cause the deaths of millions of people. "Sir, why are you doing this?" the young man loudly said as he furiously gazed at Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu's blood-red eyes glanced at the young man, and he lightly laughed. "Of course. It's so that countless creatures will die." "You." Hearing Zhao Fu's cold words, it was as if he saw the countless creatures as ants, and he couldn't help but feel enraged. He prepared to attack Zhao Fu. He could sense that Zhao Fu had a city lord seal, and he also gave off an extremely dangerous aura. In the end, the city lord decided to quell his anger because he didn't dare to attack. However, Zhao Fu drew the Sin Dragon sword, and a powerful aura swept out from him. If he could use this undead disaster to take down a few system main cities, that would be quite ideal. Seeing that Zhao Fu was preparing to fight, the young man felt quite startled, and he drew a long saber and made preparations. Suddenly, 3 rays of light flew over, revealing 3 figures that gave off mighty auras. They were the city lords of the 3 other system main cities. It was impossible of them not to know about such a massive undead disaster, so they had also come over to take a look. They had also found that Zhao Fu was the cause of this undead disaster, so the 4 city lords stood in the air and surrounded Zhao Fu. They believed that killing him would stop the undead disaster. However, what they didn't know was that the disaster cavalry had long since lost control over the undead disaster, so killing Zhao Fu would be useless. Nevertheless, with Zhao Fu's current strength, it would be impossible for them to kill him. The 4 city lords were all men, and a big man said furiously, "You'd best stop this disaster, or we'll have to attack." "Do you really think that you'll be able to fight against 4 city lords just because you're also a city lord?" The 3 other city lords looked at Zhao Fu seriously. Even though the undead disaster had only been going for a short while, millions of creatures had already died. If this continued, who knew how many creatures would perish? Today, they had to stop this calamity or kill Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu coldly laughed. Do you really think you'll be able to kill me? An aura that was terrifying to the extreme burst forth, and it was as if space itself was unable to withstand this aura. The space started to crack. Zhao Fu not only used his nation armaments power but also his clan armaments power. This massive force caused the 4 city lords' faces to pale, and their confidence was instantly shattered. In the end, the 4 city lords could only take a step back and ask, what do you want to stop this disaster? Zhao Fu also started to make alternate arrangements. The 4 system main cities would be difficult to defeat if they banded together. With players, the 4 cities had roughly 6 million people, and with the strength of the cities themselves, it would be quite difficult for the undead army to break through them. This was only the first region that the undead army had stepped into, and it hadn't started truly developing yet. Ordinary skeletons were weaker than the average person, and there weren't enough of them yet to take down an entire region. Of course, with so many skeletons, they would be enough to deal serious damage to the 4 main cities and could even destroy the main cities at the cost of most of the skeletons being destroyed. However, Zhao Fu's ambitions were greater than this. His goal was to make this undead disaster sweep across the entirety of the northern side, turning it into a place of the dead. Not only would he be able to wipe out all opposition, but he would also be able to great benefits. How could he stop here? Zhao Fu calmly replied, this undead army is already out of control, and I'm unable to stop it. However, I have methods to make you immune to this undead disaster, though it will cost you. Upon hearing that the undead disaster was out of Zhao Fu's control, the 4 city lords became quite startled, but hearing that Zhao Fu could grant them immunity, they let out a sigh of relief and asked, what do we have to do? Zhao Fu smiled as he handed out a list and replied, expel all of these factions from your system main cities and list them as wanted criminals who will be killed as soon as they step into the city. The 4 city lords looked over the list, and essentially all of the factions were player factions that wouldn't affect them at all. As such, they happily agreed, otherwise, their cities, including their residents and soldiers, would die from the undead disaster. Seeing them agree, Zhao Fu stated his second requirement, in the future, I'll need your help as well. Don't worry. It won't be detrimental to you at all. When they heard the second requirement, the 4 city lords hesitated, but they still agreed in the end. 436 Grim feeling the names on the list were all factions that were part of the Ken Resistance Alliance. Since they had attacked Great Ken, Zhao Fu didn't intend of letting them off and would show no mercy. Without the protection of the system main cities, these people would quickly die to the undead disaster. Even if they survived by sheer luck, they would be listed as wanted criminals, no longer be able to enter system main cities, and be greatly restricted. The second requirement was something that Zhao Fu was saving for the future. After striking this deal, Zhao Fu smiled as he said, alright, go and close your city gates. Also, use this formation to suppress the life aura from your cities. I'll guide the skeletons to not harm your cities. Hearing that Zhao Fu only had these 2 requirements, the 4 city lords let out sighs of relief and nodded their heads. They turned around, and their bodies turned into rays of lights as they disappeared over the horizon. Because the undead disaster was already out of Zhao Fu's control, they had to act quickly, or the consequences would be unimaginable. The fastest was the young man because the undead army was closest to his city. After returning, he immediately gave the orders to expel those people on the list. The factions were completely dumbfounded and had no idea why the system main city was expelling them for no apparent reason. Moreover, at the same time, they found out about the undead disaster, so if the system main city was expelling them, they would definitely die. They begged and pleaded, but it was useless. Soon, all of them had been expelled from the system main cities. Seeing these people being expelled, the other players felt quite afraid and were worried that they too would be expelled. There was no chance of survival in the face of that monstrous undead disaster, so all of the players became incredibly docile and didn't dare to cause even the slightest bit of trouble. Rumble. That terrifying sound came closer and closer, and the skies gradually darkened as they were covered by great clouds. A chilling wind blew, making everyone's backs feel incredibly cold. At that moment, countless skeletons came over a mountain and started to appear. After personally seeing this unending ocean of skeletons, countless people's legs gave out as they stared in horror. None of them had thought that the situation would be so grim. The city gates were tightly shut, and the formation that suppressed the aura of life was activated. However, those who had been expelled weren't so lucky. Facing the countless skeletons, they couldn't even run from them. These people tried to leave the Heaven Awaken world and come back in a few days, but they found that they couldn't leave and were instead greeted with a system announcement. System announcement. A great disaster has happened in your region, and you are unable to leave the Heaven Awaken world. Seeing the people outside the main cities, the countless skeletons excitedly rushed up. The people continuously begged the system main cities to let them in, but no matter how they pleaded, it was all useless. After all, if they opened the city gates now, the aura of life would come spilling out of the city, causing the countless skeletons to madly attack the city. If that happened, there would not be a single person left in the city afterward. Og! Cries of pain sounded out from outside, causing those inside the city to shudder. They knew how terrifying it was outside, and their bodies couldn't stop trembling. Soon, all of the howls subsided, and because the skeletons couldn't detect the aura of any more living creatures, the disaster cavalry were able to guide them onwards. After everything settled down and the skeleton army left, some people mustered up the courage to look outside. They saw countless corpses with terrified expressions peacefully lying on the ground. There were dismembered limbs and organs all over the place, and blood dyed the ground. The stench of blood filled the air, and it looked like a slaughterhouse of horrors. Anyone who saw this scene felt incredibly horrified. Everyone also rejoiced that they hadn't been expelled, or else this would have been their fate. The countless skeletons continued onwards to other main cities, giving off an aura that could sweep across anything. The conclusions for those who had been expelled were the same. As time passed, the undead disaster became more and more terrifying, and the region seemed to be bearing unspeakable pain and death. Death, and more death. Death was the only thing present. This day was destined to be the most horrifying day for this region, and the aura of death filled the entire region. The sky lost all brightness, making the land seem incredibly dark. The grass and plants had become deathly gray, blood stained the ground, and the howls of the undead could be heard everywhere. The players in this region described this horrifying scene on the Heaven Awakened World Forum, garnering the sympathy of countless people. At the same time, more and more people started to pay attention to this undead disaster. Soon, all of China heard about how terrifying this undead disaster was. Most of the creatures in a region had died, not just beasts but also villages in the wilderness and countless players. The land and plants had been infected with the aura of death and lost all vitality, and they wouldn't be able to recover in a long time. The entire region had been severely damaged, but it wasn't a complete disaster. After all, the 4 system main cities, surprisingly, hadn't been attacked, and everyone inside had remained safe. However, everyone was incredibly curious why none of the 4 system main cities had been attacked, and soon, news of some players being expelled was spread. Many people realized that these people were all part of factions that were part of the Ken Resistance Alliance. A few factions being expelled from a system main city wasn't a big deal, but these specific factions being expelled was a bit too coincidental. It was said that these factions were not only expelled but also listed as wanted criminals. Even if the players didn't die, they would only be able to stay in the wilderness, and they wouldn't dare to enter system main cities. Otherwise, they would be killed by the city guards. If this really was done by Great Kin, their methods were savage and malicious to the extreme. They were cutting off all hope and not leaving any problems for themselves in the future. However, this was only a guess, and no one could confirm that this was done by Great Kin. However, it was still enough to make many people feel a grim feeling. After hearing about this, Su Yan's expression became extremely serious. There had been no news about Great Kin recently, which had made him feel quite uneasy. Recently, Great Kin had been like a silent beast that could launch a terrifying attack at any moment, so he immediately ordered his people to gather information on Great Kin. None of the factions in the northern side had connected the dots, and all of them thought that this was a coincidence. After all, the northern side was quite big, and this was just a single region. Therefore, it wasn't a big deal. The various dynasty legatees felt a bit worried, but they decided to see how things progressed from here. The various schools of thought and sects also paid some attention to this. Some talented people could feel that something big was about to happen. 437 high-grade contract. The undead disaster continued in this region for 8 days, and the ocean of bones had more than doubled in size. Under the guidance of the disaster cavalry, the countless skeletons moved on to the next region. Seeing the skeleton army depart, the 4 city lords finally relaxed and heavily sighed. They looked at the devastation around their cities and wondered how long this disaster would take to recover from. At the same time, they were glad that they had reached a settlement with Zhaofu. Otherwise, if the skeletons were allowed to do as they pleased, the consequences would have been unimaginable. However, they couldn't help but wonder what Zhaofu wanted their help with. After all, they had already signed a contract with him. The contract was a high-grade contract, and Zhaofu had spent a lot of money to buy it. It bound powerful experts to their word. After all, it was impossible for Zhaofu to trust an oral promise that had no binding power. Zhaofu stood in the air and took out his map, looking at the next region that the Ocean of Bones would go to. This region was a plains region that had fertile land, and it had many types of crops. It was a pity that all of this would be destroyed soon. The Ocean of Bones flooded into the Void Zone, and even the powerful creatures within the Void Zone started to run for their lives. The Void Zone, which was incredibly dangerous to others, wasn't even an obstacle for the skeletons. As the skeletons entered the next region, the people in the region they had left gave expressions of relief, but the people in the region they entered became incredibly worried. The people who had just survived couldn't help but feel ecstatic. During the last few days, they had been incredibly worried that the skeletons would enter the system main cities. Only now could they relax. Looking at the aftermath outside, they felt incredibly shocked. They had escaped a great disaster. While these people rejoiced, the people in the next region were about to suffer a calamity. By now, the Ocean of Bones had doubled in size, and many of them had become skeleton soldiers, making the army much stronger. Soon, the skeletons passed through the void zone and officially stepped into the next region, beginning their slaughter. After gaining more skeletons in the previous region, the Ocean of Bones spread through this region even faster. The region was quickly devoured by the White Ocean at a speed at which the eye could see, and massive gray clouds of a deathly aura followed above. The undead disaster is attacking our region. A terrified voice suddenly rang out within a system main city. After hearing this, countless people's expressions became grim, and they asked the person who had yelled out if what he said was true and how he knew. After being surrounded by so many people, that person nervously gulped before saying, "That undead disaster has long since entered our region, and many villages have been destroyed by it. My friend's village was completely annihilated, and he was split in two by a skeleton soldier. I was only able to escape using a teleportation talisman." After hearing that person's narrative, everyone started to feel quite afraid, and the news quickly spread. Soon, everyone within that system main city started to panic. The countless skeletons detected the aura of living creatures and became incredibly excited. They madly ran forward, devoured whatever they came across, and continuously advanced. Of course, the skeletons avoided the center of each of the regions because the aura from there was way too powerful. Those areas were where the most powerful creatures of the regions dwelt. Facing such a terrifying disaster, the monster rulers didn't dare to do anything either. Evidently, even they weren't very confident that they could take on so many skeletons. Rumble. Countless beasts ran for their lives, their footsteps sounding like thunder as the ground continuously shook. The skeletons chased after them, unwilling to let them go as if they were an ocean of beasts chasing after their prey. Zhaofu was at the center of the Ocean of Bones, and because he hid his presence and had the Disaster King ring, he wasn't attacked by the skeletons. However, because of how large the Ocean of Bones was, he had no idea what was ahead. Any villages that they encountered were instantly destroyed, and all of the people were killed. Zhaofu had no idea what was going on because of how big the skeleton army was, nor could he see any of the destruction. Because Zhaofu was unable to control the skeletons, it was impossible for him to obtain things like city creation stones, items, money, and people. Unfortunately, Zhaofu had to remain at the center of the Ocean of Bones because that was where the Disaster Cavalry, who were continuously casting undead disaster, were. Even though they had stage 2 strength, they were still quite weak against city lords. If the Disaster Cavalry were killed, the Ocean of Bones wouldn't be able to continue growing, and the skeletons would turn into a pile of loose sand that would dissipate everywhere. They would no longer have the strength and momentum to destroy everything. The sky was once again covered by a gray deathly aura, and the land gradually lost its vitality. 10 rays of black light shot into the sky, and a 1,000-meter-wide magic formation appeared. The Disaster Cavalry once again cast undead disaster, creating many skeletons again, and the Ocean of Bones once again expanded. Even more skeletons had evolved after killing enough living creatures. The black flames in their skulls became larger, and their bones also grew and had a sheen to them. Their strength also increased. Deer, hurry and run. The countless skeletons rushed towards a small village, and it was quickly devoured. Pitiful howls rang out. A family ran away but was still caught by the evil skeletons. A big man picked up a pitchfork and yelled towards a woman carrying a baby before fearlessly rushing at the skeletons. The woman held back her tears as she looked at the big man before hugging her child and running away. The big man furiously roared, and to protect his wife and child, he used all of his strength as he fought. He sent a skeleton flying as he swung with his pitchfork, after which he punched another skeleton away. At that moment, the big man seemed incredibly dauntless and beat down 3 skeletons. However, this was nothing to the Ocean of Bones, and after he was jumped on by multiple skeletons, he was quickly bitten to death. The woman was also soon caught up too. One of the skeletons suddenly stabbed out, piercing the woman's body, and a few more skeletons ran over. The woman coughed up a mouthful of blood, but she tightly held on to her child. Just as the skeletons were about to kill the woman and child, a white sword light flashed, slashing the skeletons away. 438 7 days An extremely beautiful woman in white held a sharp sword and descended from the sky. She quickly supported the staggering mother. However, the mother's chest had been pierced by a skeleton's hand, and her clothes were dyed red. It seemed that she wouldn't have long to live. The mother looked at the woman in white pleadingly and handed over the child in her arms before saying, "Miss, please take him in." The woman in white took the child and nodded seriously to the mother. The mother had a peaceful smile on her face and closed her eyes, never to open them again. The woman in white held the child in one arm and looked incredibly furious as she slashed out with her sword, sending out a sharp sword light that disintegrated the 10 or so skeletons rushing at her. This woman in white was extremely powerful, and she was a city lord level figure. After killing those 10 or so skeletons, even more skeletons rushed at her, and the rest of the ocean of bones gave off terrifying sounds as they also started to move over. As such, the woman in white could only fly into the air and hide her presence. Looking at the ocean of bones, she felt quite enraged and sorrowful. Just how many creatures had died to form the ocean of bones? If the ocean of bones was allowed to continue developing, everything in this region was doomed. She had to think of a way to resolve this disaster. Suddenly, the woman in white sensed something and flew towards the center of the ocean of bones. Just as Zhao Fu once again ordered the disaster cavalry to cast Undead Disaster, a piercing sword light shot towards him. Zhao Fu quickly drew the Sin Dragon sword and blocked the attack as he looked at the woman in white in front of him. The woman in white's eyes were extremely cold, and she glared at Zhao Fu. She knew that all of this was caused by him, and when she thought about the countless people who had been killed and the countless families that had been destroyed, she cried out and attacked again. She slashed out a sword light that was 10 or so meters long and gave off an astounding aura, and she sent it flying towards Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu coldly smiled and didn't even bother to use his city lord seal. This woman was carrying a child, yet she dared to attack him like this. Zhao Fu raised the Sin Dragon sword and sent his king's power into it, causing it to give off terrifying ripples. He slashed out, sending out a massive sword wind. This sword wind instantly shattered the incoming sword light and continued onwards towards the woman in white. Because the woman in white was carrying a child, she couldn't move freely, so she was forced to use her sword to block and was knocked back 10 or so meters. The woman in white's expression became serious. She had never expected Zhao Fu to be so powerful. If she didn't use her city lord seal, it would be impossible for her to defeat the person in front of her. Indeed, Zhao Fu's strength had already surpassed that of a stage 4 expert. His own cultivation was about to break through to stage 3, and with his heaven grade, his cultivation speed was simply monstrous. With his stats and the saint armament he wielded, ordinary stage 4 experts wouldn't be a match for him. The woman in white started to use her city lord seal, and a shocking amount of power radiated out from her, causing the clouds above to swirl. At that moment, 3 rays of light flew over and turned into 3 figures. These 3 figures surprised Zhao Fu because they were all extraordinarily beautiful women. Seeing them arrive, a look of delight appeared on the woman in white's face as she said, "Sisters, let's join together to kill this demon and prevent this disaster." Seeing the might of the ocean in bones, they understood how terrifying it was, and they all seriously nodded, preparing to attack. An extremely terrifying might suddenly enveloped them. Zhao Fu once again used a bit of his nation armament and clan armament's power. He didn't waste any words as he directly said, "As long as you agree to my conditions, I can promise that your main cities won't be destroyed." His overwhelming might, which seemed to be able to shake the heavens and the earth, caused the 4 women's faces to go pale. Just this person's strength alone was enough to fight them to a standstill, and this wasn't factoring in the countless skeletons below. "What are your conditions?" a woman in red asked. A trace of a smile appeared on Zhao Fu's face as he handed over a list and said, "As long as you expel these people, list them as wanted criminals, and agree to help me with something in the future, you and your main cities won't be harmed." After looking through the list, the other 3 women nodded seriously and agreed. However, the woman in white looked at Zhao Fu and asked, "What about the people and creatures outside of our main cities?" Zhao Fu looked at her and calmly replied, "Of course, they'll all die." "Unacceptable. You must stop this undead disaster, or countless creatures will die." The woman in white immediately replied. "Ha ha ha ha." Zhao Fu loudly laughed as he looked at the woman in white with his blood-red eyes. "And so what? If you have the ability, you can try to stop this undead disaster, but no one will survive from your main city. If you want your main city to be turned into dust, feel free to try." The woman in white was completely furious, but with her strength, she had no way of stopping this undead disaster. If she refused his demands, her main city would definitely be destroyed, and when she thought about her residents, who loved and respected her, the woman in white was unable to act. The other 3 women also tried to convince the woman in white that saving her main city was the best result for now, otherwise, the entire region would turn into a region of the dead. Under Zhao Fu's threats, the woman in white gave in. Following this, Zhao Fu took out 4 high-grade contracts and had them sign them before reminding them, "This undead disaster is already out of control, so it's best that you do this as soon as possible." The 4 women's expressions became grim, and they glared at Xiaofu before quickly returning to their own system main cities. Xiaofu watched as the 4 women disappeared, and his gaze became icy cold again. He had the disaster cavalry once again cast undead disaster, and countless corpses, including the big man and the mother of the child, became skeletons and joined the ocean of bones. After the 4 city lords returned to their system main cities, they immediately ordered their soldiers to expel the people on the list. Those who were expelled were completely dumbfounded, and when they thought about the undead outside of the city, they begged to be spared. However, they were eventually dragged out. Seeing this sight, the rest of the players settled down and kept a low profile, not daring to make any trouble. The skeleton army swept across everything in a grandiose manner, and because this region was mainly a plains region, there was nothing in their way. Soon, the ocean of bones covered the entire region, and the clouds of deathly aura covered the entire sky. The region, once filled with vitality, gradually died, and the lighting became dimmer and dimmer, making it difficult to see into the distance. A gloomy aura spread out, making people's hairs stand on end. Countless creatures tried to escape, but they were unable to, completely surrounded by the skeletons. They could only die in pain and despair, and pitiful howls tore through the air continuously, reminding those who survived what sort of world they were living in. The undead disaster went rampant in this region for 7 days, one less day than the previous region, and the ocean of bones once again increased in size as it moved towards the next region. 439 Star of Disaster. The woman in white stood on the city walls and looked at the aftermath of the undead disaster. She clenched her fists, looking incredibly hateful. In the future, she was determined to make that demon pay in order to seek justice for the countless deceased beings. The things that had happened in this region quickly spread to the real world, and the results of the undead disaster caused countless people to feel deathly afraid and terrified. This undead disaster was a catastrophe that could destroy an entire region. Anyone, whether or not it was a player faction, an indigenous resident in the wilderness, or a wild beast, who caught the attention of the ocean of bones was doomed. Moreover, all of the factions a part of the Ken Resistance Alliance had once again been expelled. Now, even idiots would realize that this incident had to do with Great Ken. The first time may have been a coincidence, but this was already the second time. No one would believe that this was a mere coincidence. Now, the undead disaster had swept through 2 regions, and it had shown no signs of getting weaker. In fact, it had been growing more and more, and when everyone thought about the terrifying aftermath, everyone could guess that a terrifying storm was brewing. Countless factions, schools, and sects quickly held meetings to discuss this matter. Even though the undead disaster had only gone through 2 regions, they understood how terrifying it was. The scale of the undead disaster exceeded anything Xiaofu had expected, which allowed Xiaofu to change his plans. Since this was the case, it was possible to have it not only sweep through the northern side of the Midland continent but the entirety of China's territory, if not the entire heaven-awakened world. It was entirely possible for this undead disaster to sweep through every corner of this world and bring a disaster to all beings. No one knew what Great Ken's legatee was thinking or what he wanted, but from his bloodthirsty and cold nature, they knew that it was entirely possible that the rest of the world could be affected as well, not just the northern side of the Midland continent. By now, the undead disaster had reached the 3rd region, and its speed was even faster. The massive ocean of bones swallowed everything in its path, and everything before it seemed extremely weak and tiny. Living creatures continuously died, and howls filled the wilderness as the undead disaster gave off a shocking aura and killed everything in its way, causing it to grow more and more. At the same time, all of the factions a part of the Ken Resistance Alliance were expelled from the system main cities. Countless factions understood how severe this situation was, and because they understood that their own faction could be affected, none of them dared to be careless. Mohists, we must stop this disaster as soon as possible, otherwise, if it truly develops, it will be able to sweep away everyone under the heavens, and countless people will die. Confusions. Great Ken's legatee is a star of disaster, causing countless people to suffer this calamity. He is extremely cold and bloodthirsty, so we must stop him. Taoists, this terrible disaster will cause the land to be dyed red with blood, and people's corpses will form mountains. This is simply against the peace of the heavens. We must make Great Ken's legatee stop. All of the factions wanted to stop this disaster because the consequences were too severe, and almost the entire heaven-awakened world could be affected. However, even if they wanted to stop it, they were unable to. After all, they simply lacked the power to do anything. If Great Ken's legatee wanted to create a catastrophe for the heaven-awakened world, they couldn't do anything about it. Immediately, they felt incredibly helpless, and even though they knew that a disaster was coming and that countless people would die, they simply couldn't do anything about it. For the ancient clans, 10 or so elders looked incredibly worried as they met together. One of them said, "I knew that Great Ken's legatee wasn't someone who could be easily offended. With how bloodthirsty and violent he is, How could he tolerate the things that happened in the northern side of the Midland continent? This is great. Now, not only the northern side but all of China might be affected. Another elder said, back when we sent people to mediate between Great Kin and the northern side's factions, Great Kin's legatee didn't respond. At that time, I already felt that something was off, and it was simply laughable that some people would think that Great Kin would submit and back down. Enough. There's no need saying these things. Right now, the most important thing is stopping this disaster. We don't have the power to stop it, so we can only hope to contact Great Kin's legatee and ask him to stop this disaster, another elder said. Hearing this, the others could only nod. Apart from this, they had no other plan. At the same time, Flower Moon also held an emergency meeting. One of the women said, now you know how terrifying Great Kin is. 17th sister, you helped the northern side's factions a bit before, and now, Great Kin has listed you as someone on its hit list. Luckily, Great Kin doesn't know much about Flower Moon, or we would have been doomed. The woman referred to as 17th sister pouted but didn't say anything. She had indeed underestimated Great Kin's legatee and had never thought that he would create such a catastrophe. Another woman asked the woman sitting in the main seat, Big sis, what do you think we should do? This undead disaster has already swept through 3 regions, and it's becoming bigger and bigger. If it truly develops, our business will be severely affected. The mature woman in the main seat looked quite serious as she said, our business will indeed be affected by this, but will we be able to stop Great Kin's legatee? This question caused everyone to fall silent. They were just as helpless as everyone else. The factions in the northern side were incredibly worried, and they all asked Su Yan what to do. Su Yan felt a headache coming on. He knew that something was off from the beginning, and now, the northern side's faction's weakness had been revealed. Even though they had many people, they were unable to gather their forces. If they could gather together, they could kill the skeletons and end the undead disaster, but because they were scattered, this was impossible. None of them had expected Great Kin to have such methods, and now, they could only try to negotiate with Great Kin and give back the territory they had taken from it with extra compensation. They also needed to slightly restrict Great Kin from attacking whoever they wanted, rescue the dignity of the northern side, and gather their own strength. After making this decision, Su Yan immediately sent people to negotiate. Now, basically all of the factions in China sent people to the Ying family to ask Great Kin to stop this disaster, making the Ying family's residence as busy as a marketplace. The Ying family's leaders secretly felt incredibly delighted and felt that they had been unnecessarily worried. They had never thought that Great Kin's legatee would have such terrifying power, and the Ying family, which had been ostracized, suddenly became incredibly welcome by everyone. 440 blood died after the countless ordinary players and factions heard that the undead disaster had been created by Great Kin. They all wanted for there to be a peaceful resolution, or else they would suffer the most as a result of the undead disaster. The foreign factions didn't react as much because the undead disaster had only attacked 3 regions and was still quite far away from them. In actuality, they wanted it to rampage for as long as possible to weaken China as a whole, giving them a better chance against China. However, this was only if the undead disaster didn't reach them. If it really was as big as the rumors said it was, it would definitely extend to other countries because Zhaofu didn't have good relations with the foreign factions. Now, everyone in China wanted peace and to settle. It wasn't just the countless players. Countless factions, sects, and even the military hoped that Great Kin would stop this disaster. They couldn't find Great Kin's legatee, so countless people went to the Ying family to express intentions of peace, hoping that Great Kin's legatee would accept these sentiments. Facing these people, the Ying family couldn't make any guarantees because the members of the Ying family were unable to affect Great Kin's legatee. At the same time, the Ying family was somewhat fearful of these people because almost all of the powerful factions in China had come. In fact, even some of the neutral governmental factions had came to ask for peace. Evidently, the terrifying results of the undead disaster had caused countless people to become afraid. If the undead disaster expanded to a greater scale, it was definitely something that could shake all of China. If the Ying family refused, they would become enemies with all of these people, if not all of China. Even with the Ying family's strength, it would be difficult to go against so many people, especially the governmental factions and the ancient clans, who had also asked for peace. One had overwhelming strength, and the other had incredibly great power and authority. Normally, even the Ying family would have to give them face, but the key to this situation was Great Kin's legatee. After all, they were unable to make a decision for Great Kin's legatee. After courteously receiving these people, they immediately went to Zhaofu's villa. Right now, Zhaofu was Great Kin's legatee's representative, so he was definitely with Great Kin's legatee. As such, it should be no problem to use him to pass a message to Great Kin's legatee. However, after they arrived, they were stopped by his bodyguard, who said, Apologies, Mr. Zhao is in the Heaven Awakened world, and he has ordered that he is not to be disturbed. Upon hearing this, one of the bodyguards was quite displeased, but just as he was about to rebuke the bodyguard, he was stopped by another family leader. The other family leader explained the situation and asked the bodyguard to think about the seriousness of the situation. This bodyguard was the one Zhao Fu had kept this entire time. As Zhao Fu's status rose, the bodyguard had also obtained a lot of power. He understood that Zhao Fu's commands were paramount because the family leaders wouldn't be able to disobey any order from him. That was how much power Zhao Fu had. This was mainly because of Great Qin's legatee. With Great Qin's legatee supporting him, Zhao Fu's status was higher than anyone else's in the Ying family, so the prestigious family leaders had to treat even Zhao Fu's bodyguard with respect. Hearing the family leader's explanation, the bodyguard realized that this matter was quite serious, so he asked the family leaders to wait and entered the room. Currently, the undead disaster had just finished ravaging the third region, and some skeletons had become even more powerful and could use the deathly ore to condense a bone bow, turning into skeleton archers that had long-range attacks. Now, even those in the sky wouldn't be able to escape. The undead army's strength had once again grown. At that moment, Zhao Fu received a system announcement that there was someone in the real world trying to wake him up. Zhao Fu felt quite curious, but he decided to leave. After all, he had been in the Heaven Awakened world for a long time, and it would be good for him to eat some food and develop his plans. The 10 disaster cavalrymen had countless skeletons as shields, so if there was any danger, they could use the skeletons to stall for time while they escaped and waited for his return. After returning to the real world, Zhao Fu looked at the bodyguard waiting beside him and asked, "What is it?" The bodyguard summarized what the family leaders had said to Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu understood and nodded as he said, "Invite them in and have people prepare some food for me." The bodyguard obeyed and turned and left. The family leaders entered with smiles on their faces and sat on the sofa. One of the family leaders said, "Zhao Fu, apologies for interrupting you. It's just that we're unable to make a decision about this, so we hope that you can pass on this information to Great Qin's legatee and ask him to make a decision. There's no need. Tell them to return." Back then, how did all of the northern side's factions treat Great Qin? Now, they're asking for peace. Do they think that Great Qin is really that weak? Zhao Fu immediately refused. Hearing Zhao Fu's words, the family leaders' expressions became grim. They understood what Zhao Fu was saying, but all of the top factions from China had come, and the pressure from them was quite great. The Ying family couldn't help but take a step back. "Zhao Fu, we understand this, but because the entirety of China wants peace, it's best that Great Qin takes a step back. It's best not to offend all of China and become all of China's enemy," another family said, trying to persuade Zhao Fu. This was indeed quite dangerous, but Zhao Fu's eyes suddenly flashed with a blood-red light as he coldly said, "Great Qin will never take a step back. Let them do their worst. If they really try something, Great Qin won't show any mercy." The amount of time and effort that Great Qin had put into the undead disaster greatly exceeded any of Zhao Fu's predictions. Now that they had finally started, how could they stop so easily? Hearing this, the family leaders sighed and thought that it was Great Qin's legatee who had told Zhao Fu to say this. As such, they didn't say anything else. They were unable to change Great Qin's legatee's plans, so they could only leave. On the way, one of the family leaders suddenly said, "Just then, I saw Zhao Fu's eyes suddenly flash with a blood-red light. They looked so horrifying. I felt that they were filled with an intense evilness and coldness. Zhao Fu isn't simple at all." However, another family leader uncaringly replied, "Of course he's not simple, otherwise, how could he be chosen by Great Qin's legatee? It's only because of him that we're able to contact Great Qin's legatee." Hearing this, the family leader who originally spoke felt that this was true and didn't say anything else. Following this, the family leaders started to feel quite worried because they had to let the countless factions know of Great Qin's legatee's decision. This would definitely cause a massive storm. The family leaders went to the hall where the many leaders were gathered and announced, "Apologies, everyone. Great Qin's legatee has no intention of settling." These words caused the lively atmosphere to instantly fall silent. 441 None will be spared. They had never thought that Great Qin's legatee would refuse so straightforwardly. All of the top factions in China were here. Did Great Qin's legatee want to go against all of China? Is Great Qin's legatee truly refusing? Is there no room for negotiation at all? One of the elders from the ancient clans was unwilling to give up and asked with a trace of hope. After all, this matter concerned all of China, and if this undead disaster continued, it could shake the very foundations of China, severely injuring all of the Chinese factions. A thick-eyebrowed middle-aged man from a governmental faction also asked, "Is Great Qin's legatee determined to create this disaster? As a Chinese person, is he not even thinking about China?" Facing these two people, who held immense power, The Ying family leader who made the announcement felt quite helpless as he replied, Great Kin's legatee has already made his decision, and this was told to us personally by his representative in the real world. We are unable to change his decision. The thick-eyebrowed middle-aged man coldly harumphed as he said, It's that person called Zhao Fu, right? I want to meet him personally. The elder from the ancient clans also said, That's right. Family leaders, please let us meet Zhao Fu and talk with him. This matter concerns all of China, so it's best to not make a hasty decision like this. The other factions also asked for the same thing. They all wanted to at least try to persuade Great Kin's legatee to change his mind. Seeing this, the Ying family leaders had no choice but to leave and try to bring Zhao Fu here. At that moment, Zhao Fu was eating his food while listening to Mugilin report on things in the real world, giving him knowledge of the various happenings in the world. The family leaders once again returned. They could have sent some people to pass the message, but they still came personally. After all, if they sent someone else, Zhao Fu most likely would immediately refuse. Since they wanted Zhao Fu to give them face, they also had to give Zhao Fu face. They hoped that Zhao Fu would go over because the Ying family was currently under immense pressure. After hearing what the family leaders had to say, Zhao Fu felt quite annoyed, and initially, he didn't want to go. However, after thinking about it, he decided that since all of the top factions in China had come, he should at least give them some face. Seeing that Zhao Fu had agreed, the family leaders smiled and quickly took Zhao Fu to the hall. After stepping into the hall, Zhao Fu immediately became the focus of everyone present. As Great Kin's legatee's representative in the real world, many factions already knew about him and knew what he looked like. Countless people gathered over, and because Zhao Fu had a special jade medallion from Kaiyu Fengcai that could hide his fate, he wasn't worried about other people finding out about his true identity. Zhao Fu didn't waste any time and said, Everyone, Great Kin's legatee has already made a decision, and no one is able to change that. Now that the undead disaster has begun, out of the Ken Resistance Alliance members in the northern side, none will be spared. As for other matters, we will talk about them when the time comes. After hearing Zhao Fu's words, the expressions of the people from the northern side became quite unsightly, and they could imagine what would happen next. The other people also looked quite grim because Zhao Fu didn't say that the undead disaster would stop after ravaging the northern side. This meant that Great Kin's legatee already planned to use the undead disaster to sweep across all of China. Since this was the case, their factions would definitely be affected. If the undead disaster swept across the northern side, with its size, it would be impossible for it to not affect any other regions. If they talked about it when the time came, it would be way too late, and they would become prey for Great Kin's legatee. Who would be able to stand up to an undead disaster that had already turned the northern side into a living hell? It would simply be unstoppable. Little friend, as Great Kin's legatee's representative, your relationship with him should be quite good. You should try to persuade him to stop. If the undead disaster continues, countless beings will die, and countless factions will be destroyed. If that happens, China will be greatly weakened, and it may even be invaded by other nations. Think about whenever China has been invaded throughout history. As a Chinese person, doesn't that make your heart ache and make you furious? As a Chinese person, you should think about the rest of your people. The elder from the ancient clans tried to convince Zhao Fu and have him try to persuade Great Kin's legatee. The elder's words caused others to yell in agreement, That's right. Think about China as a whole. Many of China's factions will be destroyed, and if we're invaded, we definitely won't have the strength to retaliate. The entirety of China will be in danger. Many people looked at Zhao Fu and wholeheartedly tried to convince him to try to talk some sense into Great Kin's legatee. Ha ha ha. Hearing their words, which were essentially telling him to let Great Kin suffer for the rest of China, Zhao Fu couldn't help but laugh. Zhao Fu's laughter made many people feel quite displeased, and they frowned as they looked at Zhao Fu. They were seriously and earnestly speaking, but Zhao Fu's laughter was simply too condescending. Zhao Fu soon stopped laughing and said, You don't need to worry about being invaded, as Great Kin's legatee won't let any of them off either. They will be met with the same treatment, so you won't have to worry that they'll be strong enough to attack China. Also, as to the other lives, if they die, then they die. What does it matter to Great Kin? Everyone, Great Kin's legatee won't change his decision. You're simply too selfish. A person angrily yelled as he pointed at Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu coldly glanced at him before asking, Then are you not selfish? Is there anyone who isn't selfish? Currently, Great Kin has the power to destroy all opposing factions, so why shouldn't it use that power? Should it wait until you have developed so that you can resist Great Kin together? Right now, who views Great Kin as a friend? Since that is the case, why should Great Kin care about what you think, care about what you want, and care about those other living creatures? Great Kin cares not for your talks of justice and righteousness. If you're all really thinking about what's best for China, then submit to Great Kin and obey Great Kin's commands. Then, we'll be able to destroy all foreign nations, and Great Qin will be able to establish a never-ending dynasty. This will allow China to stand at the top of the world. If you're all willing to agree, the undead disaster won't harm any of you. However, would any of you agree? Zhao Fu's voice carried with it a formless aura that suppressed the entire scene, causing all to fall silent. None of the people present were able to answer him because everyone was innately selfish. Who would be willing to give over the faction that one had worked so hard to build and the riches one had worked so hard to amass to someone else? 442 Fourth Region. Seeing Zhao Fu suppress the entire scene and not back down even an inch in the face of the top factions, the Ying family leaders couldn't help but respect him. After all, none of them would have been able to do so. They couldn't help but inwardly marvel that Zhao Fu was indeed a rare talent. Seeing how awkward everyone looked, Zhao Fu didn't want to remain here, so he breathed out as he said, "If there's nothing else, I'll be leaving now." After saying this, Zhao Fu turned to leave. Could it be that Great Qin's legatee is determined to make an enemy out of the rest of China? You'd best think about the consequences. The thick-eyebrowed middle-aged man said angrily. Zhao Fu coldly harumphed and responded with the same intensity as he looked at the middle-aged man and said, "Are you threatening Great Qin? You can try, but Great Qin won't be threatened by anyone. We won't show mercy to anyone who offends us. Great Qin will definitely slaughter them all." Great Qin was in control of this situation because the undead disaster was simply too terrifying. As such, the middle-aged man didn't dare to become enemies with Great Qin, and Zhao Fu was able to suppress the middle-aged man's imposing manner. "You're not even Great Qin's legatee, you're just someone who passes on his words. How could a mere brat like you make decisions for him? Don't you think that you're exceeding your power? It is as if you don't even put Great Qin's legatee in your eyes. Why would Great Qin's legatee even pick a bastard like you to be his representative?" A young man's mocking voice sounded out. He was one of the people from the Northern Side's factions. By now, the Northern Side factions were most likely going to be destroyed, and because the others didn't want to be affected, they had already made plans of abandoning them. As such, this young man spoke with no restraint and just wanted to remind the people around him that the person in front of them was only a mere representative of Great Qin's legatee. How could he make decisions for Great Qin's legatee? The others also came to this realization and also said, "That's right. How could you make a decision for Great Qin's legatee? You're overstepping your bounds here. Don't think you can do whatever you want just because you're able to rely on Great Qin's legatee." All of the people who spoke were part of the Northern Side's factions, and they said these things because they wanted to drag everyone else in to resist Great Qin. Only then would they be able to survive. However, some other people said in an earnest and sincere tone, "Please tell these things to Great Qin's legatee and ask him to make a decision. We only hope that you can at least try to persuade him. If the undead disaster goes on, far too many people will die." After hearing these words, Zhao Fu coldly looked around. They had no idea that he was Great Qin's legatee, and because he had no need to explain anything to them, he no longer paid them any attention and left. After this, all of the people unhappily left the Ying family's residence. What had happened in the Ying family quickly spread through all of China. Great Qin was still determined to go through with the undead disaster. This made countless ordinary people's views of Great Qin plummet. Before, countless people had admired and respected Great Qin's mighty and domineering nature, but now that their interests had been harmed, they started to view Great Qin with hatred. Now, there was basically no one who still supported Great Qin, nor would there be any new supporters of Great Qin. Now, there were only people who viewed Great Qin with disgust, anger, and hatred. In fact, there were many threads on the internet insulting and cursing at Great Qin. Of course, these people were all anonymous, and they didn't dare to do so with their real names in a public forum. China's collective hopes of peace had been shattered, and Great Qin's reputation had fallen to rock bottom. However, Zhao Fu didn't care about what they thought. If they truly angered Great Qin, Zhao Fu would slaughter them all. Now that the peace talks had failed, countless factions once again held emergency meetings to talk about what they should do now. All of them were extremely worried, but they could do nothing against Great Qin's tough attitude. Even though they would be safe from the undead disaster if they just submitted to Great Qin, not a single faction was willing to submit. Even within the ancient clans, very few were willing to submit. As the most ancient faction in China, they had never submitted to a dynasty before. All of them had extremely noble and honorable statuses, and because they were looked up to by countless people, how could they submit to Great Qin? Of course, there were a few elders who were truly thinking for the good of China as a whole and the countless lost lives, and they were willing to submit to Great Qin, such as the Nuwa clan, Yachao clan, and Lilian clan. However, it was a pity that it was just them, and they were unable to represent all of the ancient clans. At the same time, this news reached foreign nations. After hearing that Great Qin legatee's targets weren't just those in China but also the entire world, all of them started to panic. None of them dared to revel in schadenfreude and watch by the sidelines, and all of them started to take this matter seriously. Su Yan had long since expected this, so he didn't have high hopes for peace. He was currently looking at information on the Heaven Awakened world, wanting to resolve the undead disaster. Within the school of Yin Yang, a beautiful young woman pulled on Xianru's hand and said, "Big sis, can't you try to persuade Great Kin's legatee? The undead disaster has already swept through 3 regions, and at least tens of millions of people have died. If the undead disaster develops even more, countless more people will die." Xianru bitterly smiled and lightly shook her head as she said, "Xianling, how could I try to change a decision His Majesty has made? This is a disaster to all people, but because it will be of great help to Great Kin, I support his decision." "Big sis, when did you become so cold-blooded?" Xianling said unhappily and angrily. Xianru lightly laughed, "You're still young and haven't seen the true nature of this world. When you've seen what I've seen, you'll understand me." Xianling softly harumphed and stood up as she said, "Big sis, I'll never be like you. I'm going to talk to Lord Sect Master." After speaking, Xianling ran off, and Xianru didn't mind too much. Even the Sect Master wouldn't be able to do anything about this. Right now, Xianru's mind was focused on developing another matter and solidifying Great Kin's fate to prepare for something else. Elsewhere, Zhao Fu had returned to the Heaven Awakened world. He looked at the boundless ocean of bones, which had once again become much larger. It had taken only 6 days to go through the 3rd region and was becoming faster and faster. Subsequently, Zhao Fu's gaze became determined as he prepared to lead the undead army to attack the 4th region. 443 Skeleton Cavalry Rumble. The boundless ocean of bones gave off massive sounds as it flooded into the 4th region, destroying trees and crushing rocks in its way, causing the ground to continuously tremble. The ocean of bones devoured everything in its path, and it was even more terrifying than before. As soon as they sensed that something was off, countless creatures started to run for their lives. The massive sounds were immediately detected by the 4 city lords, and they turned into 4 rays of light that flew over. Seeing the endless ocean of bones, they felt incredibly shocked. Afterward, they sensed Zhao Fu, who was in the middle of the ocean of bones, and they flew over. After talking, just like the other city lords, they signed a high-grade contract, returned to their main cities, and expelled the people on their lists. They were unable to refuse Zhao Fu's conditions at all. This caused everyone in the region to understand that the undead disaster was attacking their region, and everyone started to panic. Those who were part of the Ken Resistance Alliance looked quite bitter. If they had known this was going to happen, they wouldn't have joined. When the ordinary players saw those people being expelled, they felt incredibly happy. Even though they temporarily couldn't leave the system main cities and would have some losses, at least they were still alive and were much better off than those who were fated to die. Those who were in the wilderness didn't have any chance at survival, and the player factions in the wilderness could only destroy their villages and hide within the system main cities. The city lords understood how terrible this disaster was, and because they didn't want so many people to die, they took in anyone who wasn't on the list. Right now, all of the system main cities were packed to the brim, and many of the people's clothes were torn. The people also had terrified expressions on their faces. These people quickly ran into the system main city when the undead disaster had arrived, and they had personally seen how terrifying it was. It wasn't something that humans could resist, and that boundless ocean of bones could destroy everything. Nothing in this world could defend against it, and because they were too weak, they could only run in fear. Some people decided to dig holes and hide within the holes when the undead disaster arrived. However, they had to destroy their own villages and turn them into city creation stones, or they would be permanently destroyed by the skeleton army. Right now, staying alive was the most important thing, and most people didn't have the mind to think of anything else. Moreover, because the ground had been stained with the deathly aura, no one would be able to grow crops for a while, so there would be a great famine after the undead disaster passed. The undead disaster started to wreak havoc in the 4th region, and the ocean of bones gradually covered the entire region. Cries of pain and horror sounded out all over the place, and the deathly aura covered the entire sky in that region. The people outside of the system main cities fought bitterly to stay alive and hated Great Ken for causing this massive disaster. Those within the system main cities prayed, hoping that Great Ken would quickly stop this massacre and allow the world to return to peace. However, praying was of no use because everything was within Great Ken's control. As such, they could only plead with Great Ken. Similarly, there was no use hating the heavens, they could only hate Great Ken. The undead disaster grew bigger and bigger, and the sounds it gave off became more and more terrifying. After seeing the aftermath, countless factions were incredibly horrified and thought about joining together to destroy the Ying family. Even the governmental factions thought about going all out and disregarding the terrible consequences. Perhaps destroying the Ying family would be able to stop this disaster, but they didn't dare to act. First, the Ying family was one of the 5 great families, and it had an incredibly deep foundation and controlled part of the military. If anyone tried to attack it, they would suffer disastrous losses. Only the governmental factions had the confidence to even attack the Ying family. Even the other 4 great families didn't dare to do so. The key thing was that they couldn't find Great Qin's legatee and had no idea where he was, and it seemed that he didn't care about the Ying family. As such, even if they destroyed the Ying family, he might not even stop, and it might even make him even more furious, resulting in greater losses for them within the Heaven Awakened world. That was the main reason. If they had known that Zhao Fu was Great Qin's legatee, many factions would have chosen to destroy the Ying family at all costs. Time gradually passed, and countless skeletons continued to hunt down all sorts of living creatures. Regardless of whether it was a human, outlander, or beast, all of them ran for their lives. Countless skeletons excitedly chased after them, and a skeleton holding a bone sword slashed out a large wave of gray sword light, killing 5 of the villagers they were chasing. The skeleton absorbed the gray aura that left the corpses, and its body trembled and once again went through changes. First, countless traces of a gray aura covered its body, and the black spirit flame in its head continuously trembled. Its aura became more and more powerful as the gray aura around it started to change and turned into bone armor. The skeleton waved its hand, and a skeleton horse ran over. The armored skeleton flipped onto the horse and became a skeleton cavalryman. Skeleton cavalrymen had immense strength. Not only did they have increased speed and power, but they also became more intelligent. They were more than 10 times more powerful than ordinary skeletons, and they were even more ruthless and cold-blooded when killing living creatures. Now that the undead army had skeleton cavalrymen, its battle strength once again became more powerful. Standing at the center of the ocean of bones, a trace of a smile appeared on Zhao Fu's face. 5 days later, Zhao Fu ordered the disaster cavalry to start moving to the next region. The 10 disaster cavalrymen, who were covered with a black fog, drew their black swords and raised them. All of the skeletons seemed to feel something and stopped before gathering together. Seeing that the undead army was finally starting to leave, the 4 city lords let out a sigh of relief. However, after seeing the withered grass and plants, the barren land, and the ruined buildings, they couldn't help but sigh. With the skeletons added in the 4th region, the ocean of bones had become even larger, and it took just 5 days to sweep through the 5th region. The gray clouds of deathly aura blocked out the sun, and there was no life on the ground. Everything was silent, and let alone the sounds of birds or beasts, there wasn't even the chirping of insects. There was only a deathly silence. This was the most terrifying scene in this era, a disaster that wiped out all living things. The boundless skeletons continued on to the 6th region. The undead disaster was simply unstoppable, and it destroyed everything in its path, causing the land that it passed over to turn into a defiled and cursed ground, showing everyone just how terrifying the undead disaster was. Another 4 days later, the ocean of bones started to move towards the 7th region, leaving behind only a silent, deathly region. 444 Take the throne. What should we do? The undead disaster has already reached the 7th region, and you should know just how terrifying it is by now. No creatures were left alive, and not even the grass remains. We must stop this. Countless factions were discussing how to deal with the undead disaster. It was now becoming larger and larger, and it was advancing faster and faster. Originally, it took it 8 days to go through a region, but now, it only took 4 days. If this went on, the undead disaster would progress faster and faster. Moreover, the undead disaster currently only had 1 wave. If its numbers expanded to the point that it could split into multiple waves, it would be able to instantly drag the northern side into an abyss of despair. Once the northern side fell, next would be all of China. Great Qin's legatee was simply too ambitious and viewed lives as grass. As such, the factions were determined to join together to do something about it. All of the factions understood this and contacted each other. They had to stop Great Qin right now and couldn't hesitate, or else they would have no chance at stopping the undead disaster in the future. Many people could tell Great Qin's legatee's true goal, which was to have the undead disaster sweep across the world and wipe away all obstacles for Great Qin. That would allow it to restore its nation and reign above the rest of the world. Of course, these factions wouldn't allow Great Qin to step on their corpses to take its throne, so many dynasty legatees started to step out. Xia, Shang, Zhu, Han, Jin. All of the dynasties no longer hid away, and they instead publicly announced that they were going to put an end to Great Qin's plans and its ruthless massacre. Of course, they had to stand on the side of justice and pledge to stop this disaster. This made countless Chinese people feel favorable towards them, and they greatly supported these legatees, hoping that they would be able to stop Great Qin, which had destroyed the peace of this world. They were filled with anger towards Great Qin and rejoiced that someone had finally stepped out to stop Great Qin. Now, Great Kin had become a synonym for evil to countless Chinese people, and it seemed incredibly bloodthirsty. After all, back then, Great Kin had killed and hung up countless bodies in that forest as a warning to the rest of the world. Many people had reacted in fury, feeling that hanging up so many bodies was simply too cruel and inhumane. Moreover, those people had surrendered and were players just like Great Kin's legatee. Some people thought that the Heaven Awakened world was just a game, and because they only saw the indigenous residents, outlanders, and beasts as NPCs, they didn't care much. However, seeing that many players like them had surrendered and been treated like that, these people were quite angry and complained about captives being treated inhumanely. The movies and documentaries on TV all affirmed that captives' human rights should be protected, or they should at least be given a fair and easy death. However, Great Kin had hung them to death. That was simply too inhumane and humiliating. Even though these players didn't die a true death, Great Kin should at least pay for their mental harm. Moreover, even though Great Shun had provoked Great Kin and acted quite arrogantly, Great Kin retaliated in such a way that made many people feel antagonistic towards Great Kin. After what had happened, many people saw both Great Shun and Great Kin as evil factions. Finally, many people believed that as the legatee of a dynasty, Great Kin's legatee should have been more compassionate and magnanimous. How could such a narrow-minded and cruel person have the right to rule the world? The things that Great Kin did already made many people understand how cruel Great Kin was, lowering their favorability towards it. Now that Great Kin had disregarded everything and started the undead disaster, almost all of China started to hate Great Kin. As such, the people greatly supported the other legatees to stop this disaster and Great Kin's cold-blooded legatee. At the same time, the various legatees said that they welcomed all people to join them. Countless ordinary people and factions were incredibly excited as this was something that many of them dreamed of, and many of them immediately agreed. However, the problem was the people who wanted to join were in other regions. Currently, those close to the 7th region didn't dare to do anything, and they waited nervously. Once the undead disaster finished going through the 7th region, one of them would be targeted next. With their deaths right before their eyes, they didn't chastise Great Kin using grand philosophies like others. They could only pray that Great Kin's legatee wouldn't choose their region to attack next. Within the meeting hall of the ancient clans, 10 or so elders were discussing what to do next. One of the elders said, "Since the peace talks have failed, we have to act to stop Great Kin's slaughter. We can't allow the undead disaster to sweep across all of China." After this elder spoke, a few elders nodded, but another elder frowned and said, "But if we act, we'll greatly offend Great Kin, and it'll be easy for us to become Great Kin's enemy." Great Kin's legatee didn't seek revenge for the sealing incident last time, but this time it might not be the same. Hearing this, everyone fell silent. They all understood how terrifying it was to make an enemy out of Great Kin. Normally, the ancient clans wouldn't want to make an enemy out of any dynasty. Finally, one elder sighed and said, "We have no other choice. We were willing to enter peace talks with him, but Great Kin's legatee is determined to continue on with the undead disaster. However, the results of the undead disaster are too severe, so we must stop him." The other elders could only nod and agree. Within Flower Moon, 20 or so women were also discussing this matter. One of the women said, "Big sis. Now, all of China, including the governmental factions, have become part of this. Do you think we should also get involved? Because of the undead disaster, our businesses in each of the regions has been severely affected. We must stop Great Kin's legatee." However, another woman spoke up and reminded them, "But Great Kin is incredibly terrifying, and if we enter this maelstrom, we might fall into great danger." These words caused the women to all fall silent. They all understood how powerful Great Kin's legatee was. Suddenly, another woman said, "If we don't stop Great Kin, our businesses might be reduced by 80%. Can Flower Moon accept such a thing? I believe we should join in, since all of the factions in China are joining. I just don't believe that Great Kin's legatee can slaughter all of China." "That's right. Big sis, our losses will be too disastrous. It's best that we join. Great Kin won't be able to do much to us." Even though so many factions involved themselves during the sealing of the Chaos Imperial Star, nothing has happened to them. We just need to be secretive when we act. The other women all started to persuade the beautiful woman sitting in the main seat because only she could decide what Flower Moon would do. Hearing these words, the mature woman felt a bit of a headache, but she still nodded in the end. 445 Spirit Flame. The governmental factions ordered all of their forces in the northern side to start defending against the undead disaster. The governmental factions were the most powerful factions in China, and even though their forces in each region weren't very strong, they were located in almost every region. With how many regions there were within China's territory in the Heaven Awakened world, it was a monstrous force when added together. Moreover, within each of the regions, the governmental factions were at least middle-class factions. With more factions joining the resistance against Great Kin, everyone felt much more at ease and confident. They didn't believe that they wouldn't be able to stand up against Great Kin with so many people. Su Yan couldn't help but smile. This was what he wanted to see. With so many factions joining, it would be easy for his plan to succeed. Great Kin's undead disaster would no longer sweep through with no obstructions, and it wouldn't be able to rampage as it wished. He was going to stop the undead disaster. In order for a corpse to become a skeleton, the corpse needed to have a spirit flame. Only after a person died would the person become a skeleton, but because players' bodies were just shells, they didn't die true deaths. This meant that players wouldn't become skeletons. Only players' consciousness entered the heaven-awakened world, and because their true spirit flame was within their bodies in the real world, players couldn't become skeletons. Moreover, because players would respawn after dying, Su Yan's plan was to use players to whittle down the undead disaster. If he could gather the players into an army and continuously kill the skeletons, this would greatly restrain and slow down the undead army. At the same time, the players who died wouldn't become skeletons, so the undead disaster wouldn't have many new skeletons joining. Adding on the fact that skeletons would continuously be dying in battle, the number of skeletons would gradually diminish. Before, Su Yan could mobilize almost all of the factions in the northern side, but within each region, their combined strength was far too weak to face the undead disaster. However, things were different now because many more factions had joined. This was especially so with the top-tier factions, which caused the northern side's factions' strength to increase greatly. This gave Su Yan the confidence to carry out his plan. What was also key was that Great Kin's reputation had plummeted because it had destroyed the peace and hope in China. This caused the countless ordinary players to hate Great Kin. Su Yan could take advantage of this to make people despise Great Kin and have countless ordinary players join in. Now, their side had a massive amount of money, and if the ordinary players were given some benefits, they would definitely join. A system main city usually had at least 1 million players, so 4 system main cities would have roughly 4 million players. If he could use all of them, they would be of great help against Great Kin. Moreover, ordinary skeletons were quite weak. An average person could take on a few skeletons, so 4 million players should be able to take down at least 10 million skeletons. If they were able to repeat this a few times, the undead disaster would naturally stop. Great Kin had used the disaster festival to collect a large number of corpses. In the future, it would be difficult to obtain so many corpses, and even if Great Kin wanted to cast undead disaster, it wouldn't have an opportunity to do so in the future. Now, the situation had reversed, and Great Kin was in the more disadvantageous position. Moreover, Su Yan had confirmed that Great Kin wasn't in East Green and was more likely in the Forest of Horrors. Once Great Kin lost, they would be able to find Great Kin's location by combing all of the suspicious regions. By joining with the other dynasties, they would finally be able to destroy Great Kin. Currently, Great Kin had a nation armament and a clan armament, which was its trump card. However, if it faced off against multiple nation armaments, Great Kin would still be at a disadvantage. Su Yan simply didn't believe that 11 nation armaments would lose to Great Kin. However, they couldn't carry out this plan yet because Great Kin was still too powerful. Su Yan didn't hesitate and told his plans to the countless factions. The various factions were fairly happy with his plan, and they started carrying it out. They first posted all sorts of threads to make people think even less of Great Kin. Are you going to tolerate Great Kin's tyranny? Are you going to continue to endure the fear and humiliation from Great Kin every day? I'm sure everyone has seen how violent and bloodthirsty Great Kin is. Why not retaliate against Great Kin? Great Kin doesn't care about our lives at all, and it will kill us at a whim. We are all like ants in front of Great Kin, and it won't spare any of us. Only by resisting can we live. Let's all resist Great Kin together, or we'll die under the undead disaster. It's not like we'll really die, so why should we bow in front of Great Kin's threats? Why not fight with dignity and let high and mighty Great Kin see our strength? We'll shatter its arrogance and show how good always triumphs against evil. If you join us, no matter if you survive or die, you'll receive all sorts of rewards. They're definitely better than the rewards you'll get from an ordinary faction. The threads about the rewards immediately attracted many players. There were already many factions joining, and with the ordinary players, a system main city had roughly 800,000 people, so 4 main cities had 3.2 million people. It could be seen how many people despised Great Kin, and with the good rewards, many people joined the Kin Resistance Alliance. However, there were still some people who weren't swept up in the heat of things, and they didn't join in spite of the rewards. They felt that even though Great Kin was quite bloodthirsty, it would only take down those who had offended it and wouldn't indiscriminately massacre people. This incident was a good example of this. Only the factions in the northern side that had angered it were expelled from the system main cities. If Great Kin was hell-bent on killing everyone, It could have had the main cities expel all of the players, but it only had the main cities expel those who had offended it. As such, these people decided not to join in. However, they were insulted as cowards and idiots by the others. Even though Su Yan now had an army of 3 million or so, he wasn't yet satisfied. Looking at the 7th region, he was able to predict the next region. There were 2 other choices. One was a mountainous region that was quite difficult to traverse, and the other was a marshland, which was also quite hard to cross, so there was only one option left. Su Yan planned to gather the players from this region and the surrounding regions. Now that this region had an army of 3 million people, the Void Zone would be no problem. With the support of the various factions, it would be much easier for Su Yan to deal with things. 446 Declaration of War. The players in the 4 surrounding regions started to pass through the Void Zones with the help of the top-tier factions and gathered in the region that was about to be invaded by the undead disaster. It was the first time so many players had moved from one region to another in the Heaven Awakened world. There were now 15 million players in one region, which was something that had never been seen before. Countless factions' attention was gathered here, not just from China but from all over the world. This battle would definitely be recorded in history because a battle of this scale was very rarely seen. Even with this many people, the factions weren't completely confident that they could destroy the undead disaster. This was because they had no idea just how big the undead disaster was, but logically speaking, since a single person could take down roughly 4 skeletons, 15 million people could take down 60 million skeletons. Even if they were unable to stop the undead disaster, they would be able to greatly reduce its strength. There wouldn't be too many skeletons left afterward, and if they could gather another player army, they should be able to destroy the undead disaster. Even if these 15 million players all died, they would still be able to accomplish their goal without adding to the undead disaster's numbers. In the end, the northern side's factions would still obtain victory. So as to make sure nothing out of the ordinary would happen, Su Yan made plans in advance with the 4 city lords and told them to work together to suppress Great Kin's legatee. These city lords originally didn't want to involve them in a conflict between players, but after seeing the devastation of the undead disaster, they chose to stop the catastrophe together. Su Yan had wanted a few more city lords to join, but none of the city lords from other regions were willing to join. This was because it wasn't certain that the undead disaster would enter the region, and they knew that even if the undead disaster came to their region, they only had to pay a small price for their city to not be attacked by the skeletons. Even though only the 4 city lords from the predicted region were willing to join, Su Yan believed that this would be enough. All they needed to do was suppress Great Kin's legatee. Moreover, even if they lost this battle and the 15 million players all died, it would be fine if they achieved their objective. The various factions were quite happy with Su Yan's plan, and they no longer felt that Great Kin's undead disaster was as terrifying. They all let out a breath of relief and started to praise Su Yan. Su Yan's fame gradually grew, and he was deeply loved and respected by countless factions. Many large families' young misses started to look at him with interest, and Su Yan suddenly rose to the highest point in his life. Elsewhere, Zhang Heng, riding on his donkey, also took notice of this matter. However, he felt quite complicated. He was unsure as to whether his senior apprentice brother's plan would work. Even though it seemed guaranteed to succeed, since he was facing Great Kin, this wouldn't necessarily be the case. Senior apprentice brother has been standing against Great Kin so many times, so it's impossible that Great Kin will let him off. Senior apprentice brother, this isn't worth it. Zhang Heng sighed and continued to ride onwards on his donkey, not wanting to participate in this matter. Su Yan then set another plan into motion. It was impossible that Great Kin didn't know what he was doing, so perhaps Great Kin wouldn't came to this predicted region and would instead turn elsewhere. If that was the case, the player army that he had painstakingly gathered would be useless. They could take the initiative to attack, but they wouldn't have as great of an advantage. As such, Su Yan had to think of a way to force the undead disaster to come to this predicted region. Within the predicted region, Su Yan had already ordered people to create defensive lines, using all sorts of methods to kill the skeletons. Now, Su Yan thought of a way to force Great Kin into this region, which was to send a declaration of war. As such, he publicly announced, "Great Kin, do you dare to fight?" Not only would that raise his side's morale, but it would also lure Great Kin into this region. With how eager Great Kin was to fight and how proud it was, it would most likely choose to fight. Even if Great Kin chose to escape, it would be mocked to be a coward. With Su Yan and the northern side's factions issuing declarations of war, everything became much more heated. The participating players could feel their blood boiling, and with the confidence they had from the top-tier factions joining, they all started to post declarations of war on the Heaven Awakened World Forum. "Great Kin, do you dare to fight? Your elder's going to beat you so badly that you'll call me daddy. Trashy Great Kin, do you still dare to be so arrogant? We'll teach you a lesson today. Great Kin? More like Great Bin. You think you're all that and even dared to start an undead disaster. The Northern Side's factions are going to destroy it and show you who the true masters of the Northern Side are. You'd best piss off. I bet Greatkin is scared. With so many people here, it's definitely afraid. It's a pity, I wanted to teach that idiot, Greatkin's legatee, a lesson. Now that it has made an enemy of all of China, its fate has been decided. The Northern Side's factions are bound to win this time, will definitely slaughter Greatkin's legatee for being so arrogant and domineering. I want to be the first person to piss on his head to wake him up. All he has is a legacy, just who does he think he is? That's right. We'll screw Greatkin's legatee to death, screw his mother to death, and screw his sisters to death. People said whatever they wanted on the internet, and they used filthy language. All of the threads had many replies, and their content was usually just as bad. After all, it would be impossible for people who hated Greatkin's legatee to sing his praises. Now that Greatkin was obstinately clinging to its own course, almost all of China despised it, and no one felt any favorability towards it anymore. Currently, the Heaven Awaken World Forum was filled with these sorts of threads, and countless people cursed at and insulted Greatkin, venting out their unhappiness and anger. Flower Moon, which was in charge of the forum, didn't intervene, and it instead had those sorts of threads listed at the top of the forum, shaping Greatkin to be a faction that was extremely evil. This way, Flower Moon would be able to attract more people to resist Greatkin. Back then, Greatkin had shocked countless factions, seemed incredibly impressive, and been admired by all. Now, it was despised and hated by almost every Chinese person. However, that was just how people were. They were easily affected by the crowd and would usually jump on any bandwagon presented to them. Zhao Fu knew about these things, from the posting of recruitment threads to Su Yan's declaration of war to the cursing and insulting on the forum. How could Zhao Fu not know about such a big thing? Otherwise, he would simply be too outdated in terms of information. Currently, Zhao Fu expressionlessly sat in a hall, and he felt that he had done something wrong. 447 Shocking Battle. Zhao Fu had never wanted to drag the ordinary people into his affairs because as someone who used to be just an ordinary person, he could understand them. Greatkin couldn't control the undead disaster, resulting in countless players dying and for them to suffer great losses, but Greatkin had no other option. Back then, the Northern Side's factions had acted against Greatkin incredibly ferociously and hadn't held back at all. They had dealt a massive blow to Greatkin's businesses and caused tens of thousands of Greatkin's people to die. Facing such a large and arrogant alliance, the only thing that Greatkin could do was retaliate. The undead disaster was the best option because not only could it destroy the Northern Side's factions, but it would also provide Greatkin with great benefits. All people were selfish creatures, Greatkin was selfish, but who in this world wasn't selfish? Only the strong had the right to stand while speaking, and the weak could only kneel and beg for their lives. This was how the world was. Zhao Fu didn't want to be someone who was weak, but he didn't want to harm the ordinary people either. Zhao Fu could understand them when they cursed and insulted Greatkin, and he decided to change his thinking. At the same time, he decided to change the way he treated ordinary people in order to give them hope in this world. Zhao Fu suddenly laughed, but this laugh was cold to the extreme and seemed quite cruel. With his blood-red eyes, he seemed incredibly terrifying. Then, I'll kill them all. Even though he could understand them, Zhao Fu still decided to kill those who opposed him, showing them no mercy. The ordinary people had become Greatkin's biggest obstacle, and if he didn't kill those who stood in his way, then Greatkin wouldn't be able to develop. Zhao Fu had wanted to spare them, but since they were seeking their own deaths, Zhao Fu would give them what they wanted. As such, Zhao Fu decided to accept the declaration of war and had the skeletons move towards the region where the ordinary players were gathered. Within the 7th region, the skeletons had developed another profession, which was even rarer than skeleton cavalry, which was skeleton mage. The skeleton mages held a bone staff and could use magic. They had a gray cloak that covered their bodies and gave them some defense. The skeleton mages had 3 skills. The first was a magic attack that could launch bone spears. The second was an undead revival skill that summoned skeletons using corpses. Because the skeleton mages had a disaster attribute, the skeletons they summoned also had a disaster attribute, but they weren't as strong as the ones that the disaster cavalry summoned. The third skill was a summoning skill that could summon evil spirits. Evil spirits were incorporeal spirits that were filled with wicked thoughts, and they could enter a person's head to control the person. The addition of skeleton mages once again greatly boosted the skeleton army's strength, and it increased the tactics the skeletons had, making it even more difficult to deal with the undead disaster. It had now been a month since the undead disaster had started, and the Heaven Awakened world had entered winter. It had become fairly cold, but because it was only the beginning of winter, it was enough to just wear an extra layer of clothes. Most of the leaves had fallen, and the ground was covered with withered leaves. The tree branches started to darken, looking as if they had lost their vitality. At a glance, there was a sense of bleakness, and countless creatures started to enter hibernation. During that month, the Universal Den had spawned 3 wyverns. Greatkin's luck was quite good, and there were 2 mature wyverns and a juvenile wyvern. The 2 mature wyverns had stage 5 strength and were incredibly powerful. Just the might that their bodies innately gave off was enough to scare ordinary creatures so much that they trembled. The mature wyverns were about 17 meters long and covered with gray scales that had a faint luster. Ordinary arrows were unable to pierce them, and they had sharp teeth, powerful bodies, and a powerful might that caused others to feel fear. A mature wyvern was more powerful than an ordinary stage 5 expert. Moreover, as far as Zhao Fu knew, there weren't any stage 5 experts. After all of the city lords were only at stage 4. In that case, a mature wyvern would be able to destroy a few city lords in a battle. However, that was only against city lords as individuals. With their city lord seals, they were too powerful, and a stage 5 wyvern wouldn't be able to take down a city lord so easily. However, it would still be easy for them to kill ordinary stage 4 experts. By now, the Universal Den was an advanced den. Over the course of this month, the mature wyverns had been going around killing everything, and they had gained experience point incredibly quickly. Now that the den was an advanced den, it went from spawning a wyvern every 10 days to one every 6 days. Even though the spawning speed had greatly increased, Zhao Fu felt that it was still quite slow. In a month, it would still only be able to spawn 5 wyverns. It seemed that they couldn't just rely on the den to spawn new wyverns, and they would have to start breeding wyverns. Greatkin had planted a lot of dragon-incubating celestial grass, which would allow them to increase the hatching speed of many eggs. However, they would still have to wait before they could breed wyverns because they didn't have enough yet, and the 2 mature wyverns were both male. There were only 3 wyverns that they could currently use, which was far from enough. As such, Zhao Fu didn't plan on using them, and he planned to hide them and use them as trump cards in the future. Since Zhao Fu had chosen the region where he knew 15 million players gathered, he wasn't stupid enough to not make any preparations. First, he called Xianru over and discussed with her some things before calling over the black and white impermanences. They were officials in the ghost world and had a good understanding of ghosts and undead, so Zhao Fu asked them about some matters. After making preparations, Zhao Fu once again went to the 7th region. By now, the boundless skeleton army had finished rampaging through the 7th region, and a grey deathly aura covered the sky. The world seemed to be dead as a chilling aura spread throughout the region, making it seem like a land of the dead. The 10 disaster cavalrymen obeyed Zhao Fu's command and raised their black swords, causing a formless shockwave to ripple out. The skeletons stopped moving as their black spirit flames shook and they gathered towards the disaster cavalry. Soon, the massive ocean of bones, which gave off incredible marching sounds, flooded towards the 8th region. The deathly aura about them caused the sky and the earth to dim and for countless creatures to flee in terror. In the 8th region, the 15 million players had constructed a 5-meter-tall wall, and all of the players excitedly waited for battle. With so many players gathered, they gave off a massively powerful aura that would be able to shock countless creatures. Soon, a shocking battle would erupt in the 8th region. 448 Ocean of Black Bones rumble. The undead army made an incredible amount of noise as it flooded into the 8th region. Feeling a large amount of living aura, the countless skeletons became incredibly excited and rushed towards the defensive wall. Seeing the countless skeletons appear, the players on the defensive wall felt quite shocked, but with the commanders keeping everything in order, they regained their confidence. It was impossible for there not to be commanders in such a large-scale battle. The massive player army was primarily commanded by 4 factions, the governmental faction's generals, the school of military's people, the Xingqian clan from the ancient clans, and some important members from the northern side's factions. The Ocean of Bones was incredibly fast, and all of the commanders loudly yelled out orders. The players became serious, and the atmosphere became incredibly somber. Very soon, the countless skeletons, giving off an unstoppable momentum, arrived within 1 kilometer of the defensive wall. It seemed that in just an instant, it would ferociously crash against the defensive wall. However, at that moment, the ground suddenly caved in as the skeletons fell into massive pits. The players had long since set up traps, and all of the pits were roughly 5 meters wide and 10 or so meters deep. There was also water at the bottom of the pit that gave off a holy aura. This water was, of course, holy water, and it was extremely effective against evil creatures and undead. There were tens of thousands of these sorts of pits, and the amount of holy water they had used could rival a sea. However, with the support of the countless factions, the costs didn't amount to much. The skeletons howled as they fell into the pits and touched the holy water, and this caused the flood to temporarily pause. The countless players looked incredibly delighted, and some of the commanders also grinned. It was a pity that time was tight and that they had such a large area to defend. The area they were at was about 1,500 kilometers wide. Luckily, there were 2 mountains on either side, so they had constructed their defenses in between the mountains. Otherwise, with how vast the region was, it would have been impossible for them to prepare a good defense. Even so, the region was quite big, and they had to set many traps and defenses, so they barely had enough time. If they had more time, they could have dug countless pits, causing even more skeletons to fall in and die. It was a pity that they could only dig tens of thousands in front of the defensive wall. Following this, countless skeletons fell into the pits, and soon, the pits were completely filled up with skeletons, and the ocean of bones continued to rush towards the defensive wall. At that moment, countless players drew their bows. Normal arrows were essentially useless against skeletons, but their arrows were different. Not only were there white talisman papers stuck on the bows, but there were also white talismans stuck on the arrows themselves. The talismans glowed with a faint white light and gave off an aura of holiness. These talisman papers were called holy light talismans, and they could give pieces of equipment great light attributed damage. The arrows left streaks of white light in the air as millions of white dots rained down towards the boundless ocean of bones. These arrows landed on the skeletons, greatly diminishing the death energy that the skeletons had. No matter where the arrows landed, they resulted in great effects. Any skeleton that was shot in the head lost its death energy and immediately collapsed into a pile of bones. The player army's first wave of attacks was very effective, and not only did it reduce the skeleton army's momentum, but it also resulted in countless skeleton deaths. The players continuously attacked, forcing the skeleton army into a defensive state. This made the players on the defensive wall seem incredibly excited, and they now felt the confidence to stop the undead disaster and stop the catastrophe. Under their continued efforts, the skeleton army no longer seemed as terrifying. The commanders also felt more and more confident as they saw their attacks having a great effect. They had thought that this would be a tough and bitter battle with countless injuries and deaths, but it seemed that they had overestimated the undead disaster. Before, they had been resolved to die and wanted to obtain victory by sacrificing their own people to take down the skeleton army's numbers, but it seemed that things would be much easier than they had expected. This was mostly because they had made good preparations, such as the defensive wall and the various traps, and the terrain favored them. Moreover, the 15 million players were quite united, and they had worked quite well together. What was most important was the support they had received from the large factions. The holy water and countless holy light talismans had cost an astronomical amount of money. If they didn't have these items, which dealt a massive amount of damage to the skeletons, their attacks wouldn't be as effective. Seeing the undead army's momentum gradually weaken, the countless players couldn't help but celebrate. They had stopped the undead disaster and would be forever remembered by future generations. If they told others about their contributions in this massive battle, they would receive the admiration and praise of others. However, some of the commanders with detailed information frowned. From what they knew, the undead disaster shouldn't be so small, nor should it have been dealt with so easily. This was because their side had barely suffered any losses, and the skeletons weren't even close yet. How could they believe that victory would come so easily? At that moment, the gray clouds in the sky gradually moved over, and the lighting dimmed. An eerie wind blew, causing people to shiver. The atmosphere felt quite oppressive as if a storm was about to arrive. Boom! A massive explosion sounded out, ringing in all directions as 10 black pillars of light rushed into the sky. The sky twisted as a black, 10,000-meter wide magic formation appeared, giving off an extremely horrifying aura. Under the massive magic formation and at the center of the 10 black pillars of light, a black-cloaked person stood in the air, giving off an incredibly powerful aura. Even though it was impossible to see his appearance, everyone knew that it was Great Ken's legatee. Zhao Fu's blood-red eyes coldly looked at the countless players in front of him. His cloak moved even though there was no wind, and he slowly raised his hand. The Disaster King ring turned into a ray of light and shot into the magic formation above. The black magic formation immediately radiated a powerful black light, and a boundless aura of disaster spread out, seeming to swallow the heavens and the earth. A massive wind started to blow as thunder started to sound out as if some sort of monstrous demon was about to appear. Zhao Fu raised his hand and pointed forwards, and the scene seemed to freeze as the heavens and the earth fell completely silent. Rumble. Massive sounds started to be heard as if the world was going to be destroyed. The ground continuously shook as a massive ocean of black bones, giving off an aura that seemed to be able to destroy everything, flooded over. The ocean of black bones had countless skeleton soldiers, skeleton archers, skeleton cavalry, and skeleton mages. All of them were incredibly powerful, and they gave off a large amount of black aura. That black aura was filled with an aura of disaster, and with so much destructive aura gathered together, it was as if there was an apocalypse. 449 Disaster attribute the skeletons in that first wave were just cannon fodder that Zhao Fu had sent over to see what the player army was up to. The true skeleton army was the one coming now. The black magic formation wasn't the undead disaster, it wasn't a summoning formation but a support type formation. This formation gave the skeleton army powerful attack, defense, and recovery, and the formation also boosted the skeleton army's disaster attribute. With this black magic formation, the true might of the undead disaster could be unleashed. The black magic formation fused with the Disaster King Ring's power, which was the fusion of the undead disaster with boundless disaster, creating the ocean of black bones below. Hurry and fire! The commanders immediately yelled when they saw the countless black skeletons rushing over like a black flood, their voices filled with fear. The countless dumbfounded players quickly came back to their senses and shot their arrows. Swish, swish, swish. The arrows drew streaks of white light through the air as they shot towards the countless skeletons. However, as the innumerable arrows fell into the ocean of black bones, there was no effect at all. The light-attributed energy was completely blocked by the black aura of disaster and wasn't able to harm the skeletons at all. Suddenly, the ocean of black bones retaliated with its own bone arrows. Many of the careless were struck, and howls of pain sounded out on the defensive wall as many players were killed on the spot. Very quickly, the ocean of black bones rushed to the defensive wall. Immediately, the commanders ordered the players to throw wooden barrels. After falling down, the wooden barrel shattered, causing oil to flow out. Hundreds of fire arrows suddenly descended, lighting up a sea of fire. The undead were usually quite afraid of fire, so the player army had prepared a lot of oil. The raging flames were 5 meters tall, resulting in incredibly high temperatures. Even the players on the defensive wall 10 or so meters away almost couldn't stand it, and they began sweating profusely. The commanders wanted to use the fire to stop the undead army, but they found that the skeletons completely disregarded the fire and rushed through. The boundless gray aura covered the flames, causing them to slowly die down. Swish, swish, swish. Just as the flames dwindled, the sound of the air being torn sounded out as countless bone arrows once again flew up from below. Immediately, blood flew everywhere, and pitiful cries rang out as many more players died. Boom. A massive sound could be heard as the ocean of black bones ferociously slammed against the defensive wall. The defensive wall trembled and started to crack. This defensive wall had been built in great haste, and because it wasn't reinforced by a city heart's power, how could it defend against such a furious onslaught? Many of the skeletons used their death energy and gathered it on their claws as they stabbed into the defensive wall and started to climb up. The skeletons summoned by the disaster cavalry weren't beings that ordinary skeletons could rival. Not only were they powerful, but they also had some intelligence. The commanders were incredibly shocked and immediately gave the order to pour down holy water. Seeing the countless skeletons climbing up, the players felt quite terrified, but they obeyed the orders. After all, they were only players and weren't soldiers. Because of this, their hearts and minds weren't as strong, nor had they ever seen such a massive battle. Buckets of holy water were poured on the skeletons, causing countless skeletons to roar in pain. A black disaster aura continuously rose up from their bodies, getting rid of the holy light energy. It seemed that even the holy water wasn't of much use against the skeletons, and it could only temporarily slow them down. Boom. 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 4 massive explosions sounded out as 4 bursts of energy exploded out. 4 figures stood in the air. The 4 city lords had finally acted, and they stretched out their hands, causing a formless energy to descend on the countless skeletons, causing them to pause. However, they quickly struggled free from this energy. With such a massive skeleton army, even the 4 city lords weren't enough to suppress them. The 4 city lords looked quite serious. The player army was already starting to lose ground against the skeleton army, and this was only part of the skeleton army. There were still more skeletons coming, and if this continued, the player army would definitely lose without a doubt. They had to do something. Looking at the massive black magic formation in the distance, they felt that it was continuously giving off an aura of disaster, and the 4 city lords turned into rays of light and flew over. Under the massive black magic formation, Zhao Fu was standing in the air, looking at the 4 city lords flying over with his blood-red eyes. The 4 city lords glared at Zhao Fu furiously as one of them said, "Sir, I hope that you'll stop this undead disaster, or we'll have to act against you." If the players were unable to stop the undead disaster, their region would suffer countless injuries and deaths. As such, they had to act now to stop the undead disaster from progressing. Zhao Fu's expression was cold as he replied, "You shouldn't get involved. I didn't plan on attacking your cities. I've already announced that I'll kill anyone who is involved, so today, the 4 of you must die." Ha ha ha. Hearing Zhao Fu's words, one of the city lords started to laugh and said, "You think that we don't know that you're only the city lord of a mere basic city? Thinking that you can defeat the 4 of us is simply madness. Another city lord also said, "Everyone, there's no need to waste words with him, let's kill him together and destroy this magic formation. That way, the undead disaster's strength will be greatly reduced." The other 3 city lords nodded and prepared to attack. Zhao Fu looked at the 4 city lords and coldly laughed as he said, "You're all quite eager to die." The 4 city lords felt quite enraged and glared at Zhao Fu as they roared, "You're seeking death." However, Zhao Fu ignored them and said to seemingly no one, "Everyone. Are you still not going to act?" As he spoke, figures started to appear around him. All of them gave off powerful auras, and with so many powerful auras gathered, their strength was enough to cause the weather to change. There were 28 of them, and all of them were city lords. They were the city lords from the 7 regions that Zhao Fu had gone through already. Zhao Fu had used his high-grade contracts with them to make them help him with this matter. What Zhao Fu wanted them to do was protect the disaster cavalry and kill all the enemies who tried to attack them. The appearance of 28 city lords caused the 4 city lords' expressions to become grim, and they immediately chose to escape. Zhao Fu's gaze became cold and looked at the escaping city lords before turning to the others and saying, "Are you still not going to act? Don't tell me that 7 of you aren't enough to take on one of them." The 28 city lords hesitated, and the woman in white that Zhao Fu had encountered last time said, "They're also city lords. We shouldn't attack them because if they die, this region will be doomed." Zhao Fu coldly harumphed, "And so what? If you want, I can have my undead army turn back and attack your main cities since it will be you breaking the high-grade contract." 450 Shocking the heavens and the earth. Hearing Zhao Fu's words, the city lords' expressions became grim. Since they had signed a high-grade contract with Zhao Fu, if they broke the contract, they wouldn't be able to use their city lord seals anymore. Without their city lord seals, how could their 100,000 stage 1 soldiers fight against these countless skeletons? The punishment of the high-grade contracts was quite severe, but it was even worse for Zhao Fu. He had promised that he wouldn't attack their main cities, and if he broke the contract, he would immediately die. Moreover, the contracts lasted for half a year. The city lords were only willing to sign because of that. If they broke the contract, the undead army would turn back, and their main cities would be completely annihilated without being able to resist at all. Their people would all be slaughtered. A man with some beard stubble sighed before saying, "You said that you wouldn't make us do anything dangerous, and killing a city lord has a certain amount of danger involved. We can only agree to do this once, but in the future, we will only protect the disaster cavalry." Zhao Fu thought about it. Making them kill another city lord wasn't easy, and because having them kill 4 city lords was already quite good, he agreed. Seeing that Zhao Fu had agreed, 27 bodies turned into rays of light and chased after the escaping city lords. The woman in white didn't move and stared at Zhao Fu before coldly harumphing and also flying away. Boom. The 4 escaping city lords were soon caught up with, and a battle that could shock the heavens and earth unfolded. Massive explosions sounded out, shaking the heavens, and their monstrous power seemed to be able to destroy everything below them. The countless players, including the commanders, felt their hopes plummet upon seeing the 4 city lords being attacked by 28 other city lords. They had hoped that the 4 city lords would be able to suppress Great Ken's legatee, but now, it was difficult to say if they would even survive. Zhao Fu ignored the battle because even more skeletons had arrived, and Zhao Fu ordered the disaster cavalry to continue guiding them to fight. The skeleton cavalry formed 10 groups with more than 10,000 skeleton cavalrymen in each group, after which they started to charge. They gripped their bone spears and looked straight ahead of them. That area was different from the rest of the battlefield, and it was quite peaceful. Boom. The skeleton cavalry were like arrows that had been shot out of bows, and their oars shook the entire battlefield. They formed a triangular formation as they rushed towards the defensive wall, their bodies giving off a gray aura that formed into a massive cone above their heads. Bang, bang, bang. The skeleton cavalry were like lightning bolts that struck the defensive wall. The gray cones bore into the defensive wall, leaving a large hole, and as the skeleton cavalry continuously charged up, the holes became larger and larger. The other skeletons also charged behind them and streamed through the 10 massive holes created by the skeleton cavalry, and they started to attack the players behind the defensive wall. Other skeletons climbed up the defensive wall and eerily laughed as they attacked the players on the defensive wall. In the distance, another massive flood of skeletons, giving off a massive aura, flooded over. By now, the commanders had realized that there was no chance of victory for them. However, they didn't forget what their main objective was. Even if they all died, they needed to at least take down a portion of the skeletons. By whittling down the skeletons' numbers, they would be able to stop the undead disaster. The military leaders, people from the school of military, and those from the ancient clans drew their weapons and roared, "Kill!" Everyone raised their weapons and roared as they rushed towards the skeletons. However, it was only their factions who retaliated. The northern side's factions and the ordinary players started to run, not daring to face off against the skeletons. The defensive walls started to crumble in many places, and facing the dauntless disaster-attributed skeletons, the ordinary players were completely helpless. Even one-on-one, the ordinary players found it quite difficult to deal with the skeletons, and they were outnumbered 10-1. There was simply no way to fight, and seeing the skeletons continuously slaughtering players, they were completely shaken and only wanted to run. However, the countless skeletons showed no mercy and started to chase down these people. Some directly pierced the players' chests with their claws, others slashed apart players at the waist, causing blood and organs to spill onto the ground. Other players were nailed to the ground by bone spears. The terrifying skeleton cavalry could stab through 4 or 5 players at once with their bone spears, turning them into a human kebab. The countless skeletons excitedly enjoyed this slaughter while the players continuously howled. Now, the players could only run in terror. The 3 resisting factions were way too weak to face the skeleton army by themselves. As soon as the ocean of black bones rushed forward, all sound from them disappeared in just a moment. One of the key commanders, a famed general of the military in the real world, was quickly killed by a skeleton cavalryman. The skeleton cavalry used its bone spear to stab through his head and raised up his corpse as if to announce that the players had lost the battle. Next, it was time for the skeletons to hunt down the players who had run away. Zhao Fu also flew over and stood in the air as he watched the skeletons continuously kill players. The ground was covered with countless corpses, and the ground was stained with blood as the scent of blood and guts filled the air. Some of the escaping players looked terrified as they pleaded towards Zhao Fu in the sky. "I was wrong. Please forgive me and spare me. Please, I only did this for a bit of money. I really don't want to become enemies with Great Kin. I'm willing to surrender. Please don't kill me. Please let me live." Zhao Fu coldly looked at these people. What use was begging for mercy? Zhao Fu had no intention of sparing them, and he continued to watch as they were killed by the skeletons. Elsewhere, the battle between the city lords was drawing to a close. 3 city lords had already been killed, and only 1 city lord was left. Facing 28 city lords, the result was already evident. This city lord had been forced into a corner, so he madly roared and prepared to self-detonate. The 28 city lords were given a big fright. An explosion from a city lord's self-detonation wasn't something just anyone could survive. This was because it also caused their city lord seals to explode. Seeing this, the 28 city lords quickly flew away. Clang, clang, clang. Just as the city lord was about to self-detonate, the massive sound of chains rang out as chains shot out from the air and pierced through the city lord's body. Immediately, the city lord died, having been pierced by hundreds of chains. There wasn't a single part of his body that was left unscathed, and blood dripped down from the air. The city lords turned and looked at Zhao Fu in shock. 451 4 city lords. Zhao Fu ignored their gazes and slowly opened his clenched fist. The chains withdrew from that city lord's body, and a white jade-like seal, giving off a faint light, flew out of the city lord's corpse. Killing the city lord so easily wasn't a big deal. After all, he had used up most of his strength, and the chains from the god-sealing beast had a powerful sealing power and fused with the dragon sealing well's chains, making it even more powerful. Thus, the chains were able to restrict the city lord from self-detonating and kill him at the same time. The other city lords thought that they couldn't stop him, so they had chosen to escape. None of them had expected Zhao Fu to be able to stop him. Just from the aura that the chains gave off, they could tell that those chains were quite extraordinary. Zhao Fu grabbed at the air, and the city lord's corpse and jade seal flew over. Zhao Fu looked at the city lord's corpse and found that it was SSS grade, so he put it into his ring. Zhao Fu held the jade seal, which was warm to the touch, in his hand, and he could feel the power that it gave off. Ipticry City Seal, the core item to a city. It has the power to control various things within the city and contains great power. There was no need to necessarily conquer the city heart of a city. Obtaining the city lord seal was equivalent to obtaining the city itself, so Zhao Fu had essentially obtained a system main city. However, Zhao Fu needed to actually conquer the city heart before it would actually belong to him. With the city lord seal, Zhao Fu already had all sorts of power. However, because he had killed the city lord, the residents would most likely retaliate, and it wouldn't be easy to deal with those 100,000 stage 1 soldiers. This would be a great obstacle to Great Kin, so Zhao Fu decided to use the undead disaster to deal with him. Even though Great Kin wouldn't be able to obtain any people, Great Kin would still be able to obtain a system main city and 100,000 stage 1 corpses. After making this decision, Zhao Fu looked at the other city lords and stretched out his hand. The other city lords could only helplessly take out the city lord seals and throw them to Zhao Fu. The 3 city lord seals flew over to Zhao Fu. These were the city lord seals from the 3 other city lords. After taking these 3 City Lord seals, Zhao Fu smiled and put them away. Even though it was them who had killed the City Lords, they did so under Zhao Fu's orders, so the City Lord seals belonged to him. If it wasn't for the City Lord seals, Zhao Fu had no need for them to kill those 4 City Lords. However, if they were willing to continue killing City Lords for him, Zhao Fu could consider giving those 4 City Lord seals to them. After all, if that were the case, he would be able to obtain many more City Lord seals in the future. Elsewhere, the escaping players had been swallowed up by the boundless undead army. After resisting momentarily, they were reduced to corpses. The army of 15 million players was completely annihilated with not a single player surviving. The battlefield was quite gruesome, and 15 million corpses lay strewn across the ground. They were all in different positions, and their expressions were quite different as well. Their weapons were scattered everywhere, and blood covered the ground. The stench of blood seemed to reach to the heavens, and the entire world seemed to go quiet as a result of this chilling scene. Even though the City Lords had expected the players to lose, seeing this scene, they couldn't help but feel quite startled. There were so many corpses that they went on for as far as the eye could see. "What are you planning to do with the 4 main cities?" the woman in white asked Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu didn't hide his intentions and plainly replied, "Of course I'm going to slaughter them all. Only then will I be able to conquer them easily." Unlike the players, the 4 system main cities, millions of players would remain dead if they died. Hearing that they would all be slaughtered, all of the City Lords felt quite unwilling to see this. "You can't do this," the woman in white said as she glared at Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu couldn't help but laugh. "Then tell me how I can easily conquer those system main cities. Don't tell me you want to take those people in. I need to cut the weeds and eliminate the roots in order to prevent future problems." Hearing Zhao Fu's cold words, the woman in white felt quite angry, but she couldn't find the words to rebut him. Indeed, using the undead disaster was the fastest and easiest option. Suddenly, the woman in white thought of something and said, "You probably need people too. Among those people, there will be those who resist, but there will also be those who are willing to submit. If I can convince them to submit, I'm sure that will be fine." Zhao Fu felt quite surprised. Great Ken indeed needed people, but Zhao Fu believed that there would be great resistance from the system main cities. After all, the residents were all quite loyal, and they would hate him for causing the death of their city lords. That was why Zhao Fu had decided to slaughter them all. However, since the woman in white had said that she would do her best to convince them to surrender, Zhao Fu didn't see why he shouldn't let her try. As such, Zhao Fu nodded and agreed, but he said, "I can give you some time, but don't blame me if you can't convince them within that time." The woman in white coldly harumphed and didn't reply to Zhao Fu. She and the 3 other women from the same region talked together before flying off in 4 different directions. Zhao Fu didn't care about the woman in white's attitude, and he dispelled the support-type formation. He took back his Disaster King ring and ordered his Disaster Cavalry to slow down the advance of the Ocean of Bones for now. As for the other city lords, they remained in the sky around Zhao Fu. In the real world, this news seemed to explode like a massive bomb. 15 million players were easily slaughtered, causing all of the players and factions to feel incredibly shocked. 15 million players had been slaughtered. Just how terrifying, ruthless, and shocking was this? The entire world seemed to go crazy, and Great Gen's ferocity seemed to reach the heavens, causing all of the factions to fall silent. Logically, the 15 million players should have been able to take down 60 million skeletons, but no one could have thought that Great Gen's undead disaster would be so horrifying. All of the skeletons were much more powerful than the ordinary skeletons that the players were familiar with. Most of the ordinary players and factions had fled in disorder, which was one of the reasons for this catastrophic loss. The number of skeletons that the 15 million players had killed was less than 10% of the Ocean of Bones, which was far less than what they had wanted. They had spent an astronomical amount of money on consumable items and gathered 5 regions worth of players, but they had died so easily. All of the factions felt completely crushed and dispirited. The disgust and hatred that the Chinese people felt towards Great Ken now turned into terror. Not a single person dared to say anything bad about Great Ken anymore, and it had now turned into a taboo existence. After hearing about this, Su Yan felt incredibly furious and slammed his fist down on the table. He had underestimated Great Ken and had never thought that the skeletons would be so powerful. His plan, which he had been completely confident in, had proven to be much less effective. 452 cleaning up if the ordinary players and the useless Northern Sides factions hadn't turned and ran and had instead fought together with the governmental forces, the ancient clans forces, and School of Military's forces, they wouldn't have lost so pitifully. At the very least, if they could have destroyed at least 10% of the Ocean of Bones, that would have been of great help. However, if all the players from 5 regions had been destroyed so easily, just how were they supposed to fight in the future? Now, the ocean of bones would be able to easily replenish the number of skeletons it lost by rampaging through the 8th region, and the 15 million players had essentially died for nothing. Moreover, many of the players had been completely scared stiff, so even gathering players would be difficult in the future. What should they do next? Su Yan let out a breath and calmed himself down before considering their next step. Now that their plan, which they had complete confidence in, had been crushed, all of the factions took a massive blow to morale. The various dynasty factions also felt quite bitter. Even though they hadn't sent any people to participate, they had contributed a lot in terms of money and other resources, yet they had still suffered a crushing defeat. In a sense, they had completely lost to great kin. The 10 or so elders from the ancient clans all sighed, and one of the elders couldn't hold it anymore and said, "What do we now?" Even though the plan wasn't a complete failure and at least somewhat suppressed the undead disaster, we're wholly unable to destroy the undead disaster. Moreover, not only are we unable to stop the undead disaster, but we also sacrificed a lot and completely offended great kin. Hearing this, another elder asked, "What do you all say we should do? Do we continue trying to stop the undead disaster, or do we go to the Ying family, apologize, and no longer try to stop great kin? If that happens, the rest of China will be ravaged by a great disaster." Upon thinking about this, all of the elders present felt quite distressed and were unable to immediately make a decision. Within the Flower Moon's meeting area, 20 or so women sat with depressed looks on their faces. One of the women said, "Big sis, we were completely wrong this time. Even though we had so many people, we were still unable to stop great kin. What do we do now?" The beautiful woman in the main seat shook her head, feeling a massive headache coming on. None of the other women knew what to say, and the room fell into silence before Su Yuan said, "Big sis, we should try to negotiate and stop trying to oppose great kin. Instead, we should try to help it. With great kin's control over the skeletons, we'll be able to preserve around 60% of our business." Those words caused some people's eyes to light up, but some asked, "Even if we're willing to negotiate, is great kin's legatee willing? With how bloodthirsty he is, will he really let this matter go? Even if we're willing to pay a high price, he may not agree." While all of the factions were feeling incredibly worried and dispirited, the Ying family was busy rejoicing. Great kin's legatee had just defeated a combined attack from countless factions. This allowed the Ying family to let out a sigh of relief. When Great Kin's legatee had stubbornly persisted with the undead disaster, the Ying family had suffered great pressure and gone into a defensive state for fear that others would join together to attack them. After all, Great Kin's legatee was making an enemy out of all of China. Now, Great Kin's legatee had stepped on all of their heads, and no faction dared to make a move on the Ying family. Even the governmental faction had to show respect, let alone the other factions. Back in the Heaven Awakened world, the woman in white stood in the air above a large city and called out, "I'm sure you've all heard the news. Your city lord is dead, and the city lord's seal has fallen into someone else's hands. The undead disaster is about to arrive, and none of you will survive. Right now, you can choose to resist or submit. Those who choose to resist, I won't bother trying to persuade you, but you must know that there is no chance of survival." Just then, 15 million players were slaughtered, so it's impossible for any of you to come out alive. If you're willing to submit, hurry and leave before the undead army arrives. This is all I can say, the rest is up to you. After the city lord died, the city sank into a period of grief and chaos because everyone knew that the undead disaster was approaching. Staying in the city wasn't safe. Even though the city heart gave off a protective barrier, it wouldn't shield any of the residents. Now that the city lord's seal had fallen into someone else's hands, he had revoked all of their resident statuses, meaning that they no longer belonged to this town. What was even worse was that the firm, 10-meter-tall city walls had collapsed. Zhao Fu had used the city lord's seal to cause all of the city's defensive structures to collapse or lose their effect. Even though they knew the result would be death, many of the residents were unwilling to leave, and many soldiers were the same. However, some still tried to convince the residents to leave. "Andy, you should leave, or it'll be too late when the undead army arrives. Little bro. Listen to me and get out of here, or you'll die with us." "Dear, I'm sorry, but I have to stay here. I will only be loyal to our city lord, and even if I have to die, I'll stand guard here. However, you have to leave. I hope you'll be able to live on well. Everyone, please leave and don't just wait for death here. You're different from us. We don't want to break the oath we made to this city, so please leave now." Seeing these touching scenes below, the woman in white's eyes became a bit teary, and she couldn't help but feel more hateful towards Zhao Fu because all of this had been caused by him. In the end, some people walked out. It was a pity that only about 100,000 people came out, and there were still 300,000 or so who were unwilling to leave. The woman in white sighed and didn't continue to persuade them, To be able to save so many people was already quite good. The ocean of bones was giving off a terrifying aura as it approached from the distance, and the woman in white didn't hesitate as she took the 100,000 people and left. A bit later, the countless skeletons, giving off a shocking aura, flooded towards the main city. The soldiers and residents took out all kinds of weapons and resigned themselves to death as they rushed up. The battle started quite quickly and also ended quite quickly. Apart from the 100,000 Stage 1 soldiers who could put up a bit of resistance, everyone else was instantly killed. This wasn't surprising because they had to face skeletons with numbers hundreds of times greater than theirs. After the ocean of bones passed, only corpses remained. Blood and ruin were left in its wake, and the prosperous system main city no longer existed. The scene was quite heroic and sorrowful. 453 Azra Demon Image Alfu stayed above the countless players' corpses. The players' corpses couldn't be turned into skeletons, but that didn't mean they didn't have any worth. Even though these bodies were only their shells within the heaven-awakened world, they still had cultivation and an aura of life. The aura of life from 15 million players could be used by countless skeletons as fuel for their evolution, making them even stronger. Because of these players' aura of life, the undead army produced a new type of skeleton, Skeleton Berserker. The Skeleton Berserkers were 4 meters tall and had incredibly large and tough bones that gave off a grey glimmer. They held 2 massive weapons, which were usually large swords, large hatchets, or large hammers, and all of them had extremely powerful auras that could rival a person with a stage 3 cultivation. They were incredibly wild and bloodthirsty when they fought, and they had immense destructive power. They annihilated everything in their path and were incredibly terrifying. However, there weren't many of these skeleton berserkers, and within the ocean of bones, there were only a few hundred of them. By now, all of the skeletons had already moved on, and only corpses remained in this area. Zhao Fu looked at the corpses and found that because of the countless factions' support, their equipment was quite good, and the value of the items on each of the corpses would be worth 5 or 6 gold coins. Suddenly, Zhao Fu realized something and was dumbfounded by this epiphany. If each corpse had items and equipment worth 5 or 6 gold coins, then with 15 million corpses here. Even if each corpse was worth 5 gold coins, that would be 75 million gold coins. If this amount of money was converted to copper coins or money in the real world, it would simply be astronomical. This massive fortune was greater than what Great Ken had by tens of times, and it was impossible for Zhao Fu to refuse such an amount of money. By now, the 4 city lords had used teleportation channels to send the surrendered residents here. Each of the city lords had convinced around 100,000 people to surrender, so in total, they had brought 400,000 people. Zhao Fu thought about it and had them immediately start collecting the equipment and items from the corpses. Seeing the corpses all over the place, the 400,000 residents were given a big fright, and they couldn't help but tremble. However, they still obediently followed Zhao Fu's orders and collected equipment and items. The many city lords realized what Zhao Fu's aim was, and they felt quite shocked. As city lords, they couldn't care less about the equipment that a player had, but with so many corpses here, the amount of gold that could be gained from these corpses was hundreds of times more than what they had. Even city lords had never seen so much money before, and they couldn't help but feel a bit of admiration and envy. Zhao Fu had not only obtained 4 system main cities but also so much money as well. After half a day, the 400,000 people had gathered all of the equipment and items into a massive mountain, and seeing this, the city lords were dumbfounded. Out of this mountain, Zhao Fu split out 20 or so piles that were worth 1 million or so gold coins. Everyone, thank you all for your help this time. This is a token of my appreciation, Zhao Fu smiled as he said to the city lords. Most of the city lords only had 1 million gold coins, and seeing so much money, they felt quite tempted. After thinking about it, they decided not to hold back and place the equipment into their spatial rings. Zhao Fu then looked at the 4 city lords who had convinced the residents to surrender and said, "Thank you for helping me convince so many people to surrender. These are for you." Following this, Zhao Fu separated 4 much larger piles out. These 4 piles were worth roughly 1.5 million gold coins each. The city lords were all quite surprised, and they had never expected Zhao Fu to treat them so well. Before, he had been so domineering and overbearing that they couldn't even raise their heads. Apart from the woman in white, who coldly harangued, the other 3 city lords put their piles of equipment away. Zhao Fu looked at the woman in white but didn't say anything, and he started to put the rest of the equipment into his ring. Apart from the equipment from the players, there were also great fortunes within the 4 system main cities. There were at least 400,000 sets of secret silver rank equipment, 40,000 sets of fine gold rank equipment, and other equipment and items, which would be worth millions of gold coins. However, what was the most important was the system main cities themselves. Moreover, with the 400,000 stage 1 corpses and the many high-grade corpses, Zhao Fu wouldn't have to worry about not having corpses to refine for a long time. There was no need to share the fortunes within the system main cities with the other city lords. Zhao Fu had already given them a lot of the equipment because he would have had far too much equipment, and since they were operating in a partnership and he would continue to need their help, there was a need to maintain friendly relations. The attitudes of the city lords who accepted the equipment naturally became better towards him, but the woman in white still seemed to treat him with contempt. Zhao Fu understood that she was a good person, so he didn't take her attitude to heart. However, if she did anything that endangered Great Qin, he wouldn't hesitate to kill her. Zhao Fu once again looked at the countless corpses. Zhao Fu knew of their plan to try to whittle down the undead disaster. Because of this, he would naturally replenish and increase its numbers. By now, two alluring figures had appeared next to Zhao Fu. It was the black and white impermanences. Zhao Fu had previously asked them how to increase the skeleton's strength, and they had been surprised to find that they knew of a forbidden technique. This forbidden technique was called the Azure Demon Image. Zhao Fu planned to use these 15 million corpses as a sacrifice to open the Azure Gate and summon the Azure Demon Image. The black and white impermanences started to work, using the blood from the corpses to draw out a gigantic blood-red magic formation. Zhao Fu couldn't understand the blood-red magic formation, but he could feel an aura of evilness and bloodthirstiness from it. Since it was a forbidden technique, it was most likely quite dangerous. "Are you ready, Your Majesty?" the black and white impermanences asked, looking surprisingly serious. Zhao Fu nodded and went to the center of the magic formation while the black and white impermanences stood on either side of the magic formation. Zhao Fu gathered his king's power into his finger and slashed his arm, causing his blood to drip into the center of the magic formation. The black and white impermanences started to chant, and the auras around their bodies became stronger and started to become quite strange. Suddenly, the black and white impermanences squatted down and pressed their palms against the blood-red magic formation. A black aura and a white aura respectively entered the formation. The formation was instantly activated and gave off a bright blood-red light. An extremely evil aura rushed out, causing all of the city lords to frown. Blood-red runes started to move around within the formation like lizards as the aura that the formation gave off became more and more powerful. Zhao Fu also pressed his hand on the ground at the center of the formation, causing the ground to shake. He sent all of his power into it as he coldly yelled, "All creatures live in bitterness. All things come to nothing. Killing opens the Azure Gate." 454 Azure Image Boom. Just as Zhao Fu pressed his palm against a blood-red magic formation, a massive explosion rang out, and the formation burst forth with a pillar of intense blood-red light that shot into the sky. The sky was dyed red, and the redness gradually spread, as did the chilling, evil aura. The blood-red magic formation on the ground started to spin, and a powerful, formless energy spread out. The surrounding corpses started to melt until they became pools of blood water. A blood-red ocean started to form as the 15 million players' corpses melted. The blood ocean covered everything within 1,000 kilometers, and the noise that it gave off was simply shocking. The stench of blood could be smelt far from the distance. At the center of the magic formation, Zhao Fu continued to press his hand against the formation, and his arm continuously bled, causing his blood to enter the magic formation. Suddenly, Zhao Fu once again gathered his power and sent it into the formation. A muffled sound rang out as a formless wave of energy rippled out, and the blood ocean started to change. The blood waters started to spiral, causing the blood ocean to gradually turn into a massive vortex with the magic formation at the center. Traces of a blood-red aura continuously floated up from the blood ocean and flew towards the magic formation. As the blood-red aura continuously gathered above the magic formation, a terrifying power seemed to be growing. The sky was completely covered with blood-red light, and that evil and bloodthirsty aura spread to the entire region. Even those in other regions could feel the chilling aura coming from this aura, causing people's hairs to stand on end. The city lords standing in the air felt the magic formation growing stronger and more dangerous, making them feel quite uneasy. All of the city lords knew that Great Qin was using some terrifying technique and wanted to use the 15 million corpses to summon something horrifying. This definitely wasn't something that ordinary people could deal with. The blood-red aura above the magic formation became denser and hadn't covered Zhao Fu's body. When the dangerous aura reached its peak as if it was like a volcano about to erupt, Zhao Fu once again yelled, "6 paths of reincarnation. Slaughtering all living things. Azure Gate. Open." Boom. A shocking explosion shook the sky and earth, and the surrounding 100 or so regions all heard this sound. Everyone turned to look in this direction, feeling a sense of danger. At the center of the blood ocean, the boundless blood-red aura seemed to be absorbed into the ground, and the vortex of blood water seemed to also be sucked into the ground. Now, the ground turned into a blood-red color and gave off a putrid bloody smell. At that moment, the weather changed as a wild gale started to blow. Blood-colored lightning descended from the sky as a black, hellish aura rushed out of the ground, giving off a soul-chilling feeling that shocked all of the city lords. They almost couldn't help but stop Fu because whatever Fu was currently summoning was much too dangerous. Just from its aura alone, they felt incredibly threatened. However, they realized that if they tried to act, they would lose all of their power. Moreover, they had just received great benefits from Fu, so they didn't say anything or do anything. Instead, they stayed a bit further away. A massive, blood-red gate that was 1,000 meters tall and 200 meters wide gradually appeared on the ground. It gave off a horrifying aura and was at the center of the blood-red magic formation. This blood-red gate seemed to be made out of metal, and either side of the gate had images of Asuras on them. On one side, there were images of female Asuras who were incredibly beautiful and enchanting, while the other side had images of male Asuras who looked evil and ferocious. The gate gave off an ancient, evil, bloodthirsty aura. Creak. The blood-red gate started to slowly open as a figure burning with ferocious flame slowly came out of it. The surroundings became deathly silent, and under this terrifying pressure, the city lords became incredibly wary. Finally, a 1,000-meter-tall Asura appeared. This Asura looked incredibly savage. It had a mouthful of fangs and had 2 horns on its head. Its body was tough and muscular, and it had sharp claws and black battle armor. It held a metallic spear, and its body burned with a monstrous demonic flame. This was the Asura demon image, and its power was indeed unimaginably strong. It was like a giant that connected the heavens and the earth, and its aura greatly surpassed the monster bosses of regions. In fact, all 28 city lords added together would be weaker than this demon image, no less than what was expected from sacrificing 15 million corpses. Fu stood in the air, and when he saw how powerful the Asura demon image was, a smile crept on his face. In the distance, the city lords could feel just how powerful this demon image was, and they could help but feel shocked. Suddenly, the Asura demon image opened its blood-red eyes and waved its hand casually, releasing an immense amount of power that caused a berserk gale, hitting Fu in the air. Bang! Fu flew out like a sandbag and crashed 1,000 meters away, creating a crater that was dozens of meters wide. The city lords all looked quite startled, not expecting the demon image to go out of control and attack the one who had summoned it. By the side, the black and white impermanences also looked quite shocked, and they hadn't expected such a thing. Suddenly, the Asura demon image turned its head, and its murderous, blood-red eyes looked at the city lords. The city lords quickly released their city lord seals, causing an array of lights to fill the area. The sound of the city lords all releasing their city lord seals was simply awe-inspiring. However, the Asura demon image's aura was no weaker than the city lords combined. In fact, its aura was even stronger than theirs. The sky on the side it was on turned blood-red, while the sky on the city lord's side became multicolored. The Asura demon image raised its spear and savagely laughed, not caring about these city lords as it prepared to attack. Clang, clang, clang. The sounds of countless chains moving rang out. Fu was half kneeling on the ground with a trace of blood coming out of his lips as he pressed a hand against the ground. Thousands of chains were shooting out of the ground, flying towards the Asura demon image, and they quickly wrapped around it. Fu hadn't expected the Asura demon image to attack so suddenly, so he had been completely defenseless. If he hadn't used his clan armament in the nick of time, it was likely that he would have died. The countless chains firmly wrapped around the Asura demon image, and it vigorously struggled in an attempt to break free. Fu coldly harumphed and used his clan armament's power, causing his body to shine with a massive golden light as a shocking aura exploded out of him. Fu's hand pressed down even more firmly against the ground, causing the ground to crack. The countless chains went taut, bringing the Asura demon image's massive body to the ground. 455 devastate the common people even on the ground. The Asura demon image was continuously struggling, roaring like a wild beast. However, the countless chains became tighter and tighter, and they started to drag the Asura demon image underground. The Asura demon image vigorously struggled, but it was as if its body was sinking into a swamp. It roared reluctantly, and after it had been fully dragged under, everything became peaceful again. If it wasn't for the fact that Fu had used his own blood as the core summoning ingredient, he wouldn't have been able to take it down. Even now, he was only able to seal it underground. The Asura demon image had no intelligence and was just like a beast. Its only desire was to kill and destroy. This Asura demon image, which had been summoned using 15 million corpses, was unable to be controlled, and it even tried to kill its summoner, which made this a great failure. However, the Asura demon image's power seemed to be quite terrifying. Seeing that the Asura demon image had been sealed, the city lords all inwardly let out a sigh of relief. Even with so many people, they weren't confident that they would be able to face the Asura demon image. "Please forgive us, Your Majesty," the black and white impermanences said as they knelt on the ground, nervously pleading for mercy. Because of them, Fu had nearly been killed. Fu told them to rise and didn't blame them. It was his fault for underestimating the power of a forbidden technique, as he had been overconfident. Sir, it's best not to use something like that in the future. It's not something of this world, one of the city lords said with good intentions to Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu nodded and said to the city lords, now that this situation has been resolved, you may all return to your own regions. If there's anything, I will send people to let you know. After hearing this, all of the city lords started to leave. In the end, only the woman in white was left. She looked at Zhao Fu as she asked, what are you going to use that thing for? After seeing just how monstrous the Azure demon image was, the woman in white felt quite unsettled. If the person in front of her unleashed its power, it would be no less dangerous than the undead disaster. Zhao Fu looked at her and replied, I don't know yet. Zhao Fu wanted to use the Azure demon image for something because it would be a waste not to use such a terrifying power. However, he didn't yet know what he would be using it for. The woman in white coldly harumphed, it's best that you don't use that power, or you might lose control and result in calamity to yourself and others. After speaking, the woman in white turned into a ray of light and disappeared over the horizon. Zhao Fu watched as the woman in white left. He knew that he had to be extremely careful and couldn't be careless in the slightest. Afterward, Zhao Fu summoned over 200,000 soldiers to escort the 400,000 residents back before going to clean up the system main cities. When Zhao Fu went over, he saw countless ruined buildings and corpses strewn everywhere, but the protective barrier was still protecting the city hall. Even a basic city's protective barrier was quite difficult to break through, and this was even more so for a great city. Destroying one would take quite some time. The skeletons were only interested in living creatures, so none of them had bothered to attack the protective barrier. Zhao Fu took out the city lord seal and cancelled the protective barrier before walking into the city hall. He looked at the golden cube hovering in the air and felt quite excited. This was the first system main city that he had obtained. Zhao Fu walked over, placed his hand on it, and chose to conquer and relocate it as strings of system announcements sounded out. System announcement. Congratulations, you have conquered a system main city and obtained 5,000 achievement points. System announcement. Because you are a legatee and conquered a system main city, you have obtained a large amount of this region's fate. System announcement. You have relocated a system main city and obtained 820,000 experience point. System announcement. Congratulations, you have obtained 200 war points. The structures around him slowly collapsed, and Zhao Fu took the city creation stone and quickly left. He then went to the 3 other system main cities and chose to conquer and relocate them. The system announcements were all the same, but there were some other announcements, such as that the Great Kin city had leveled up, a region announcement, and a reward announcement. System announcement. Pouring Sun region's 4 system main cities have all been conquered and relocated. This region will no longer spawn players. Zhao Fu wasn't the only who heard this, every Chinese person also heard the region announcement. All of them were quite shocked. Pouring Sun was the region where that shocking battle had erupted. However, none of them could have expected that 15 million players would be slaughtered and for the 4 system main cities to be unable to escape misfortune either. Now that Great Kin had obtained 4 system main cities, its power would become even more terrifying. This caused the countless players to feel even more terrified of Great Kin. Next was a reward announcement. Congratulations, you have conquered a region and obtained a region treasure box as a reward. The region treasure box was a golden box that was as big as a palm. There were all sorts of gemstones socketed into it, and one could tell at a glance that it was something incredibly good. After Zhao Fu opened it, a blinding golden light shot out as a 1-meter-tall crystal tree appeared. Zhao Fu looked at its information in curiosity. Reality tree, a tree that contains a great amount of reality power. It can create 5 reality fruits per day. Anyone who eats this fruit will have one's body completely brought into the Heaven Awakened world. Only aliens of the Heaven Awakened world can consume it. After consuming a reality fruit, one could bring one's real body into the Heaven Awakened world. This greatly shocked Zhao Fu. With the reality tree, Zhao Fu would be able to ignore all threats in the real world because he would be in a completely different world. How would anyone be able to threaten him? With Great Kin's power in the Heaven Awakened world, there was no need to fear anyone. Zhao Fu had always been worried that he was too weak in the real world, and he could be bullied by anyone without being able to retaliate. Now that he had the reality tree, Zhao Fu wouldn't have to worry about any of these things, so he felt much more relaxed about this. However, Zhao Fu didn't plan on fully entering the Heaven Awakened world just yet. There were still many things he wanted to take care of in the real world, and he could obtain all sorts of information. Moreover, he was the proxy leader of the Ying family and held a lot of power, so he wasn't in too much danger. He could use the reality fruits in a key moment and have his body enter the Heaven Awakened world, getting rid of all worries for him. After obtaining this item, Zhao Fu couldn't help but grin. The reality tree wouldn't have been very useful to the system factions, but it was of incredible value to him. Great Qin's soldiers were currently transporting corpses from the ruins and collecting the spoils. There were not only 400,000 Stage 1 corpses but also many S-grade corpses and roughly 10,000 A-grade corpses. 456 Great Qin Rikoff. After seeing the massive gains that Great Qin had made, Zhao Fu had wanted to laugh, but he suddenly tasted a sweetness in his throat. He coughed up a mouthful of blood. His injuries from just then weren't light at all. Zhao Fu decided to rest for a few days. He had been working quite hard the past month, and he had remained at the center of the Ocean of Bones almost every day to protect the disaster cavalry. His mind had been incredibly tense, and he hadn't relaxed at all. Moreover, after destroying the 4 system main cities and obtaining their city creation stones, there would be a lot to take care of, so he decided to return to Great Qin. Zhao Fu had the undead army remain in that region for a few days while he returned to Great Qin. He gave the large number of corpses and the countless pieces of equipment to Li Si and Ba King to take care of. He then carefully planted the reality tree in a large flower pot. It could grow 5 reality fruits per day, and it was incredibly important to Zhao Fu. Afterward, Zhao Fu re-established the 4 system main cities and made Beiqi, Weiliao, Wangjian, and Mengtian the city lords. Each of them controlled a city lord seal, and he ordered the 4 of them to go to Pouring Sun to protect the disaster cavalry and prevent anything unexpected from happening.